Hey guys! This is part 8 of What If Naruto Was the Heir of the Senju clan. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and don't forget to check the author in the description. Let's start! Chapter 26 Hyuga vs Senju Konoha. On the day of the Chunin finals, all of Konoha was busy with activity. Important lords, daimyos, businessmen and shinobi heads from other villages had come from all around to watch the Chunin finalists compete with one another. Among these important lords were the daimyos of Mizu no Kuni, Water Country, Kaze no Kuni, Wind Country, Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country, Hai no Kuni, Fire Country, and the kages of their respected shinobi villages. Up in the kage box seats, the Sandaime Hokage was seated in his chair. Below him civilians, shinobi, noblemen and women were filling up the stands below. Standing next to him was one of the members of the Hokage's guard, Namishi Rado, who the Hokage was currently speaking to. "Have there been any reports regarding the whereabouts of Uchiha Sasuke?" the Sandaime asked with some concern, as there had been no sign of the young Uchiha heir since the preliminaries. "Unfortunately no, Hokage-sama. Several teams of ANBU are searching for him and Kakashi, but they are nowhere to be found," Rado replied in a low voice. "I'm afraid there is a good chance that Uchiha Sasuke may have already fallen into Orochimaru's hands. If that is the case, it will be impossible for us to find him," Sarutobi thought with concern. "Also, Hokage-sama," Rado added, "it seems that Senju Naruto has yet to arrive in the stadium with the other finalists. It is likely that he may have been seized by Orochimaru as well." "No, I don't believe so," the old Hokage responded. "I just saw Naruto myself yesterday, and I highly doubt Tsunade or Jiraiya would let Naruto go far without them knowing. But if that is true, then where are they?" "I do not know, but I'm certain Naruto-kun is safe," the Sandaime replied, where his guard just nodded in understanding. After a few minutes, the Sandaime was joined by his counterpart from Kirigakure, Hidden Mist, the Godame Mizukage, Terumi Mei and her guard Ao. When Mei first arrived, the Sandaime was both surprised and curious to see the new Mizukage a day before the Chunin finals. The reason why she had come early was because she wanted to speak to the old Hokage about forming an alliance with Konoha. Given how the recent coup in Kiri had weakened her village's military strength and their economy, and she feared that the other villages, like Iwa or Kumo, would attack or take advantage of their weakened state. Naturally, the Sandaime welcomed the idea of forming an alliance with Kiri and proposed to begin talks for a new treaty after the Chunin exam. When the Mizukage arrived at the box, the Sandaime stood up and greeted the female Kage, where he then invited her to take the seat that was to his right, which she took. Soon after, the Yandaime Kazekage and the Yandaime Reikage arrived with their respected bodyguards. The Yandaime Kazekage was a tall middle-aged man who wore the traditional robes and hat of a Kage, and a mask to cover his face, allowing only his eyes to be seen. The Yandaime Kazekage was a well-respected shinobi, who possessed the Jiten, magnet release, bloodline and used it in a similar manner to his predecessor the Sandaime Kazekage. Although unlike the Sandaime, who used iron sand, the Yandaime used gold dust. Accompanying the Yandaime Kazekage were his two bodyguards, two tall men wearing light brown robes. The Yandaime Reikage was a tall dark-skinned man with a large muscular build. He had blonde hair that was combed back and a small mustache and beard. His face was very distinguished with pronounced cheekbones and tear troughs under his eyes, and a prominent crease across his forehead. Like the Yandaime Kazekage, the Reikage wore the traditional robes and hat of a Kage, but without a shirt underneath, which further displayed his hulking physique. He had gold bangle bracelets on each wrist, and wore a gold belt around his waist with a boar's face engraved in the center. The Yandaime Reikage was a famed shinobi from the Third Shinobi World War. Like most shinobi of Kumo, the Reikage was highly skilled in lightning techniques, and was renowned for using nintaijutsu, ninja body techniques, which combined ninjutsu and taijutsu, making his attacks more devastating. But he was practically famous for his immense speed, which was said to rival even the Sandaime's former successor the Yandaime Hokage. Accompanied the Reikage were two Kumo shinobi. The first shinobi was a tall young man with short blonde hair, dark eyes and wore the standard uniform of a Kumo shinobi. The second shinobi was a dark-skinned man with a slightly bulbous nose and lazy look in his eyes, which reminded Sarutobi of a certain Konoha shinobi. He had white shaggy hair that covered his left eye and wore a high-collared, sleeveless uniform with loose-fitting pants and a standard Kumo flak jacket. He also carried a cleaver-like sword on his back and had the kanji for water and lightning tattooed on each of his arms. Unlike the first shinobi, Sarutobi knew the shinobi well. His name was Darui, and he was a renowned and powerful shinobi from Kumo. He was a highly skilled lightning and water user and an equally skilled swordsman, and possessed the Ranton, Storm Release, bloodline. He was also the inheritor of the Sandaime Reikige's Kurwa Kaminari, Black Lightning, technique, which allowed him to use unique lightning techniques that only he could use. This earned him the moniker Darui no Kurwa Kaminari, Darui of the Black Lightning. In terms of skill, the man was easily on par with Konoha's top shinobi Mato Gai and Hatake Kakashi. When they saw the two other Kages, both the Mizukage and the Hokage stood up and greeted them. After which Hokage invited them to take whatever seats they wished, where the Kazekage took the seat that was to the Sandaime's left, while the Reikage took the remaining seat, which was next to the Kazekage's on his left. Greetings Kazekage-sama, Reikage-sama, I'm pleased that you could both make it, you both must be tired after your long journeys. Not at all Hokage-sama, the Kazekage replied. In fact, I'm glad that the Chunin exam is in Konoha this year, since you are not as young as you once were and a journey to another village would be rather tough on you. Perhaps you should think about retiring and appoint a new successor? The old Hokage just laughed at this remark. Don't treat me like an old man, now. I'm still considering holding my position for at least another 5 years. At this remark, both the Kazekage and the Reikage narrowed their eyes, but did not comment on. As the four Kages looked down in the area, they saw that most of the finalists were in the arena waiting for the finals to begin. If I'm not mistaken, Hokage-sama, we're missing 3 finalists, 2 of them being Uchiha Sasuke and Senju Naruto, commented A with a frown. Since his plan to humiliate Konoha depended on both Naruto and Sasuke being in the exam. He also knew that most of the lords and officials here had come to the exam for the sole purpose of watching Naruto and Sasuke compete in the exam and bet on them. Sadly, I'm afraid the finalist from Otogekure, Hidden Sound, was found dead last week on the rooftop of a building. His body was crushed and we could barely identify him. My ANBU are currently investigating the matter as we speak, but they have yet to identify the perpetrator. And what of Uchiha Sasuke and Senju Naruto? Mei asked. I'm afraid their whereabouts are unknown. You're telling us that you've lost track of your own shinobi? The bulky Reikage asked in mild disbelief, where the old Hokage could only smile in embarrassment. Please do not worry, Reikage-sama. I'm certain both boys will show up, as either of them are the type to miss out on something like this. At this the Reikage could only scoff in disgust, since it was his opinion that both boys should have decency to be on time, especially for an event this important. Clearly Konoha has become lax in this time of peace, if it can't even find 2 of its own shinobi. The Reikage taunted. This would never happen in my village. Sandaime did not respond to the Reikage's taunt, instead he simply ignored it and remained silent. Although his bodyguard Rado narrowed his eyes and glared slightly at the large man. Eventually though, the Sandaime turned to his fellow Kages and asked them if they should begin, where the 3 other Kages all nodded. After which the Sandaime Hokage stood up and went to the railings and began to speak to the audience below them. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming to Kanehigakure no Sato, village hidden by the leaves, for this year's Chunin finals. We will now begin the main matches with the 15 finalists who have passed the preliminaries. So please enjoy the matches and good day. With the audience dash. What? They are going to start the preliminaries without Sasuke and Naruto-kun. Ino cried in surprise. Well, you hardly expect them to wait for them, Ino, commented her sensei Asuma. But Naruto-kun's match is first. What if he doesn't arrive? The blonde girl asked. Then he will be disqualified, as will Sasuke, if he doesn't show up either. At hearing this, Sakura, who was sitting next to Ino, became concerned and began to wonder what happened to Sasuke, remembering how he was in his room when she went to visit him in the hospital. Seeing that neither Sasuke nor Naruto were here, Gaara's sensei Baki became concerned. Did he? I told him to avoid doing anything that would attract attention. Damn it, did he kill Uchiha Sasuke and Senju Naruto? Baki thought, remembering when Gaara went out for a while by himself during the training month. Where's Naruto-kun? Rurikayo asked, while sitting between her grandparents, who had recently arrived in Konoha, looking for her friend down in the arena. Standing near the royal family were also Rurikayo's personal guards Kenryu and Enryu, as well as several samurai guards, who were led by Kensai, the strongest samurai and swordsman in Hai no Kuni, Fire Country, 1. It seems that the Naruto-kun has yet to arrive, the Fire Daimyo replied, after seeing that Naruto was not with the other finalists. Where could he be? I hope nothing has happened to the poor dear, Madame Shirjumi said. Well, he was fine yesterday when I met him and he showed me around Konoha, Rurikayo replied, who was starting to become concerned for her fellow blonde. Where is he? Mai thought with a frown, as she couldn't understand why her fiancé had yet to arrive. Looks like Senju and the Uchiha are a no-show, Kuratsuchi remarked with a slight frown. Since she was sort of interested in seeing what the son of Tsunade and the Uchiha heir were capable of and if they were worth all the attentions they were getting. Maybe, but let's just wait and see, as there's still time, Akatsuchi replied. Damn it, where the hell is Naruto and I? Konohamaru asked out loud, who was sitting in the stands, with Moegi, Udan and the rest of their class. I don't know, Moegi replied. Maybe he decided to quit, since that Hyuga Niji guy looks pretty tough, Udan answered. No way! Naruto and I would never run away from a fight. You saw how he stood up to those Suna jerks from earlier. Then why isn't he here yet? Udan asked. I don't know, but I do know he will be here soon. Outside the arena dash. My, there's quite a bit of activity today, Kabuto commented as he stood over the dead body of an ANBU agent in a large tree overlooking the arena. I do hope Naruto-kun puts on an entertaining show, as I have a rather tough job ahead of me and I do not like having gaps in my profiles. The Odo spy thought as he took off the ANBU agent's mask and cloak and placed it on himself. After which he then hid the body and disappeared in a whirl of wind and leaves. In the arena down in the arena, the second member of the Hokage's guard, Shiranui Ginma, was explaining of the rules of the finals to the Genin finalist. Ginma had taken over the role of referee from Gecko Hate, after his body was found roughly at the same time as the Odo Genin. This led the Hokage and the investigating ANBU team to believe that the Suna team were somehow involved. Given how the Sandaime had ordered Hate to follow Gaara and his team, after learning that Gaara was a Jinchuriki. After Hayate's body was found, the Hokage placed the village shinobi on heightened alert and deployed 2 teams of ANBU at the stadium and had several other teams patrol the surrounding area. He also had the Kekkaihan's barrier team go on full alert and report to him of anything strange, no matter how small, fearing that Orochimaru may infiltrate the village again. When Genma finished explaining the rules of the finals, he turned to Niji. Given how your opponent Senju Naruto has not appeared and we cannot delay your match until he arrives, we will have to declare you the win. But before Genma could finish speaking, a whirlwind wind and leaves suddenly appeared behind him. When it died down, Naruto, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizen, Kushina and Yamato were present. When Genma turned around and saw the group, he was immediately greeted by Kushina. Hey Genma, it's been a while, we aren't late are we? Actually you just made it, we were just about to disqualify your student. Sorry about that, we would have been here sooner, but we were held up with something, Naruto said, where his mother and the others all glared at the Toad Sage, who looked to be fairly beating up, with 2 black eyes, a swollen lip and several bruises around his face. The reason for his current state was because of a beating he received from Tsunade and Kushina when he went off peeping an hour before the exam. This forced Naruto the others to go looking for him, and making them late. When they finally found him and found out why he had disappeared, a furious Tsuanda and Kushina decided to discipline him. You're late, Naruto, an annoyed Yujito said, while glaring at the spiky blonde with an irritated look. Troublesome, knowing you Naruto, you were probably waiting till the last second just so that you could make a bigger entrance, a bored Shikimura said, who was wishing he was somewhere else right now. I'm glad you arrived in time, Naruto-kun. But was beginning to worry about you, Haku said, with a slight blush of embarrassment, which thankfully went unnoticed. The Suna Genin Gaara also seemed to be pleased that Naruto arrived in time, although for an entirely different reasons that Haku and the others were. Yes, sorry about that, guys, Naruto replied with a goofy grin, before glaring slightly at his godfather. But like I said, we were held up with something. It was then at this point that the others noticed Naruto's new attire. He now wore simple black shinobi pants with a bandage around his right leg and a brown shinobi utility belt around his waist, and the same black boots from before. On his upper body he wore a short-sleeved fishnet shirt and an open short-sleeved black top with a black fingerless glove on his right hand and white bandages wrapped around his left. He had a new cloth for his headband, which was now black instead of blue, and wore the Shodame's Hokage's necklace around his neck and the ring Rurikayo on his right middle finger, and his chain earring on his right ear, allowing them to be clearly seen by everyone. But the thing that caught most people's attention was the coat that he wore over his new attire. It was a long white sleeveless coat with decorated flames-like motifs on the edges. This was a gift from Jiraiya, who had it made for Naruto to wear in the Chunin exam. The coat's design was based on Minato's own coat, which he wore after he became Hokage. Jiraiya had given this to Naruto since he knew how much the boy admired his father, and thought it would be a nice way for Naruto to have a piece of his father with him at all times. The only differences between the Yandame's coat and Naruto's was that Naruto's coat had the symbol of the Senju clan on its back, which was blocked by his kanata that was slung on his back with a brown leather belt. 2. After getting over his surprise at how much Naruto reminded him of the Yandame Hokage, Genma decided to get the exam underway, where he asked the Genin finalists to go up to the box where the finalists would wait for their matches. He then asked Tsunade and the others to also leave, so that they could start the match. Nodding and understanding, the 5 senior shinobi bid Naruto good luck and then shunshined, body flickered, away. In the Kage box after body flickering from the arena, Jiraiya and Tsunade appeared in the Kage box, next to their former sensei, who was pleased to see his former students again. When the 2 Sannin appeared, the other Kages greeted them in a respectful manner. The Mizukage was especially delighted to meet Swanda, as she had long wished to meet the Slug Princess in person. Tsunade in return had been pleased to finally meet a female Kage, believing it was about time that a woman took charge of one of the 5 great shinobi villages. When Jiraiya first saw the Mizukage, he instantly went into pervert mode and planned to use his withy charm on the female Mizukage. Fortunately though, before such a disaster could happen, Tsunade nipped it in the bud by pulling Jiraiya away by his ear and giving him the look. Not wanting to be fed through a drip, Jiraiya wisely decided to stand down and behaved himself. When the Sandaime asked what took them so long to get here, Tsunade simply glared at Jiraiya again, making the elder man gulp, before stating that they had an unexpected detour. "I have to say, Tsunade-sama, I'm looking forward to seeing your son compete," the female Mizukage said. "I have heard much about him from my shinobi, Momochi Zabuza and Yuki Haku, who both speak highly of his skill. Naruto is a capable shinobi, as you will soon see, Mizukage-sama," Tsunade replied before her former student Shizen appeared next to her. "Here you are, Tsunade-sama," Shizen said, as she handed Tsunade a slip of paper before shunshin away again. "What's that, Heim?" Jiraiya asked. "Just a betting slip. I beat 12 million Ryo on Naruto winning his match." When Sarutobi and Jiraiya heard this, both of them looked at the blonde-haired woman with shocked and worried looks. "No offense, Heim, but are you freaking insane?" Jiraiya cried. "Do you want him to lose? You know your luck when it comes to gambling, and by betting on the brat, he might actually lose." In response, Tsunade just smirked, not the least bit worried with what Jiraiya said. "I only lose at gambling when I bet on myself. But when I bet on Naruto, I never lose, as his good luck is stronger than my bad luck." "Well, for his sake I hope so, we'll see soon enough," the Reikage commented with a slight frown, who was staring down at Naruto. As he looked down at the blonde Senju, the Reikage couldn't get over how much Naruto reminded him of his former rival, the Yandame Hokage. Despite being enemies, the Reikage greatly admired and respected the former Hokage, not only for his skill and power, but also for his immense speed, since he was the only man alive who could move faster than him. Minato's speed was so great that the Reikage had never been able to land a solid hit on the former Hokage. I had of course noticed the resemblance when he first saw a picture of Naruto, but seeing him now wearing the same kind of clothing as the Yandame Hokage made the resemblance even stronger. It was almost as if he was seeing a younger version of the Yandame Hokage. "I still can't get over how much that brat looks like Namikaze. If I didn't know any better, I would swear the 2 of them were father and son," the Reikage thought, before shaking his head and scoffing at the idea. "What the hell am I thinking? It's impossible. There's no way Tsunade and Namikaze would have a child together. If the boy's surname name was Uzumaki, I might believe he was Namikaze's son. Hell, I would sooner believe Jiraiya was the boy's father than Namikaze. That's quite an interesting coat the boy is wearing, Jiraiya-sama. It reminds me a lot of the coat that your former student, the Yandame Hokage, used to wear," it remarked. When they said this, Tsunade glanced angrily at Jiraiya. She had been against the idea of Naruto wearing the coat in the finals when Jiraiya first gave it to him last night. But she couldn't convince Naruto not to wear it, as he had been ecstatic when Jiraiya gave him the coat. It was obvious to Tsunade that Jiraiya had designed the coat to be like Minato's, not only because he was Naruto's father, but also because of how much Naruto reminded Jiraiya of Minato. This was something that always troubled Tsunade, as sometimes Jiraiya forgot that Naruto wasn't Minato. She of course understood why Jiraiya found it hard to let Minato go, since he had been like a son to the Toad Sage and in many ways Naruto was like his grandson. But still she sometimes worried if Jiraiya was trying to replace Minato with Naruto. Yeah, Jiraiya replied nervously. I gave it to the kid as a gift, since he idolizes Minato. When the Raikage heard Jiraiya's explanation he narrowed his eyes slightly, as the story did make some sense. He could also see Jiraiya doing something like that, especially given how the boy was his former teammate's son. But what bothered him most was that he felt like he was overlooking something, as if there was more to this story. Regardless though, the dark-skinned man decided to put the matter aside for now, but planned to investigate it later, since he wasn't a big fan of surprises. In the audience after body flickering from the arena, Kushina and Yamato appeared in the stands, where they took 2 free seats in the front stands, which were right next to Enko, Asuma, Kurenai and their individual teams. Hey Kushina, Yamato, you guys are late. What took you so long? Asuma greeted when he saw the 2 former ANBU members. He was also curious as to why they were late, especially when Yamato was with them, since he was a stickler for protocol. Our apologize, Asuma-san, but we were held up looking for Jiraiya-sama, who had disappeared earlier on. Yamato answered. Let me guess, he was peeping on some girls when they were at the hot spring. Enko answered, since she knew the man well enough after the number of times she met him back when she was still Orochimaru's student. Actually, it was some girls swimming at the falls outside Konoha. Kushina replied. After hearing this, a disgusted look appeared on Kurenai's face, while a furious look appeared on Ino and Sakura faces, who were sitting near her. Ugh! I can't believe someone as renowned as Jiraiya-sama can engage in such deplorable things. The crimson-eyed woman commented in disgusted. Well, like the old saying, great men aren't always great people. Asuma replied as he let out a puff of smoke. Did you get any good hits in? Enko asked, where Kushina just smiled and said she got Jiraiya good in the nose and groin, which made the snake woman smile. I'm assuming that since I didn't see Uchiha Sasuke with the other finalists that he and Kakashi-senpai have yet to arrive? Yamato asked. Pretty much, Asuma answered. Figures, Kushina commented. Kakashi would be late for his own funeral. So, Asuma said, in an attempt to change the subject. Has the kid improved much since the preliminaries? Yes, he has improved a great deal, as you will soon see. Yamato replied, as he indicated to Naruto and Neji, who are now facing one another. Well, it should be interesting regardless, especially after what he promised to do to that Hyuga punk, Enko remarked, not noticing the worried look on a certain Hyuga heiress, who was sitting near her. Hinata had of course heard what happened at the preliminaries after she lost to Neji, and what Naruto promised to do to him, and regardless of what her cousin did to her. She couldn't help but be concerned for him, since he was still her cousin no matter what. She was also slightly concerned for Naruto, since she knew firsthand how strong and how skilled Neji was, and regardless of his amazing strength, Naruto's battle with Neji would not be an easy opponent. When Enko made her comment, her friend Kurenai remained silent, which was unusual since she would have normally rebuked her for making such comments. But given how Neji had tried to kill her student, his own cousin, she had little sympathy for the male Hyuga and what would happen to him, since she was one of the few people who knew how strong Naruto really was. A couple of rows away from the group, the Hyuga clan head Hyuga Hayashi was sitting in the audience waiting for the match to begin. Watch closely, Hanabi, Hayashi said to his youngest daughter, who was sitting next to him. There is no one else who has inherited the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan as strong as him. Your older sister does not even compare with him. Even more than my sister? The young girl asked in surprise as she turned to her father. Yes, and most likely more than you, the elder man replied, shocking the young girl. Let us see how well you do against someone like Neji-san, Senju-san. The leader of the Hyuga elders, Hayashi's father, thought, who was sitting not far from Hayashi and his daughter and like them had come to watch the match between his grandson Neji and Naruto, along with the rest of the Hyuga elders, who were interested to see what Naruto could do. Sitting not far from them were the Hokage's advisors Danzo, Koharu and Hamura, who like everyone else was interested in watching this year's Chunin exam and to see more of Naruto abilities with their own eyes. In the arena dash. I must say, Senju-san, I was actually starting to believe that you wouldn't show up, Neji commented, as he faced off against Naruto. Humph! As if I would run and hide from the likes of you. Naruto scoffed, before he started to crack his knuckles. I told you before at the preliminaries, when we meet again, I would beat you into the ground and I always keep my word. Seeing Naruto cracking his knuckles, Neji began to frown, as the memory of Naruto's superhuman strength was still fresh on his mind. He knew he would have to be careful when fighting Naruto, as his immense strength was no joke. Lee's current condition and the state of the fighting arena in the Forest of Death Tower was a testament to the destructive power of Naruto's strength. The best way to deal with that was to use his Juken, Gentle Fist, and to seal up Naruto's Tenketsu and prevent him from using his chakra. The only problem with that was that he needed to get close to Naruto, which would then give the young Senju the opportunity to send him right through the arena wall with one punch. As the two boys continued to glare at one another, the match referee Genma suddenly spoke. Now that both of you are here and are ready, let the first match of the Chunin finals begin. Despite Genma yelling begin, either boys moved forward. Instead they kept their distance and fell into their individual fighting stance. Seeing that Naruto hadn't gone for his katana, the young Hyuga branch member began to frown, wondering why Naruto wasn't going to try and use his katana, which would give him a clear advantage in their fight. But as he wondered why, he suddenly remembered Naruto's fight with Lee and smirked. Seeing the young Hyuga smirking, Naruto frowned. Care to let me in on the joke, team? It's nothing, replied Neji, who was still smirking. I've just noticed that you haven't reached for your katana yet. Does that mean you acknowledge me as a worthy opponent and wish to fight me fairly? Hardly, Naruto replied with a scoff, making the Hyuga frown. I acknowledge that you're strong, but that's it. When I fought Lee, I wanted to fight him fairly because I not only respected him as a shinobi, but also as a person. I don't regard you in the same way. As far as I'm concerned, Lee is 100 times better than you will ever be. Then why? Neji asked in an irritated tone, as the idea of a failure like Lee, being better than him, irked him. I won't be satisfied by just cutting you up with my katana, as that would be too easy. You're going to suffer just like you made Hinata-chan suffer in the preliminaries. I see, Neji said with a frown before he activated his Byakugan. Well then, you're welcome to try, but I will tell you now this match has already been decided. For I have seen the outcome with my eyes. Destiny will see me as the winner. We'll see about that, Naruto replied as he narrowed his eyes before he formed a hand seal and cried, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, and created 8 clones of himself. In the audience dash. Smart move, Anko remarked. What an interesting kid. Kotetsu commented in amusement. Kage Bunshin is a Jonin level technique. I didn't know he could use it, Izumo said in surprise. Well, we shouldn't be surprised given all the rumors we have been hearing about him lately, and something tells me we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg. Kotetsu responded as he looked down at Naruto and his clones. In the arena dash. Kage Bunshin? Neji thought with a frown as he remembered hearing of the technique from his sensei Guy. I see, if the churka is distributed equally among the clones, even my Byakugan cannot tell which of them is the real one. But still it doesn't matter, as there can only be one real one. It doesn't matter how many of you there are Senju, you will still lose. I suggest you don't act so tough. All 9 Naruto said together before 4 of the Naruto clones charged forward. In an impressive feat of speed, 2 of the Naruto clones suddenly appeared behind Neji and attempted to attack the young Hyuga prodigy from behind, while the other 2 attacked from the front. Seeing the clone appear behind him, thanks to his Byakugan, Neji easily evaded the Naruto clones by flipping into the air and over the forward clones. After landing back on the ground, 2 more Naruto clones charged forward and attempted to flank him from both sides. But before they could hit them, Neji spun around and skillfully slapped away their hands, while at the same time kicking them off their feet, causing them to fall to the ground. Once the 2 clones hit the ground, another Naruto clone appeared in front of Neji when he stopped spinning and attempted a sharp knee kick to his chin, which appeared to hit the Hyuga prodigy and send him up into the air. But in reality, Neji had skillfully evaded the knee kick and by leaping backwards into the air. Realizing he hadn't hit Neji, Naruto had 4 of his clones surround the Hyuga genin and attack him from all sides. Once they had surrounded him, the 4 Naruto clones attacked from all sides, but right before they could hit him, Neji jumped into the air again and performed a mid-air double spin kick, hitting all 4 Naruto clones and causing them to explode into smoke. But as soon as the first 4 clones were destroyed, the second group appeared and like before, they attempted to attack Neji from both sides, where the first two attacked together from behind and the other two attacked from the front. Seeing the two clones coming from behind with his Byakugan, Neji skillfully slapped away the clones' punches and allowed them to run past him. After which he then delivered double palm strikes to their chests, just as they were turning around to face him. After the two clones were destroyed, the last two attempted to use the smoke of the destroyed clones as cover. Sadly though, their plan failed, as Neji easily saw through the smoke with his Byakugan and delivered a double hand strike to their stomachs, causing them to explode into smoke like the others. After seeing all his clones destroyed, Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. So the stories about the Hyuga clan's Byakugan bloodline are true. It's as if he really has eyes at the back of his head. Back when Naruto was gathering info on Lee and his team, Naruto had heard some of the stories involving the Hyuga clan and their abilities. He had even asked his mother, Jiraiya, and his teachers about the Hyuga clan's bloodlines, and given what he was told, Naruto knew how dangerous Neji was in close combat. It will take more than this to defeat me, Senju. I can see much with these eyes of mine. Oh, and what exactly do you see? Naruto asked in a bored tone and folded his arms. They allow me to see the truth of this world. Like everyone else, your talent is determined when you're born. In other words, everything is predetermined at birth. Huh, so that's what you believe? Well, I'm afraid I don't buy into any of that fate crap. We make our own destiny. Naruto replied with a scoff, although frowned again when he saw Neji smirk. That's rather amusing coming from you, as you are the perfect example of what I have said. Think about it. Everyone in the shinobi world has heard of the legendary Senju clan, who are known for having the strongest shinobi. Your own ancestors were the Shodai and the Nidaime Hokages, and your own mother is one of the Densetsu no Sannin, legendary 3 ninja. So it is of no surprise why you are so strong. You were fated to be strong before you were even born. Narrowing eyes, Naruto spoke again. Why do you always try to label people like that? I am speaking only the truth. You and I were fated to be stronger than others, just as Lee and Hinata-sama were fated to be born as failures. It didn't matter how much they wanted to win, they were fated to lose to us from the very beginning. Everyone is different. They can only live in the indisputable flow of life and walk the path that has been laid out before them. But there is just one fate that everyone possesses, and that is death. In the audience, after hearing everything that Neji had said, a sober look appeared on everyone's face, as many could find little flaw with what Neji was saying, as there was a ring of truth in it. But the one that was taking what Neji was saying the hardest was the Hyuga clan head, Hyuga Hayashi. Those eyes, he still curses the main family for what happened in the arena dash. Are you done? Naruto asked with the same bored tone and look. What? Neji asked with a frown. I told you before, I don't believe in fate. We make our own destiny by the choices we make, and the reason I am strong is not because of who I am related to. It's because I worked my ass off to get this strong, and because I had good teachers supporting and helping me. Even if what you said is true, it wouldn't change a thing, as I intend to beat you no matter what. After he said this, Naruto then formed the same hand seal as before and created a large number of shadow clones. Clones again? I would have thought you would come up with something more original by now, Neji remarked as he stood in front on the small army of Narutos. You know the old saying, if at first you don't succeed, try again. All the Narutos replied before they circled around Neji and surrounded him from all sides and attacked. Unafraid of the group of Narutos, Neji stood his ground and prepared to defend himself from the coming onslaught of clones. He did not have to wait long, as within seconds they were upon him. Thanks to his Byakugan being activated, Neji was able to see the Naruto clones from all directions and skillfully evaded and blocked all their attacks with ease. This continued for the next few minutes, all the while one Naruto stood back from a safe distance watching Neji closely as he fought the other Narutos. Do you think I'm a fool, Senju? The Hyuga prodigy asked as he avoided a leg swipe from a Naruto clone by flipping backwards. Your pitiful strategy in wearing me down with these clones will not work. All I have to do is hit the real you, and I already know which of you is the real one. The next thing Naruto and the clones knew, Neji disappeared in a blur and in an impressive feat of speed. He sped through the army of clones before they could stop him and went right for the Naruto that stood away from the group and hit him with a strong hand strike to the heart. I'm disappointed, Senju. I expected more from you. It was obvious that you were the real one, as you were the one who attacked the least, because you fear I would hit your tenketsu if you got too close to me. The more you had your clones attack me, the more you stood out, Neji said with a satisfied smirk, believing he had won. But to his shock, the Naruto he hit smirked, and before he knew it, the clone exploded, blasting him away and sending him flying to the other end of the arena. In the audience dash. That's Bunshin Daibakuha, great clone explosion. Izumo said in surprise. To think a genin could use an A-rank technique like that? Not bad, Kotetsu commented, who was rather impressed with Naruto. To think he has mastered the Kage Bunshin technique to that extent. Alright, Nii-san, you show him! Konohamaru yelled as he stood up from his seat and cheered Naruto on. That brat pretty sneaky, I'll give him that, he was already well ahead of that Hyuga punk. Anko remarked with a smirk. Trust me, Anko, you haven't seen how sneaky Naruto can be. Kushina replied, given all the pranks she and Naruto had done over the past few months. In the arena after being sent flying to the other end of the arena by the explosion, the Hyuga prodigy slowly got back onto his feet. The explosion had thankfully not been too powerful and mainly singed him. But it was still strong enough to cause some injuries, where he had a few small wounds that were bleeding and some light burn marks on his face and arms. Damn it, he was already a step ahead of me. He had one of his clones stay back while he hid with the rest of the clones. He knew I would attack the one that stayed behind, believing it was him and lured me in. How was he able to get his clone to explode like that? Niji thought angrily as he couldn't believe he had been tricked so easily. You shouldn't be so confident, Hyuga team. I told you before not to underestimate my abilities. The real Naruto said as he walked forward and stood in front of the clones. Glaring at the blonde, Niji spoke. I did not think you would use such a cheap trick, Senju. Have you forgotten? We're shinobi, that's what we do. Besides, the cheap ones are usually the best ones. Naruto replied with a smirk before he ordered the rest of his clones to attack, while he stood back and watched the battle. In the audience dash. What is Naruto doing? Why is he only using clones? Why doesn't he use his other jutsu? He's much stronger than this. Sakura said as she watched Niji fight with Naruto's clones. Because he's thinking ahead. Kushina answered, gaining Sakura's and the others' attention. What do you mean, Kushina-sensei? Ino asked. When you are running in a marathon, you don't go all out at the very beginning, you pace yourself and use your energy wisely and save yourself for the end. So you're saying that Naruto is holding back, because he doesn't want to wear himself out? Sakura said, realizing what Kushina was saying. Precisely, if Naruto was to use his more powerful jutsu or other abilities to beat Niji, the opponents he would later go against would know what to expect and be prepared for it. By fighting this way, Naruto will have his bigger guns to surprise his opponents with later. That may be true, Kushina, but I'm sure there is more to reason why he's using shadow clones this way than just keeping his better abilities hidden. Asuma added as he joined the conversation. Kushina did not reply, of course, but smirked, which told the younger Sarutobi that he was right. What do you mean, Asuma-sensei? Ino asked. If I were to guess, I would say that the kid is using his clones to study Niji? How so? Asked the blonde girl. Well, unlike other clones, shadow clones can use high-level jutsu, and when they are destroyed, everything that they saw or heard is sent back to the person. This makes them ideal when scouting or spying on people, as once they disperse, all their info is sent back to the user. By sending his clones to fight and watching them from a distance, Naruto gets to see two separate points of views, which allows him to analyze Niji's fighting ability and find any weak points. Not bad, Asuma, you catch on quick, a smirking Kushina commented. But I would expect nothing less from the son of the professor. That's actually pretty clever, Anko remarked as she was rather impressed. How strong is Naruto-kun really? Ino asked, turning to Kushina. That you'll just have to wait and see. The red-headed woman replied as she continued to watch her students battle. In the arena as the battle continued, Naruto had some of his clones fall back and thrown kunai, shuriken and samban needles from a distance, making it even more difficult for Niji to fight the clones. But despite being attacked from long range and close range, Niji was still able to block or avoid all of the clones' attack, thanks to his Byakugan and his lightning-fast reflexes. Seeing this, Naruto had the majority of his clones attack Niji all at once from all sides, so to see how he would defend against this. Reacting fast, Niji quickly fell into a taijutsu stance that Hayashi, his daughters and the Hyuga elders all recognized instantly, and were shocked beyond words to see him use it. Hack Rokujuyan Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms! Niji yelled, where with lightning fast speed, he struck at all the clones from all directions with powerful hand strikes that destroyed them instantly. Naturally, the audience had been stunned by how quickly Niji defeated all the clones. But before the Hyuga prodigy could enjoy his moment, he suddenly saw several projectiles coming towards from behind. Acting fast, Niji quickly fell to his knees to avoid them, but was unable to evade all of them, where a Senbon needle hit him in the shoulder. Seeing this, Naruto smirked. I finally found it. Ha, I knew it. No defense is absolute. Everything has a weakness, and I found his. Thanks to his Byakugan, Niji has a 360-degree vision and can see through objects and see things from far-off distances, making it nearly impossible to sneak up on him. Adding his lighting fast relaxes, he's able to counter, block, or avoid enemy attacks from almost any direction. That's why he was able to avoid my clone's projectiles, or at least most of them, as one of them was able to get through, meaning that he wasn't able to see it coming and avoided it. Therefore he has a blind spot at his upper back. And if I'm right, there's one other place I can attack from, where he won't see me coming from. After realizing where Niji's weak point was, Naruto signaled his remaining clones with some regular hand seals, telling them to go for the next phase of his plan. Nodding understanding, the clones took out several kunai and from their utility belts and attacked Niji from all sides, who had just finished taking the Senbon needle in his shoulder out. Wasting no time, Niji quickly fell into his Hack Rokujian Sho stance again and began to eliminate the remaining Naruto clones. But just when he was about to finish off the last clone, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from his back, causing him to fall forward, where the last remaining Naruto clone delivered a stronger kick to his stomach and sent him crashing into the wall. After hitting the wall, the young Hyuga slowly picked himself up onto his knees and pulled out several needles from his upper back, which he was surprised to find. But how? Why didn't I see these needles coming? Niji muttered in confusion. I guess those eyes of yours can't see everything after all. Naruto mocked as he joined his last clone. Hearing this, Niji glared angrily at Naruto, but it was quickly replaced by realization when Niji suddenly realized what Naruto had been really up to the whole time. You've been planning this from the very start. You used your clones to attack me from different direction, so to find my blind spot, not to wear me down. Bingo. Naruto answered with smirk as he began to walk towards Niji to finish him off. In the audience dash, Niji has a blind spot? Tenten said in surprise as she didn't think he had a blind spot. So he did discover the Byakugan's blind spot. Hisahis commented as he had figured out Naruto's plan not too long ago. Impressive, the Mizukage remarked, as she was rather impressed with how effectively Naruto used his shadow clones. Indeed, the Raikage replied, as he too had to grudgingly compliment Naruto, as he wasn't even aware of the Hyugan clan's Baikon having a blind spot. In the arena, angry at how he had been duped again by Naruto, Niji started to get up, but before he could, Naruto suddenly spoke again. Don't bother trying to move, those needles I hit you with were coated with poison that paralyzes your body. You won't be able to move for the next few hours. But just when Naruto thought he had won the fight, he saw Niji smirk, making him stop when he was just a few feet from the Hyuga member. It seems that this time you're the overconfident one, Senju, and are underestimating me. Before Naruto could even ask what Niji was talking about, the Hyuga prodigy stood up and fell into his Hack Rokujian Sho stance once again. Impossible! Naruto thought in surprise, as the poison that coated the Senbon needles should have completely paralyzed his body. Did you really think I was not prepared for this? Niji asked. I watched both your battles against Haborimai and Lee closely and studied you as much as I could. Given your training as a medic Nin, it was obvious that you would have been trained to use poisons in battle, so before I came here, I injected myself with an antidote, making me immune to most poisons. Shit! Naruto thought, realizing that Niji had fooled him and drawn him in so that he would be in Niji's divination. Before Naruto could even try to escape, Niji used his Hack Rokujian Sho to hit 64 of Naruto's Tenketsu, stopping his chakra completely. After being hit by Niji's attack, Naruto spat up blood and began to fall to the ground. Heh, as I told you before, Senju, I was fated to win this battle from the very start, as he who is prepared for any situation in battle will always prevail. But just as Niji thought the fight was right, he saw Naruto smirk and say, You're right. After which he exploded into a puff of smoke, revealing he was a shadow clone. Another clone. Niji thought in surprise, realizing that Naruto must have used a Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique, to replace himself with his last remaining clone at the last second, preventing his Tenketsu from being sealed up. After discovering what Naruto had done, Niji quickly spun around to face the real Naruto, who had appeared, and attempted a spin kick on the Hyuga branch member. Acting fast, Niji quickly blocked the kick with his arm and attempted to hit some of Naruto's Tenketsu in his legs. But before he could hit them, Naruto used Niji's arm as a springboard and pushed himself away, avoiding Niji's strikes. So you were prepared for my attack? Neji asked after Naruto had landed back on the ground. Like you said, Hyuga team, the person who is prepared for any situation will always win. I'll admit, I didn't expect you to be immune to my poison. But I did prepare to replace myself, just in case you tried something. I see, Neji answered. But do not think you've won this battle, as now I know where you intend to attack me from. Really? Well, I'm about to show you that you've won other blind spot. Naruto replied with a smile, where he once again formed a single hand seal and created 4 more shadow clones. In the audience dash. Another blind spot. Tenten repeated in surprise. Impossible. A Hyuga elder said, who like the other elders was rather irritated by how Naruto revealed that the Byakugans had a blind spot. Something they never wanted anyone outside their clan to know about. Could there actually be another blind spot to the Byakugan? One that we aren't even aware of? Hayashi thought as he watched Naruto closely. In the arena dash. What other blind spot is he talking about? Neji thought. Could he be bluffing? No, I can't take that chance that he isn't. Not wanting to give Naruto a chance to attack, Neji quickly raced forward. But before he could reach Naruto or his clones, they dropped several smoke bombs which exploded and filled much of the arena with smoke. Stopping, Neji quickly took up a defensive stance while circling around, so to make it more difficult for Naruto or his clones to hit his blind spot in the back. What's he up to? He should know that this smoke won't hide him or his clones from my Byakugan. Neji thought as he looked for Naruto and his clones and wondered what they were up to. It didn't take him long for him to find the 4 Naruto clones as he saw them coming at him from all 4 sides with his Byakugan. Acting fast, Neji raised his arm up to slap away the first Naruto clone's fist, after which he then grabbed hold of the clone's outstretched arm and flipped him over so that he would crash into the second clone that was behind Neji. With the first 2 clones momentarily dealt with, Neji then jumped into the air to avoid the punches from the other 2 clones, who had come at him from opposite sides. After avoiding their attacks, Neji then preformed a mid-air double spin kick and kicked the 2 of them in the side of their heads, destroying them in one go. Once he landed back on the ground, Neji saw that the first 2 clones had gotten back onto their feet. Not wanting to give them a chance to attack him, Neji immediately spun around and delivered a sharp double hand strike to their chests, causing them to simultaneously explode into smoke like the others. After destroying the last 2 clones, Neji saw that the smoke from the smoke bombs had just about blown away. Where is he? Neji thought as he began to search around the arena for Naruto, but couldn't find him. Where could he have gone? He's not behind me or hidden in the trees and bushes, and he nots above me, so that only leaves he's... Neji thought, but before he could finish his thought, Naruto erupted out of the ground from underneath him and delivered a strong punch to the chin, which sent Neji into the air. Not letting up, Naruto quickly spun around, cried, Uzuhando, whirling kick! 3, where he delivered a powerful spinning back kick into the Hyuga's stomach, sending him flying into the arena wall again and making a large dent in it. Ugh! Neji grunted in pain after hitting the wall, where he slowly picked himself up again and glared at the smirking Senju who was standing next to the hole he had made. Damn you, you tricked me again! There was no second blind spot, you just wanted me to think there was. Actually, technically that was a blind spot. Like most people, you're focused on what is happening around you and not what was happening underneath you, which was why I was able to sneak up on you. To quote Kakashi-sensei, a shinobi must always look underneath. Naruto replied, although he knew what he just said wasn't exactly what Kakashi meant, it still fitted with what he was saying. Now if you don't mind, I think it's time we finish this battle of ours, said Naruto as he cracked his knuckles and then charged forward with his fist raised, intending to end the fight with a single punch. Seeing the immense amount of chakra focused in Naruto's hand with his Byakugan, Neji knew what was coming next and knew he had move or be splattered across the village. Waiting until the very last second, the young Hyuga quickly rolled to his left, allowing him to narrowly avoid the punch. Enter Haimatari Tushur soundtrack. After Neji moved away at the last second, Naruto slammed his fist into the arena wall, causing a large explosion and dust cloud. Eventually the dust cloud died down, and once it did, the audience was shocked to see massive 10-foot high and wide hole in the 3-foot thick arena wall. In the audience dash, oh my, the fire daimyo said in surprise. My goodness, Madam Shurjimi said in equal surprise. I knew Naruto-kun was strong, but I didn't think he was this strong. Rurikayo thought in shock, as she had seen Naruto use his immense strength to defeat a wild bear. Incredible, Hayashi muttered, Even though he was one of the few people in Konoha who knew Naruto's true capabilities, he's still surprised at seeing someone like Naruto having such immense strength. "Tsunade, how is this possible? How can someone have such incredible power?" Hanabi asked in surprise when she turned to her father. "Many things are possible in the world of shinobi, my daughter. You will see that when you are older." "Amazing," one of the Hyuga elders muttered. "To think a boy his age could possess such power." "Indeed," Hayashi's father muttered. "He is truly his mother's son." "Unreal," said Konohamaru, who like the rest of his classmates was in awe of his elder brother figure immense power. But it did not take him long to get over it, and once he did, he turned to his classmates who were still stunned by what they saw and said, "Ha! Did you see that? I told all of you that Naruto and I was awesome." "He's incredible," one student said. "He's fantastic," another student said. "He's great." Yet another student said where before long, all the young academy students were cheering for Naruto. The teachers of course didn't even bother to try and calm their students down, as like most people they were still in shock at Naruto's strength. What phenomenal strength! Irika thought, who was wondering if Naruto had been this strong when he fought Mizuki. "Did you see that, Kuratsuchi?" Akatsuchi asked in surprise. "Of course I did. I'm sitting right next to you, you idiot," Kuratsuchi snapped, who like her partner was stunned by Naruto's show of strength. "Your Gramps will want to know of this," the large young man said, where his female partner just nodded. "Looks like Gigi was right when he said there was more to this kid than meets the eye." The IWA Kunoichi thought, if he's this strong already, then no telling how strong he'll become later. It seems Naruto-kun is finally getting serious. An amused Hatorimi thought. Troublesome, Naruto just doesn't know how to hold back. Shikamaru muttered as he shook his head at what Naruto had done. Amazing Naruto-kun. Hinata thought in disbelief, as this was the first time she had seen Naruto use his superhuman strength. Damn, it's times like this that make me glad I'm not the one fighting Senju, Kiba commented. Let's just hope that things don't turn out the way they did at the end of the preliminaries, or else we might have to cancel the finals, Asuma said. Agreed, Yamato said. Even though he told Naruto not to go too far, he knew his student would probably still go overboard. Unbelievable, a stunned Izumo said. How can a kid like him be this strong? I mean, sure, I've heard the rumors, but I didn't think they were true. Yeah, Kotetsu muttered, who, like his friend, had heard the same rumors. The rumor had started circulating about a month ago, right after the preliminaries had ended, and when repairs had begun on the arena in the Forest of Death Tower. According to the rumor, the entire arena had been destroyed by two mere genin when they fought, one of the genin being none other than Senju Naruto, who was said to possess the same kind of inhuman strength that his mother had. Impressive, he is just as strong as the reports say, they said after seeing Naruto punch through the arena wall, before turning to Tsunade. Your son is truly a credit to you, Tsunade-sama. Indeed, he's quite impressive, the Kazekage added. Thank you, Mizukage-sama, Kazekage-sama, but trust me when I say this, you haven't seen half of what Naruto-chan can do. Well, regardless, I hope Naruto-kun shows a little more restraint here than he did in the preliminaries, as they're still trying to repair the arena in the tower, the Sandaime responded. Heh, no promises, sensei. As the three other Kages and the two Sannin continued to talk with one another, the Raikage remained surprisingly silent and stared down at Naruto. He was of course not surprised by Naruto's show of power, as he had heard about Naruto's strength from his brother Killer Bee when he sent a message telling him of how things were progressing in the exam. Naturally, when he first heard the news, he was surprised and thought his brother might have been extravagating things. But after seeing Naruto punch right through a 3-foot-thick stone wall and hearing what the Sandaime had said in the preliminaries, he had no choice but to accept everything his brother had said in his report. This could be trouble, the Raikage thought silently. End Himataru Tushire's soundtrack in the arena. When the smoke died down and Niji saw the massive hole in the wall, he silently thanked his quick reactions, for he was certain that if he had not moved just now, he would have been finished. What's wrong, team? Starting to get nervous? Naruto asked as he walked towards the young Hyuga and began to crack his knuckles. Hardly, Niji replied as he stood up and glared defiantly at the spiky-haired blonde. Well, you should be, as things are only going to get worse for you now, Naruto said before he created 4 more clones of himself and had them attack Niji, who was quickly forced on the defensive and pushed back. But eventually he gained the upper hand and skillfully dealt with the clones. But just as he had destroyed the last clone, Niji saw Naruto appear from above with his arms stretched out and a large amount of chakra focused into it. Knowing that he couldn't avoid Naruto's attack this time, Niji decided to play his trump card, where just as Naruto was about to hit him, Niji began to release a large amount of chakra from all his tenketsu, and then started to spin around at high speed, creating a rotating shield of chakra around him. Once Naruto made contact with the spinning dome of chakra, Naruto was sent flying backwards into the arena wall behind him, making a large dent into it. Gah! What the hell was that? Naruto grunted after he hit the wall and painfully looked toward Niji, who was now standing in a small crater. Don't think that you've won this battle already, Senju, Niji said as he smirked at Naruto when he saw the dumbfounded look on the blonde's face. I told you before, this battle was decided long ago and I am the one who is fated to win this battle. In the audience, naturally, when the audience saw what had happened, many were dumbfounded by the complete turnaround of the fight. As 1 second ago it looked like Naruto was about to win, but out of nowhere Niji used some strange technique to block Naruto's attack and send him flying into the arena wall. WWH, what was that? Ino asked in surprise and confusion, as like most people she couldn't understand what had happened. I don't know, Sakura replied. It looked like Naruto's punched him, but instead of Niji being sent flying, it was Naruto. That move? Could that kid actually master that technique? Kushina thought, as she stared at Niji with a frown. From the Kage booth, Tsunade, Jiraiya and the Hokage were all thinking the same thing as Kushina. Knowing that it was only feasible way Niji could have blocked Naruto's punch like that and sent him flying. Naruto, Shizen thought, who was sitting next to Kushina and Yamato, and had a look of concern as she saw her godson/surrogate brother in trouble. She was of course not the only one, as several other people were also showing concern for the young blonde. Among the number of concerned people was also the young Hyuga heiress Hinata, who was also one of the few people who knew what technique Niji had just used. That's... Hinata thought. Kaiten, revolving heaven. Hayashi finished in disbelief. Impossible, a shocked Hyuga elder said, who like the other elders couldn't believe that Niji performed another one of the main family's secret techniques. But how could Hayashi have thought him it? Another one of the elders asked. He wouldn't, Hayashi's father said, refusing to believe that his son would teach a branch member the secret techniques of the main family. Then how? Another elder asked, who received only silence as none of them could answer him. In the arena, confused and frustrated by what had just happened, Naruto stood, ignoring the pain he felt from smashing into the arena wall. Wanting to figure out what Niji had just done, Naruto created 8 more shadow clones and sent them to attack Niji, where they quickly surrounded him. Niji of course remained perfectly still and did not try to move away. Instead he waited for the clones' attack, where once they had surrounded him, they attacked him from all sides at the same time. But like before, Niji immediately started to spin around and released his chakra, once again creating the large spinning dome of chakra, while crying out, Hakusho Kaiten, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven! Like Naruto earlier, when the clones made contact with Niji's technique, they were all sent flying away and burst into smoke soon after. In the audience, that move, but father, that is... Hanabi said, but before she could finish, her father interrupted her. Yes, that is Kaiten, a secret technique that is only passed down to the successors of our clan, or in other words, the members of the main family. But somehow he was able to come up with this move himself, just as he did with the Hack Rokujian show. Such incredible talent. I never expected him to be so gifted. To think a boy from the branch family, who cannot succeed as head of our clan, has inherited our clan's bloodline ability to this extent. A Hyuga elder with wonderment at Niji's skill and ability said, It a disgrace. Another elder angrily spat, as he was furious at branch member being able to perform 2 of the main family's most carefully guarded secret techniques. Perhaps I made a mistake when I chose Hayashi to succeed me as clan head instead of Hisashi. Hayashi's father thought as he stared down at Niji. You're skilled, Naruto-san, but I am afraid you cannot get by Niji's ultimate defense as it is perfect. Tenten thought. In the arena, What will you do now, Senju Naruto? Niji asked. I told you earlier I had studied as much as I could about you. I knew I would have to face your immense strength sooner or later. That is why I developed this technique, so that I could counter your inhuman strength. No technique is without weakness, team, therefore your technique has won and I'll find it, just as I did with your Byakugan. Hey, you're living in a dream world, Senju, just like Lee with his foolish belief that hard work would allow him to overcome those of us who are gifted and make his dreams come true. At the mention of Lee, Naruto remembered his battle with Lee and how no matter how hard he hit him, the green-haired boy kept getting up. He refused to back down or give up. He then remembered how Neji scorned and mocked Hinata during and after their battle. Remembering this, Naruto grew even more determined to beat Neji, as he refused to let him get away with mocking his friends or spitting on their beliefs and dreams. "Why don't you just shut your mouth?" Naruto angrily said. "Just because you've more natural talent and ability than most people. It doesn't give you the right to put others down when they try their hardest and tell them they can never become stronger. That's rather amusing coming from you," retorted Neji. "Given how you were the one who destroyed Lee's career as a shinobi." In the audience dash. "That was low," Kushina said with a frown, as she knew how guilty Naruto felt over what happened to Lee, and how may have destroyed the boy's career. In the arena, gripping his fist in anger, Naruto glared at the Hyuga member. "I never wanted to do that to Lee, and if I could change things I would. Yet it did, so I don't see how you have the moral high ground here, Senju. I never tried to kill him like when you did with Hinata-chan, nor did I ever put him down or mock him for wanting to become a great shinobi. In fact, I respected and admired him for it. He may have lost the fight, but as far as I'm concerned, he proved himself as a great shinobi. The fact that he nearly defeated me proves it, as I only won by chance. It was not chance, it was fate. I told you before, Senju, our fates are decided from the moment we are born. They cannot be changed no matter what you believe or how hard you try to fight it. The fact that Lee still lost to you despite how close he came proves that, as does Hinata-sama's fight with me. What is it with you?" Naruto asked. "Why do you persist to go on with this fate crap? What is your deal with the Hinata-chan and the main family of your clan? I don't see why it should concern you. The fact that you tried to kill Hinata-chan, who is my friend, makes it my concern. Very well, I will tell you, since you seem to care so much about the Hyuga's clan fate of hatred," Neji said with an angry look as he remembered. "The Hyuga clan has a secret technique that has been passed down within the main family. This technique is called the Hyuga Soak no Junjutsu, Hyuga main family's curse seal technique." "Curse seal? As in like the one that Orochimaru put on me?" Naruto thought in surprise. "That curse seal symbolizes a caged bird, and is also a symbol of those who are bound within an inescapable destiny," Neji said before he took off his headband and revealed his curse seal, after which he continued on with his story. "With it, the main family controls the fate of all members of the branch family. It allows the head family to destroy the brain cells of any branch member who tries to fight their fate. Killing would be just as easy as well. And this curse seal will only disappear after I die, when it seals up my Byakugan." "But why?" Naruto asked in surprise, as it made no sense to him for a clan to do something like this to their own members. The Hyuga clan, as you know, has a unique bloodline limit, and there are many who are after it, or want to learn its secrets. So to protect it, this curse seal was created to ensure that the branch family protects the main family, and keeps our clan's secrets, as well as ensure that no branch member goes against a member of the main family. So you hate Hinata-chan because she is a member of the main family, and because they are the ones who forced the curse seal on you. It is hardly that simple. Then explain. One day when I was 4, this detestable seal was carved into me with that curse seal technique. On that day there was also a large ceremony in the village, celebrating a new peace treaty between Konohagakure and Kumogakure. I already know about this," Naruto interrupted. "On that day that the treaty was to be revealed, the head ninja who was sent by Kumo to negotiate the treaty was revealed to be a spy. The treaty was a cover created by Kumo to allow the head ninja to enter the village so that he could kidnap Hinata-chan and steal the Byakugan bloodline and learn its secrets. But the plan failed, as Hinata-chan's father stopped it by killing the head ninja before he could escape with Hinata-chan. When it was revealed, Kumo denied any knowledge of what the head ninja had done and blamed Konoha for what happened. They then demanded that Konoha pay, resulting in a Konoha shinobi having to sacrifice himself to prevent a war from breaking out. He did not sacrifice himself, he was murdered," Neji replied angrily. With their head ninja dead, Kumo demanded that Konoha give up a shinobi, or to be more precise, they demanded the body of the Hyuga clan head Hyuga Hayashi. "But he's alive," Naruto answered. "Precisely," Neji replied as he narrowed his eyes angrily. Wanting to avoid a war at all costs, Konoha agreed, but instead of Hayashi being sacrificed, the main family replaced him with my father, who was Hayashi-sama's identical twin brother. "No way," Naruto said, as didn't know any of this. Yes. Niji replied with a pained and angry look. To protect the main family, to protect our clan's secrets, to avoid another war with Kumo, the head family murdered my father. When he finished speaking, Niji closed his eyes in sorrow as he remembered the pain of seeing the dead body of his father, who was killed just to protect the main family. Naruto of course said nothing, as he had no clue of any of this. He did not know that there was more to the story than what he was told. In the audience in the stands, the audience remained silent, digesting everything that Niji had said. When Niji had finished his story on the Hyuga incident, several shinobi like Kushina frowned, as like her. The incident had left a bitter aftertaste in their months, and they did not agree with what happened. Up in the Kage stands, the Sandaime just lowered their heads, with some shame. He remembered those days all too well. In the grand scheme of things, sacrificing one man's life to stop a war that would result in the death of hundreds if not thousands of shinobi seemed like a small price of pay. But still, it had not made it any easier, especially knowing the pain that Hisashi's loved ones would feel with his death. At the same time, both Jiraiya and Tsunade frowned. They were familiar with that incident, since in the end, both Konoha and Kumo suffered because of it. The Raikage himself also frowned, as he did not like remembering how bad that incident turned out for his village. The plan had seemed so simple yet perfect, but in the end it turned into a gigantic mess, where they not only lost one of their best shinobi, but his village's reputation fell greatly. Even Hisashi corpse gave them nothing thanks to his curse seal sealing up his Byakugan, and when they later learned that Konoha had tricked them, they couldn't do a thing, since if they tried they would look even more petty than they did before. Damn, our village really screwed this guy over, Oma thought, who could not help feel a bit ashamed for what his village had done. In the arena dash. Now you see why you can never change your fate, like my father who could not escape his fate of being used to protect the main family. You cannot hope to defeat me, your fate is sealed. From what I can see, this fight is far from over, team, so don't go preparing your victory speech, as I am far from done. Naruto replied, staring back defiantly at the Hyuga boy, who frowned with annoyance. I may not know what it feels like to lose a father, since I never knew mine. But if that is your sole reason for you believing that our fate is predetermined, then you're a bigger fool than I thought. Frowning again, Niji retied his headband to his head and said, I tried to open your eyes, Senju, but you stubbornly refused to see the truth. I see just fine, the only one who is blind to the truth is you. Angered by this remark, Niji charged forward, intending to shut Naruto up with a hand strike to the heart. But just before he could hit Naruto, the blonde Senju used a Kawarimi no Jutsu to replace himself with a wooden log. The next thing Niji knew, Naruto reappeared behind him and threw several shuriken at him, in attempt to hit his blind spot. But before they could hit him, Niji preformed his Kaiten again to block the incoming shuriken, forcing Naruto to shun Shin away, and reappeared high up on the side of the arena wall opposite Niji, channeling his chakra to his feet to keep from falling off. Damn it, thanks to that Kaiten technique, I can't hit his blind spot anymore, but I think I am beginning to understand how it works now. I just need to see it one more time to make sure, Naruto thought. Creating 3 more clones, Naruto had them go to different ends of the arena wall, so that they would surround the Hyuga prodigy on all 4 sides. At the same time, Niji positioned himself to the center of the arena, so that he could see any incoming attack with his Byakugan. Once the shadow clones were in position, Naruto had the clone on the left side of the wall throw several kunai. He then had the one on the right thrown several shuriken, and the clone standing on the opposite end of the wall from him throw several Shinban needles. At the same time, Naruto also had his clones preform the Geniai Taja Shuriken no Jutsu, multiple phantom shuriken technique, multiplying the number of projectiles greatly. Knowing he couldn't avoid all the flying projectiles, Niji once again forced to preform his Kaiten to deflect them. After he had deflected the majority of the projectiles, Niji slowed down, and an impressive feat of skill and accuracy. He caught the last 3 shuriken and individually threw them at one of the Naruto clones, hitting them dead center in the head and destroying them. I think I now understand how the technique works. Obviously, it compensates for the Byakugan's blind spot and relies on Niji releasing a huge amount of chakra from his body. But just releasing the chakra from his body wouldn't be enough to stop physical attacks. That's why Niji needs to spin around, and by doing that he is also able to turn the energy of an opponent's own chakra against them, which also explains how he was able to block my enhanced punch and send me flying. Naruto thought, as he now understood the basics of Niji's technique. But still, that doesn't tell me how to counter it. Naruto thought as he continued to try and think of a way to break Niji's defense. If I use any of my Suiton, water style, and Doton, earth style, ninjutsu, he'll just block them like he did my punch. The same goes for my Surashifu, wine/slash technique. I can't draw the battle out in the hope of reducing his chakra reserves since I need to conserve my own energy for my other fights, so I need to finish this match quickly. I suppose I could try something like what Yujito-chan did in her fight with Kiba and use ninja wire to trap Niji, or at least prevent him from spinning. But I doubt that would work, as Niji has keener eyes than Kiba and will probably see them and figure out what I'm doing if I tried. Then again, if I used my Mokushiku no Jutsu, wooden tentacle technique, I could probably catch him off guard and restrain him. But if I do that, I reveal my ability to use Mokuton, would release, and Ka-chan and Kushina-sensei said I should hold off from using it unless I have to, especially if I go against either Yujito-chan or Gaara. If only I could use Yomi Numa, Swamp of the Underworld, like Arrow Sennin. Naruto thought. I could then just let him sink into the mud. I suppose I could summon a toad or a slug to help me, but I like to keep my ability to summon hidden until I really need it. Damn it, how the hell do I beat this guy's technique? In the audience dash. Looks like it's a stalemate. Yujito commented, as right now neither Naruto nor Niji could successfully attack the other. Agreed, replied Samui. What is Naruto-kun doing? Why isn't he attacking that Niji guy? Ino asked, since Naruto hadn't moved from his position for several minutes, and just kept staring at the Hyuga branch prodigy. My guess is that he is trying to think of a way to counter or break through Niji's Kaiten. Asuma answered. I don't see how it's possible, Kurenai replied. Since the Kaiten is one of the Hyuga clan's most powerful and prized techniques. Every technique has its weakness no matter how powerful, Naruto just has to figure it out. Kushina responded. But why hasn't Niji attacked? He hasn't moved since Naruto last attacked, Sakura asked. I believe it's because Niji-san knows that if tries to attack Naruto when he is on the wall, he will become vulnerable to attack from above. But if he stays where he is, he can see an incoming attack from any direction and block it. Also, he knows that Naruto is a close to mid-range fighter, meaning he will eventually have to come off the wall to attack. Yamato answered. Naruto-kun. Hinata thought with concern as she wasn't sure if Naruto could actually beat Niji's Kaiten. She knew how strong the technique was, since she had seen her father use it several times. Come on, Senju, don't let that bastard beat you. You promised to make him pay for what he did to Hinata-chan, so turn this fight around already. Kiba yelled as stood up from his seat. In the arena dash. Damn it, Kiba, don't you think I would if I could? Naruto thought angrily when he heard Kiba shout at him. But just as turned to look at the Inuzuka, inspiration suddenly hit him. Wait. Turn, that's it. After which Naruto turned his head to look at Niji before looking back at Kiba again. Kiba, if you were a girl right now, I would kiss you. Naruto thought with a smile and gave the male Inuzuka a thumb up in gratitude. In the audience dash. Huh! Kiba said in confusion when he saw Naruto smile at him and give him a thumb up. What's that about? Looks like you said something that helped Naruto, Kushin answered. But what did I say that helped him? Kiba asked. I don't know, but I'm sure we'll see soon enough. Kushina responded, where she then watched Naruto created a dozen shadow clones. In the arena dash. What's he up to this time? Niji asked inside his mind, when he saw Naruto create several shadow clones. But wasn't able to ponder the matter for long, as he saw the clones race down the wall and head straight for him. Seeing the clones coming towards him, Niji fell into a defense stance, while at the same time keeping his senses alerts and watching the real Naruto, who remained on the wall overlooking things. It did not take long for the clones to reach Niji, where they quickly surrounded him from all sides. At the same time, Naruto moved from his position on the side of the wall and raced up to the top of the wall, where he watched his clones battle with Niji. After skillfully defeating 3 of the 12 clones with his Juken, Niji caught a kunai with his right hand that a clone from behind had thrown at him, and then used it to deflect 2 more kunai that were thrown at him from his right side. He then caught a 3rd kunai from his left side and threw it right back at the clone that threw it, destroying it instantly. When Naruto saw this, he smirked, as his plan was finally ready, where he drew his katana from his back and jumped into the air with his katana held forward. He then began to release a large amount of chakra around himself while spinning counterclockwise at a high velocity, taking the shape of small tornado falling toward Niji. Naturally, when Kiba saw this, he was shocked at how similar Naruto's technique was to his own Getsuga, Fong passing Fong. At the same time, the remaining Naruto clones repositioned themselves around Neji and prepared to attack from all sides at the same time. Seeing that he was being attacked from all sides, including above, with his Byakugan, Neji knew he had only one technique that could save him. Yet despite his situation, he remained perfectly calm and confident. "Hey, I don't know what trick you're up to this time, Senju. But it won't work as my Kaiten cannot be broken," Neji thought before he once again preformed his Kaiten, destroying all 8 remaining clones instantly. But when Naruto's attack made contact with Neji's Kaiten, a large explosion erupted, causing a large dust cloud to appear. As the dust cloud began to envelope the arena below, the audience saw something fly out of the dust cloud and crash into the arena wall. But before anyone could get a better look at what hit the wall, the dust expanded further out and blocking their view. With the audience dash. "Damn it, this is nuts," Shikamaru thought. "What's happening? What's going on? Where Naruto-kun?" Ino asked. "I don't know, I can't see anything," Sakura replied. "Naruto-kun," a worried Hinata thought. When the dust slowly began to settle, the audience saw a silhouette kneeling on the ground in the middle of a small crater in the center of the arena. Eventually the dust faded and the audience could finally make out spiky yellow hair. "Look, it's Naruto, he's alright," Choji shouted after seeing the blonde boy, who looked slightly ruffled and dirty from the dust, but fine otherwise. "Thank goodness," Ino sighed, not knowing that the young Hyuga heiress near her and several other girls nearby also sighed in relief. "But where's Neji?" Tenten asked herself, and quickly got her answer, when she turned to the opposite end of the arena from Naruto and saw her Hyuga teammate, who was on the ground, covered in injuries, struggling to get up and massive dent in the wall behind him. "No way, Neji! It can't be," a Hyuga elder said. "He used the Kaiten, how could he have lost?" "I don't know," Hayashi's father replied, who frowned deeply. "What sort of technique did that boy use?" the elder man asked himself, not knowing that his son Hayashi was also wondering the exact same thing. In the arena after the dust from the explosion settled, Naruto stood back up and sheathed his katana back into its sheath on his back. At the same time, Neji got back onto his feet, but was fairly shook up from Naruto's attack, where he was panting and shaking heavily, as well as covered in injuries that were bleeding and could barely stay on his feet. "WH, what WW was that technique you just used?" Neji asked slowly as he looked over at Naruto, who was dusting himself off. "How did you break my Kaiten?" "I call the technique Kaijiri, spinning cut, and as to how I broke it. Well, I told you before, Neji team, no technique is perfect, every technique has its weakness and yours has 3. "What?" Neji yelled angrily, not believing the blonde. "It's true, the first weakness is the chakra requirements, since you need to release a large amount to preform it. That's why it's not an ideal technique to use multiple times in a drawn-out battle. The second weakness is your requirement to spin around, since it's not enough just to release your chakra, you need to spin, and if I prevent you from spinning you can't use it," Naruto replied as he counted down the weakness of the Kaiten with his finger. "And the third?" asked Neji. "Well, the third weakness is the spinning itself." "What do you mean?" "As you already know, to perform the Kaiten, you release a large amount of chakra from your body and spin around at high speed. This gives you a powerful defense that allows you to block almost any attack. But the real secret to your technique is its ability to turn the energy of an opponent's own chakra against them. That's how you sent me flying when you used your Kaiten to block my enhanced punch," Naruto explained, enjoying the stunned, disbelieving look on Neji's face when he revealed the secret ability of the Kaiten. Neji, of course, wasn't the only one who was shocked at Naruto knowing the secret ability of the Kaiten, as every other member of the Hyuga clan who was in the audience, including Hayashi and his 2 daughters, mimicked the young boy's face. How did you know?" finished Naruto. "Wasn't too hard to figure out, as I had experienced it and seen you use it just enough times to figure the basics out. But as for that hidden ability, it was the only possibility that explained how you were able to deflect my supercharged punch so effortlessly without taking damage. But that still does not explain the third weakness you mentioned? The simple answer is that the spinning itself is both your greatest asset and your weakness." "What?" "Think of it like this. In the game of spinning tops, when 2 tops that spin in opposition direction from one another collide, they normally cancel each other out. All I had to do was use an attack that used rotation in manner similar to your Kaiten and spin in the opposition direction that you were going. That why you mimicked the Inuzuka clan's Getsuga," Neji said, realizing what Naruto was saying. Correct, although I'll admit I can't use it in the same manner that Kiba or the rest of his clan do, which was why I had to go to the top of the wall and attack you from above. But that still doesn't answer how you were able to hit me, since as you said the two techniques should have just cancelled each other out. Oh, that is just another benefit from spinning in the opposite direction that you were going. Since as you know, when an opponent hits your Kaiten it sends the attacking energy right back to him or her. But given how I was spinning in the opposite direction from you, all the energy you sent back just doubled my attack's power, which was why you were blasted away. But how could you have known which direction I would have gone? That was actually the easiest part. You see, when you took one of my clones' kunai you held it in your right hand, meaning you were right-handed and would favor your right side. So the chances of your spinning in a clockwise direction were pretty high. Naruto answered, while silently thanking Shikamaru, since he had picked up that little tip from when he battled Team 10. In the audience dash. Impossible, he actually found a way to counter the Kaiten. A Hyuga elder in shock said. So it seems. Hayashi's father said, who like the rest of the Hyuga clan elders, wasn't pleased at how Naruto not only found a way to counter one of their clan's most prized techniques, but also with how he was humiliating their clan, by revealing the weakness of their techniques and making it look so easy. Ingenious. Kurenai said in disbelief as she couldn't believe Naruto had come up with such a simple yet brilliant counter to Niji's Kaiten. Indeed. Yamato replied, who was just as impressed with his student. All right. Kiba yelled as he pumped up his fist into the air excitedly, as despite being a bit peeved that Naruto copied his clan's technique, he was really impressed with the blonde. In fact, the way Naruto did it gave him some ideas. Unbelievable, he actually found a way to defeat Niji's Kaiten. Tenten said in complete disbelief, as she honestly didn't think it was possible. Extraordinary. Kohura commented. Yes, the boy is talented in many ways, but it is to be expected from the new heir of the Senju. Hamura replied. Your skill is truly remarkable, young Naruto, but show me what else you are capable of. Danzo thought as he stared intently at the blonde boy. Not bad, Naruto, not bad. Kushina thought with a smile. Yeah. That away, Naruto-kun. Ino cheered loudly. You're amazing, Naruto-kun. Hinata said with awe as she couldn't believe that Naruto figured a way to break one of her clan's most powerful techniques. As expected from my future husband. Mai thought with a smile. I hate to admit it, but this guy is pretty good, for a Konohanin. Kuratsuchi commented, where her partner Akatsuchi just nodded. Not too shabby. Omo commented with a smile as he sucked a lollipop. I guess. Karui replied, who couldn't deny that what Naruto did was pretty impressive. It's to be expected, Naruto is not someone that we can underestimate. Yujito added as she joined the conversation. Although her teammates noticed that she was smiling a bit, as if pleased that Naruto was winning. Agreed, Samui said. Also, it's highly possible that Naruto-san has yet to show us his true ability, as for most of the fight he has only used his super strength and Kage Bunshin. I would be surprised if he didn't have something else up his sleeve. Yujito replied, as Naruto was the type of person who always had a few tricks to use. Most impressive, the Kazekage said as he turned to Tsunade. You were indeed correct, Tsunade-sama. Your son is a very capable shinobi. I agree, to come up with something like that in the heat of battle is no small feat. The Mizukage added, where she was joined by the Reikage, who nodded in agreement, since he had to grudgingly hand it to Naruto for coming up with such a simple yet effective counter to the Hyuga's clan ultimate defense. Thank you, he takes after me, Tsunade said with a smile as she watched her son. In more ways than one. Jiraiya muttered quietly. Did you say something? Tsunade asked, in a sweet but dangerously tone. Nothing, the white-haired man said quickly, not wanting to be on the receiving end of the blonde woman's fist just yet. In the arena dash. I suggest that you surrender now, team. I've broken your so-called ultimate defense, and you can barely stand let alone move. After Niji had heard everything, he grew furious at how Naruto was basically putting him down like he was some weakling. This battle is far from over, Senju, so don't act like you've already won. Niji yelled as he charged at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto just shook his head and thought. And you call me a blind fool? You've already lost this fight, but you refuse to accept it. Before Niji could even cross half the distance between his and Naruto, the blonde Senju disappeared in a blur and appeared right underneath Niji, and delivered a powerful rising kick that sent the Hyuga prodigy into the air. The next thing Naruto did was preform the Kagebyo, shadow of the dancing leaf, allowing him to match Niji's movement, and appear behind him and hit one of Niji pressure points in the back, preventing from moving. Normally Niji would have prevented this, but given the state of his body from Naruto's early attack, he was in no shape to counter Naruto. After hitting Niji's pressure point, Naruto then disappeared and reappeared above Niji and performed mid-air flip, followed by his Gekikaku, hammer kick, that was enhanced by his super strength and sent Niji crashing to the ground like a meteor, causing a large dust cloud to fill the area again. With the audience when this happened, a worried look appeared on Hinata's face, as despite what happened between her and Niji, she hoped that he wasn't seriously hurt. Niji! Thought Tenten in concern when she saw what happened to her teammate. Damn, that's gotta hurt, Naruto sure doesn't hold back, Kiba said, although didn't feel the least bit sorry for Niji and believed he deserved it. Yeah, replied Choji, who had just stopped munching on some chips. In the arena after sending Niji crashing to the ground, Naruto gracefully landed on the ground, just outside the large dust cloud. Eventually the dust died down, and when it cleared everyone could clearly see a badly injured Niji crumpled up in the ground. Surprisingly, Niji remained conscious, but was coughing and spitting up blood and struggling to breathe. NGH, my body, cough, can't move. Seeing this, Naruto slowly walked up to the Hyuga prodigy and redrew his katana from his back. Once he reached Niji, he stood on the Hyuga boy's chest, causing him to hiss in pain, making Naruto guess that he had a bruised lung, along with several dozen broken bones. Once Naruto stood over Niji, he pointed the tip of his katana directly at the Hyuga's face. What are you doing? Niji asked. I was just thinking that maybe I should show you the same kind of mercy that you were planning to show Hinata-chan had Kushina-sensei and the others not stopped you, as killing isn't illegal in the exam. When Naruto said this, Niji surprisingly remained calm and stared directly at Naruto. You won't, you're not the type. You're right, Naruto said as he removed his foot from Niji's chest and sheathed his katana. I'm better than you, I don't kill unless I have to. And then groaned Niji in pain as his entire body was screaming in pain right now and he couldn't move a figure thanks to his injuries. It seems I was mistaken, I should have known that you were fated to win, you're a Senju after all. TSK. This is why I hate being called a prodigy, as it makes me sound like someone like you. An arrogant team, who belittles and looks down on those who don't have as much natural talent as you and think they are better than everyone else around them. But do you want to know what the funny thing is? You're nothing more than a coward. What? Niji said angrily as he glared up at Naruto. You heard me, you're nothing more than a coward. When things don't go your way, you blame it on fate or destiny, because you don't have the courage to face your problems and deal with them. You then put down others like Lee and Hinata-chan, who don't have the same natural talent as you do, just so that you can feel better than yourself. You know nothing, so don't you dare lecture me. People are born carrying an unchangeable fate. For a person who has the ability to see more than most, you really are a blind idiot. Don't think that you're the only special one here. I may not know how hard you had it when your father was killed, but I do know that you've got the wrong idea to think that reason alone proves that our fate is predetermined and that it gives you the right to put others down. The fact is, people like Lee are stronger than you, as despite everything that went against him, he trained as hard as he could and more, just so that he could become stronger. Unlike you, he never hid behind some crap like fate or destiny. He faced his problems head-on and overcome them. Even Hinata-chan showed more courage than you. When she fought you, she knew she couldn't win, but she still fought you with everything she had. She could have simply just given up, but didn't and kept fighting even after you injured her. It doesn't change anything, they still lost. Niji retorted. Fate cannot be changed. They may have lost, replied Naruto, but they proved to be better than you. They never gave up like you did, while you hid behind so-called fate. You don't know what it's like to have a cursed seal placed on you against your will. Niji snarled. To carry a seal that can never be removed. Someone like you could never understand what that feels like. When Niji said this, Naruto remembered what it felt like when Orochimaru gave him his cursed seal. He also remembered the seal of the Kyuubi, and how it would remain in him for the rest of his life. Oh, I understand better than you might think, and it still doesn't give you the right to do what you did, Naruto answered, causing Niji to glare angrily at him. It's not the head family or the cursed seal that they placed on you that confines you to this so-called inescapable fate of hatred. It's yourself. You're unwilling to try and move past it, and try and change both yourself and the ways of your clan. That's why as long as you remain this way, you can never be free or realize your true potential. And how, do you expect me to do that? I could kill you right now if I wanted, but I won't. Destiny and predetermined fate are just excuses. We make our own fate by the choices we make, and I choose not to kill you. If you're as smart as everyone thinks you are, then you can learn to move past the strife of your clan and change your fate and become stronger, and when the time comes, if you are willing, I will help you change the ways of the Hyuga clan. As the two boys spoke, the match referee Ginma walked over to them, and after seeing that Niji was in no shape to move, let alone fight, he decided to call the match. I hereby declare this match over. The winner is Senju Naruto. In the audience, as soon as Ginma had declared Naruto the winner, the arena erupted into applause and cheers. He did it, he won! Sakura yelled. I knew he would! Ino cried. Alright. Kiba rared as he pumped his fist into the air. Naruto-kun. Hinata thought with a smile. Not bad, there were times I actually didn't think he would win. Kotetsu commented as he joined the crowd in their clapping for Naruto. Yeah. Izumo replied, who was also clapping his hands. Way to go, Nisan, you were awesome. Konohamaru yelled as he stood up on his seat and cheered loudly for Naruto, and was quickly joined by his friends and classmates, who were going wild, jumping up and down in their seats cheering. Just as I expected. Mai thought as she smiled down at her fiancé. He's pretty good, at Kuratsuchi? Akatsuchi asked. Yeah, I hate to admit it, but he is. The young Iwa Kunoichi replied. I must say, Naruto-kun has certainly come a long way. The fire daimyo said. Of course, no one can defeat Naruto-kun, since he plans to become Hokage one day. Rurikayo replied. My Rurikayo-chan, you seem rather certain of young Naruto. Could it be that you are rather fond of the boy? The girl's grandmother asked with a knowing smile. Rurikayo of course didn't answer, but did blush a little, which was all her grandparents needed and caused them and her guards to smile in amusement. Nice going, brat. Kushina thought with a smile. Well done, Naruto. Yamato thought with an approving nod. The kid did well, Anko remarked. Yes, he did very well. He was able to defeat Niji without revealing most of his abilities, Kurenai said. Yeah, Asuma replied, who was impressed with the way Naruto defeated Niji, not by overpowering him, but by staying calm, watching and analyzing Niji's abilities and finding their weaknesses. These were traits that would serve a Chunin well, especially as a team leader. To think he defeated Niji without having to use his bloodline or the rest of his abilities, just how strong is this boy? Hayashi thought, not knowing that the Hyuga elders were thinking along similar lines. Looks like Naruto won, Oma commented. Of course, I wouldn't anything less for Naruto, replied Yujito with a smile, as Naruto was keeping their promise to face each other semifinals. Man, this is just great. Now that Naruto has won, I going have to fight next. Why do I keep dealing with these troublesome things? Shikamaru grumbled. Wow, he was great, a civilian said. He's spectacular, another civilian said. Well, of course he is a Senju after all, a Konoha shinobi said. Not to mention he is Tsunade-sama's son. Yeah, and he pretty cute too, a Konoha Kunoichi added. When Ino and Sakura heard this, both of them stopped cheering where sad looks appeared on their faces. Both of them of course thinking about their respected matches in the preliminaries and how they lost to their opponents without much effort. Knowing this, they realized how weak they truly were when compared to others in the Chunin exam. Ha! So much for Naruto-chan losing. I told you he would win. His good luck is stronger than my bad luck, Tsunade said with a grin as she thought about all the stuff she'd buy with the money she won. But quickly decided to bet all the money she had won on Naruto's next fight, doubling her profit. Hey, I never doubted the kid would win. I trained him after all. I was just worried your bad luck would jinx him, that's all, Jiraiya replied. What do you mean by you? Asked Tsunade as she eyed her former teammate dangerously. Since she and Shizen had done most of Naruto's training when he was growing up, while Jiraiya only popped in every so often to help a little. You're right. I mean we trained him, the Toad Sage said quickly while laughing nervously. In the arena as the audience continued to cheer for Naruto, the young Senju smiled and waved back to them, but before long he looked down at Niji. I suggest that later, you apologize to Hinata-chan, although she probably doesn't hold any ill will towards you for what you did. It would mean a lot to her to know that the difference between you and main family could be put aside, since you're family after all. After saying this, Naruto then walked away and headed for where the rest of the Chunin finalists were waiting. As Naruto walked away, the medics went over to Niji and began to load him onto the stretcher. As they did this, Gunma suddenly spoke. When captured birds grow wiser, they try to open the cage with their beaks. They don't give up, because they want to fly again. After he said this, he walked away and prepared for the next match, leaving the young Hyuga branch member with a lot to think about. Chapter 27 Cat in the Mist. In the arena medical ward. After losing his battle against Naruto, Neji was brought to the medical ward by the medics where they treated him for his injuries. After a few minutes, the medics finished treating most of Neji's injuries. Luckily, there is no serious damage done to your internal organs with the exception of some bruising, so you should be on the mend in a couple of days. The best thing you can do right now is rest and move as little as possible, as your body is still mending and you have used up most of your chakra in your battle. As the medics were talking to him, Neji's mind was on other things where he thought back to what Naruto had told him during and after their battle. Soon after, the door to the ward opened up and they were surprised to see the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, entered the room. "Hayashi-sama," said one of the medics in surprise when he saw the Hyuga clan head enter the room. "My apologies, but if it is not too much trouble, would you mind leaving us alone for a moment?" Surprised by this, the two medics did not know what to say. Please, it won't take long." "Hi, very well. Thank you." After the medics had left, Neji slowly but painfully lifted himself up, so that he was sitting up on the side of his bed. His body was fairly stiff and swore despite the painkillers the medics gave him. "What business do you have?" Neji asked his uncle in a neutral tone, since he had no real wish to talk to his uncle. "I came here to tell you the truth of that day." "What do you mean?" Neji asked with a frown. For the next few minutes, Hayashi explained how after Kumo demanded his body as restitution for the death of their head ninja, he was prepared to sacrifice himself to prevent a war between Konoha and Kumo. But before he could, the Hyuga elders proposed that Hizashi be used instead, as his body double. In addition to protecting him, Hizashi would also keep the Byakugan's secrets from being discovered. Hayashi then went on to explain how he tried to prevent this, but Hizashi had already agreed and disabled Hayashi before he could stop them. He then explained that Hizashi told him he was not doing this to preserve the Hyuga's structure, but to save his, Hayashi's, life, to prevent war, and to choose his own fate for the first time in his life. When Neji heard this, he of course did not believe it, and thought that his uncle was lying and that he was making up excuses for the head family. But before he could say anything, Hayashi took out a scroll from his robes and handed it to him. "This is from your father. He told me to give this to you when I believed you were ready to hear the truth of what happened that day. It will confirm everything that I told you." When Neji saw the scroll, he first thought it was a fake, but when he looked at it more closely, he recognized his father's handwriting on the cover of the scroll, which, to Neji. Quickly taking the scroll, Neji opened it and began to read it. As Neji read the letter, it confirmed everything that his uncle had told him. But the thing that stuck out most to Neji was what his father said at the end of the letter. "Overcome destiny, Neji. Destiny has to be taken in your own hands." When Neji had finished reading his father's letter, he was shocked to see his uncle on his knees with his head to the ground. "This is the truth," the elder man said with clear regret in his voice, while keeping his head down. "I'm sorry." After seeing this, Neji did not know what to say, as he never expected his uncle to be on his knees bowing before him. He also found he could not be angry at him anymore, especially when he was like this. Eventually Neji asked his uncle to get up and then asked him to leave, saying he wanted to be alone for a few minutes, so to digest everything he had learned. After Hayashi left the room, a sort of calmness and peace came over Neji, as if finally knowing the truth of his father's death, and reading his final words to him, gave him the closure he needed to move on with his life. Soon after, Neji turned to look out one of the small windows above him, and thought about what he planned to do with his life now. In the Kagestan dash. "The crowd seems to be very eager. Your son's battle was very exciting, Tsunade-sama," the Mizukage commented as she looked at the elder woman. "I agree," added the Kazekage. "Your son has qualities that would indeed make him a fine chunin. He was able to analysis and effectively counter not only the Hyuga clan's Hakusho Kaiten, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, but also find the Byakugan's blind spot, both of which are no small feats." Both Sarutobi and the Mizukage agreed with the Kazekage assessment of Naruto, as they had been very impressed with how Naruto fought Neji. Tsunade was of course very pleased with Naruto since her son had defeated the young Hyuga without revealing any of his other abilities to everyone. She was also very pleased with how well Naruto had grasped the value tactics. When he was younger, it had been quite hard to teach Naruto to plan ahead and learn to analysis things, since like most young boys his age he believed in charging head on and simply beat his opponent. Eventually Tsunade was brought out of her line of thought by the Hokage, who was just finishing speaking to the Sandaime. I believe the next battle will be just as exciting. If I am correct, I believe the next battle involves your daughter Kazekage-sama? The Sandaime Hokage asked. Yes, Temari is a highly skilled and competent kunoichi. I'm certain she will perform admirably. After the Kazekage said this, Jiraiya frowned since it was unusual for the Kazekage to speak so much. Not to mention he was rather surprised by how much the Kazekage was praising his daughter. The last time Jiraiya saw the man was when he went with Minato to sign the new alliance treaty between Konoha and Suna, which funny enough sparked the whole incident between Minato and Tsunade. During that time, Jiraiya found the man to be a rather cold individual who distanced himself from his family, and put his duty as Kage and leader of Suna first, above everything else, including his family. Sure, it was possible that he could have changed over the years, but Jiraiya highly doubted it. Since for some reason he felt that there was something off with the Kazekage, and he decided to keep a closer eye on him. In the finalist box after defeating Niji, Naruto walked up to the box, where the other finalists were watching from. When Naruto arrived, he was greeted by some of the other finalists. Some like Haku, Yujito and Omo congratulated him on his win, while others like Samui and Shino simply nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly after, their attention turned back to the arena, where Genma called down Temari and Shikamaru so that they could begin the second match. Once Temari heard her name being called out, she quickly took her large fan out from behind her back and opened it up and then swung it in a wide arc, creating a large gust of wind. She then jumped out of the finalist box and hopped on the large fan and used it and the wind to ride down to the arena. Ah man, she's a lively one. I hate lively women, this is so troublesome. Shikamaru muttered. Why do I have to fight a girl? Better yet, why do I even have to do this annoying exam? I prefer to just give up, it's just too much of a pain to do. But before he could even try and give up, Naruto walked over to him. Ah, come on Shikamaru, don't say that. Now go down there and show her what you're made out of. After saying this, Naruto then gave him a hard slap on the back, sending the young Nara flying head first into the ground at the other end of the arena, before slamming into the arena wall. Was that really necessary, Naruto-san? Shino asked as he had been standing next to Shikamaru before Naruto sent him flying. In response, Naruto just smirked and said, They say lions push their cubs off a cliff to test their worthiness. I was just giving Shikamaru the push he needed. Yes, I understanding that, but I was just wondering, was it necessary to use your inhuman strength when you pushed him? Some people need a harder push than others. Naruto replied with a bigger smile, making the young Abirame raise his left eyebrow up and wonder if the blonde Senju was right in the head. In the arena dash. Damn you Naruto, you jerk! Shikamaru thought as lay on the ground. This is such a drag. I don't care if I become a Chunin or not, I prefer to lay down and watch the clouds go by. Maybe if I just lay down here they'll just let me quiet and I can get out of this troublesome situation. Seeing that Shikamaru hadn't moved at all, Temari decided to make the first move, where she charged forward and attempted to club him with her massive fan. Acting quickly, Shikamaru stabbed two kunai into the wall, and used them as stands to avoid Temari's attack, as well as to look down at her. I don't really care if I become a Chunin or not, but a man can't lose to a woman. So I guess I'll fight. Angered by this, Temari swung her fan again to create a large gust of wind. But when the dust died down from the attack, Temari found Shikamaru had disappeared. Humph, looks like he ran away. The Suna Kanasahai thought with an arrogant smirk, where she then started to look around for Shikamaru. Near where Temari was, the young Nara hid behind one of the trees, trying to think on what his next move should be. Man, this is such a drag. A man can't lose to a woman, but then again, a man can't really hit a woman. Not to mention I don't want to get hit either. Eventually though, after enough time of studying the arena and everything around it, Shikamaru came up with a plan. When Shikamaru began to send out his shadow to capture Temari, the Suna Kunoichi backed away further and kept her distance. She of course knew what Shikamaru's primary attack was, thanks to seeing his previous match, and knew how it worked and made sure to stay out of his shadow's range. But despite this precaution on Temari's part, Shikamaru used various tactics to increase the distance of his shadow's reach. This forced her to retreat further back and buying time for the sun to set and give him more shadows to work with. Temari later realized that Shikamaru was simply buying time for the sun to set, furthering the range of his shadow. After discovering this, Temari attempted to finish the match before that happened, by hiding behind her large fan, and then planned to use a clone to distract Shikamaru long enough to allow her to finish him with one blow. But before she could perform her plan, Shikamaru caught her with his shadow from behind. Once Shikamaru caught her in his shadow, he revealed that he had been manipulating her into a position in front of the exit to a tunnel which was dug out by Naruto during an earlier match, where he could guarantee that she was caught by his shadow from behind. But instead of finishing the Suna Kunoichi off, Shikamaru forfeited the match, claiming that he had exerted too much of his chakra when capturing Temari and would be unable to fight later battles. Moreover, he said he did not like to hurt or hit women. In the audience, when the audience heard that Shikamaru forfeited the match, many were left stunned, as Shikamaru had obviously won the battle, but forfeited the match. "I don't believe it, what a waste." Ino cried in disbelief before she turned to her other teammate Choji and grabbed him by the collar and began to shake him. "Why?" cried the blonde girl angrily. "He had the match won and had a good chance to become a Chunin. He's just being himself." Choji replied with a knowing smile, as he expected this to happen from the start, as he knew Shikamaru better than anyone. "Man, what a drag!" moaned Enko, as she was rather disappointed with how things turned out. "Really, I can't tell if he's being serious about this or not," said Kurinai. "I don't understand either," commented Asuma. "Regardless of whether we understand or not, it's obvious his intelligence and strategies aren't genin level," Kushina said as she joined the conversation. "If a basic platoon had carried out a mission like this and followed his plan, they would have won easily. If we were to look at the qualities expected of a Chunin, that kid possesses the most important attribute: leadership." After Kushina said this, both Kurinai and Asuma nodded their heads in agreement, since they knew what Kushina said was true. At the same time, the former red-headed ANBU captain couldn't help but smile at the young Nara, as the boy acted almost exactly like his father, back when she was in the academy. She also thought about trying to organize some more joint training exercises between Naruto and Team 10. In the hope of Shikamaru's calm demeanor rubbing off on Naruto, since she knew how reckless her student could be at times, especially in battle. Sure, Naruto's recent battle with Niji showed that he could analyze and formulate effective tactics against opponents. The problem with Naruto was that he could get too emotional at times, which in turn would affect his ability to make rational decisions. "It's unfortunate that he doesn't seem motivated," Asuma thought with some disappointment. But in exchange, he didn't lose his head in panic during the battle. That's why he was able to retreat calmly, as he determined that the situation was bad. That comes from a calm discussion-making ability, which is vital as a team leader. "Most impressive," muttered the fire daimyo as he rubbed his chin, as he was rather impressed with the way Shikamaru fought. Same old Shikamaru, Irika thought with a smile, as he looked down at the boy, ignoring the moaning and groaning from his students who were annoyed when Shikamaru gave up. But still, he had hoped that after seeing Shikamaru's battle, his students would see the value of making a plan and not rushing in head first into battle. I don't know whether to call this guy a genius of an idiot. My thought, as on one hand she was amazed at how Shikamaru defeated Temari. But on the other hand she was infuriated by how he simply gave up, just when he had won. "Loser," Kuratsuchi muttered with a frown, after hearing Shikamaru gave up. "It seems you were right, Kazekage, that was an interesting match. Wouldn't you agree, Jiraiya, Tsunade?" said the Hokage as he turned to his former students. "Yeah, despite forfeiting, that Nara kid did pretty well," Jiraiya replied. "That Sand Girls didn't do too badly either." "Agreed, he certainly has qualities that would make him a good Chunin and team leader, and the girls shows some promise as well," Tsunade answered. Most of the other Kages of course agreed with what Tsunade said about Shikamaru, since in attributes for a team leader Shikamaru understood the need to protect his team from danger over simply completing the mission. Even the Reikage had to grudgingly compliment the Nara Heir, as he was impressed with Shikamaru's strategic abilities and his ability to calmly analyze the situation and make a successful plan. In the finalists box after Shikamaru declared that he forfeited, Naruto was of course as surprised as everyone else, since it was obvious that Shikamaru would have won had he just finished Temari off. Also, like everyone else, Naruto had been amazed by Shikamaru's strategies and tactical brilliance, which clearly outshone his own. "Ha ha ha, oh man, I should have known he would do this, ha ha ha." Naruto laughed as his surprise finally wore off. "What the hell are you laughing about, Senju?" Karu asked, who had moved next to Naruto and Shino at the railing along with the rest of her team, so that they could get a better view of Shikamaru and Temari's match. "That idiot just threw away the match right when he was about to win." I'm laughing because this is just like Shikamaru, Naruto said with a smile. He's the most unmotivated person I've ever met in my life. He doesn't care if he becomes a Chunin or not. In fact, he probably believes this whole exam is too troublesome to try. Then he's an even bigger idiot than I thought, Karui muttered. I wouldn't be calling this guy an idiot if I were you, Karui, Omo replied as he analyzed Shikamaru carefully. What? Said Karui in surprise. I agree, in fact he is far from an idiot, Samui added. What do you mean? Yujito asked, although she already had an idea what Samui and Omo were getting at. Obviously his excuse of not having enough chakra is a lie, Omo said as he looked down at Shikamaru, who was making his way back to the finalist box. Even given the length of the match and the number of times he attempted to capture Temari-san, he should still have enough chakra to finish her off. But instead he chooses to give up. My guess is that he was thinking further on ahead, since if he had won he would have gone against Naruto, and my guess is that he knows what Naruto is capable of and doesn't believe he can win, or that he simply didn't have enough chakra to last him in the second round. So he decided to forfeit the match. Agreed, added Samui. It would be folly to enter a battle that you know you cannot win. He is clearly someone who remains calm under stressful situations and analyses all possible situations. The way he defeated Temari-san should prove this without question, even if he lost the match. When Naruto heard this, he could not help but smirk at how quickly Samui and Omoe had figured out Shikamaru's reasons for forfeiting. But still they had been mistaken about one thing. Shikamaru had given up not because he knew what Naruto could do. He had given up because he knew too little. Shikamaru was the type of person who would avoid fighting an opponent for as long as he could. At least until he figured out what they could do, and since his information on what Naruto could do was limited, he could not come up with an effective strategy to defeat him. After listening to her teammate explanation, Karui could only frown as she knew her teammates had a point, and what they said did make sense. Yeah, well, I still think he was an idiot to give up so easily. He could have just finished the match and forfeited later. Maybe, but trust me when I say this, Karui, Shikamaru is not someone you should take lightly, Naruto said as he joined the conversation. I've fought Shikamaru before, and if you underestimate him, you'll regret it later. When the Kumo team heard this, they all raised their eyebrows in interest, since for someone like Naruto to say that, Shikamaru would have to be a dangerous adversary. Outside the arena, standing at the entrance of the arena, 2 Chunin guards listened to the shouts of the crowd, who were yelling for the referee to begin the next match. Sounds like things are getting really exciting in there, said one Chunin. Yeah, replied his partner. Wish we could go in and watch it. Nodding in agreement, the Chunin guard was about to reply, but before he could, he saw 2 figures slowly walking towards them. Hey, is that? The Chunin said as he pointed to the 2 figures. Yeah, it is. His partner replied as the 2 figures walked closer and saw that they were none other than Mado Guy and his student Rock Lee, who was using a crutch to walk. Welcome both of you, the first Chunin guard greeted. If you wish to watch the next match, please hurry to the stands, as it will soon start, the other Chunin guard said. Hi, thank you, Lee replied with a salute. Okay, Lee, let's go, said Guy as he did one of his ridiculous poses. Hi. The first 2 matches of round 1 have just finished, and they're just about to start the third match, between the Kumo Kunoichi ni Yujito and the Kiri Shinobi Chojuro, the second Chunin guard said. Surprised by this, Lee quickly turned to the Chunin. What about Naruto-kun and Niji's match? From what we've heard, that match turned out to be very interesting. Senju Naruto won without the Hyuga even being able to hit him or injure him much, the first Chunin guard answered. When Guy and Lee heard this, the 2 of them were of course surprised by this, as they had expected the match to be a close match, given Naruto's inhuman strength and Niji's Juken, gentle fist, fighting style. Niji-kun lost, and he could hardly even injure Naruto-kun, Lee thought in shock, while at the same time feeling slightly envious of Naruto defeating Niji. Something he had always dreamed of doing. Eventually, though, Lee got over it and smirked. Is that so? Well done, Naruto-kun. Seeing this, Guy of course could only smile with pride at how mature his student was. In the arena, once both Temari and Shikamaru had left the arena, Genma called down both Yujito and Chojuro. Both genin quickly made their way down to the arena, and once they were opposite one another, Genma began the match. As soon as Genma yelled, "Go!" Chojuro started things off, where lifted his large sword from his back and loosed the bandages. After which he then jumped up into the air and yelled, "Hiramakari Kaiho, Hiramakari unleashing! Where the sword then emanated a large amount of chakra and took the shape of a large hammer, which Chojuro swung down on Yujito. Seeing this, Yujito quickly jumped back, where Chojuro then hit the spot she had just been standing in a moment ago, and made a small crater in the ground. Surprised by this, Yujito realized that she would have to make sure that she didn't get hit by the sword. But before she could make any kind of counterattack, Chojuro used his sword again, this time having it take the shape of a long sword and swinging it horizontally at her, cutting her in two. But just when Chojuro thought he had won, Yujito turned into a piece of wood. Realizing that Yujito had replaced herself, Chojuro began to look around for the female blonde. But before he could find her, he was forced to bring his sword up to shield him from a hail of shuriken that he saw flying towards him from his right. After blocking the shuriken, Chojuro lowered his sword in an attempt to see where Yujito was. But as soon as he did, he was greeted with the sight of Yujito's foot slamming him in the face and sending him sliding across the ground several meters away. Picking himself up quickly, Chojuro was just able to block Yujito's katana, which she had drawn as she raced toward him and attacked him with it. After Chojuro blocked Yujito's attack, a battle for dominance began, where the two of them each tried to push the other back. After a minute or so, Chojuro gained the upper hand and started pushing Yujito back. But before he could press his advantage further, Yujito fell backwards and rolled away from Chojuro, who immediately chased after her and had his sword change into a hook and attempted a sweeping slash. Before Chojuro's sword could hit her, Yujito quickly used her advanced speed to her advantage and disappeared in a blur. She then reappeared behind him and swung her katana at his now exposed back. But luckily for Chojuro, thanks to several months of training under Zabuza, the young Kiri Genin was able to avoid Yujito's slash and jumped away from her. Although for his trouble he did receive a slight slash on his back, but thankfully it had just cut his clothes. Despite not wounding Chojuro, Yujito remained confident and pressed her attack. Using her high speed to her advantage, Yujito unleashed a series of fierce sword attacks on the younger boy. Unable to do much, the young Kiri Genin was forced on the defensive and pushed further back into the arena wall. Realizing he needed to do something, Chojuro had his sword once again take the shape of a hammer and slammed it into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This forced Yujito to move away so not to be caught in it. But as soon as she jumped away, Chojuro emerged out of the dust cloud with his sword still in hammer form, directly above her. Shit, Yujito thought when she saw Chojuro falling towards her with his sword hammer ready. Wasting no time, Yujito quickly jumped forward to avoid the attack, where Chojuro's sword hit the ground, causing another crater and a large dust cloud. After Yujito avoided his attack, Chojuro quickly deactivated his sword and spun around to face the blonde girl. But as he spun around, he saw the blonde Kunoichi racing towards him at high speed. Knowing he couldn't bring his sword up in time, Chojuro moved to his right to avoid Yujito's slash. But unfortunately he was unable to avoid it completely, and received a shallow cut to his left side. "Humph, not bad," Yujito commented, as she turned to face Chojuro again. "You were able to avoid both of my slashes without much harm. Despite being caught off guard each time, you have pretty good reflexes." "Thank you," Chojuro replied as he fixed his glasses, which had fallen forward during the fight. "I have had much practice avoiding deadly sword slashes ever since I started training under Zabuza-sensei." After saying this, Chojuro thought back to the numerous training matches he had with the Kirigakure no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist, and couldn't help but shudder slightly, since each time the blue-haired boy had sparred against his sensei, he had barely come out of it alive. Soon after, Chojuro focused his attention back on the match at hand and pushed the thoughts of his hellish training under the Kirigakure no Kijin away. He then had his sword take the form of a long sword and jumped into the air and attempted another downward slash. Like the last time, Yujito jumped forward to avoid the attack, but before she could turn around and strike back at Chojuro, the young swordsman in training spun around and swung his sword in a horizontal slash, while at the same time channeling a large amount of his chakra into the sword, allowing him to increase the reach of his sword and cut Yujito. But when Chojuro finished swinging his sword, he was surprised to see that Yujito was gone. As Chojuro looked around for any sign of the Kyumo Kunoichi, he suddenly heard a familiar female voice say, "Looking for me?" After hearing the voice, Chojuro quickly turned to the direction of where he heard it from, where he was surprised to find Yujito kneeling on the end of his sword. Before Chojuro could attempt anything, the blonde Kunoichi quickly jumped off the sword and landed a few meters directly opposite the student of Zabuza. "You're pretty good, I'll give you that," and you can use that sword of yours well. But sadly for you, it is a rather limited weapon to use, even with your sword's ability to take different shapes. Due to its weight and size, you must either swing it down or to the side, making it extremely easy to predict. Not only that, but given the amount of chakra it takes to form its shapes, I would say it also takes a toll on you, meaning the longer this battle lasts, the weaker you become. With the audience sitting up in the stands, the infamous Kirigakure no Kijin, Momochi Zabuza watched as his student fought the blonde Kumo Kuniochi. As the two watched the battle unfold, Zabuza frowned slightly when Yujito revealed the weaknesses of Hiramakarei, since, like she said, due to its large size, Hiramakarei could only be swung in certain ways when attacking. Also, given its weight and the amount of chakra it takes for it to change shape, the sword was not the ideal weapon to use in a drawn-out fight. Even though Chojuro's stamina and strength had improved from when Zabuza first started training him, the young genin still had limits, which he was showing now as the blue-haired boy was panting slightly and a few beads of sweat were falling from his face. Zabuza was of course not surprised by this, as Chojuro tired easily from using the sword multiple times, due to both its weight and the amount of chakra it took to use it. The girl is pretty observant. In only a few minutes she has already found the key weaknesses of Hiramakarei, Zabuza thought. It's not looking good for Chojuro, Zabuza-sensei, Saito commented, who was seated next to Zabuza on his right. No, it doesn't, but still, don't count Chojuro out just yet, Zabuza replied. He's still got some moves left. Nodding at this, Saito turned back to watch the fight. Down in the arena, after Yujito revealed the weakness of his sword, Chojuro knew he had to finish this fight quickly, knowing that the longer the battle dragged on, the more it favored Yujiro. It seems that I have no choice but to use it, the spiky-haired boy thought before he formed a single-hand seal and used a large portion of his remaining chakra to perform this jutsu. I don't know how long I can maintain this. Hopefully I can finish this fight before it eats up all my chakra, Chojo thought before he said, Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist technique. After Chojuro said this, a mist began to form around the arena and quickly began to thinken, obstructing everyone's view of the fight. In the finalist box dash. Crap, this could be trouble for Yujito-chan, Naruto thought with a frown. If Chojuro is using the Kirigakure no Jutsu, then that means Zabuza has most likely trained him in Sorento Kuringa no Jutsu, soundless murder technique, and if that's the case, Yujito-chan is at a serious disadvantage. In the arena, realizing what Chojuro was doing, Yujito quickly moved forward to attack, but before she could reach him, Chojuro disappeared within the mist. So, he's trying the same kind of tactic that loudmouth Inazuki used. He trying to obscure my vision so I can't fight properly, Yujito thought, as she raised her katana and fell into a defensive stance. Not a bad plan. I'm also guessing, given how his sensei is the infamous Kirigakure no Kijin, that he has been trained in using Sorento Kuringa no Jutsu, so he can find me by sound alone. If that's the case, I probably try the new technique sensei taught me last week. Hidden in the mist, Chojuro silently thanked his sensei Zabuza for teaching him this. Zabuza had of course been listening carefully to what Naruto said about Yujito and her team during the preliminaries. So when it was announced that Chojuro was facing Yujito, Zabuza figured that the best way to help Chojuro stand a chance against her was to teach him the Kirigakure no Jutsu and the Sorento Kuringa no Jutsu. Zabuza of course knew that the best way to defeat an enemy that was stronger than you was to put them in a situation that favored you and put them at a disadvantage. Needless to say, Kirigakure no Jutsu was the perfect weapon to use, as it took away an opponent's ability to see fully, and by using the Sorento Kuringa no Jutsu, you could find your opponent through sound alone and sneak up and kill them without making a sound. Using what his sensei taught him, Chojuro silently moved through the mist and listened for any sounds that his opponent was making. After a minute or so careful listening, Chojuro picked up on the sound of someone moving and heavy breathing, only a few meters away from him. Realizing that it was Yujito, Chojuro activated his sword again and used it to take the shape of a large board sword. He then silently moved through the mist, intending to finish the blonde Kumo Kunoichi with one move. Like a silent phantom, Chojuro appeared directly behind the blonde girl, and with one swing of his sword he severed her upper half from her lower half. But just when Chojuro thought he had won, Yujito reverted into lightning, which traveled through Chojuro's sword and into him. Gaga! Chojuro cried as the lightning traveling through his body and electrocuted him. After the lightning faded, Chojuro dropped his sword and fell to his knees, panting heavily and his body shaking from the pain. But before he could even try to recover, the real Yujito appeared out of the mist and delivered a stronger kick to his side, sending the young Kiri boy skidding across the ground and crashing into the arena wall. Soon after, the mist began to fade and the arena finally became visible again to the spectators, where to the surprise of the Zabuza and the other Kiri shinobi watching, they saw that Chojuro was badly injured and slowly getting back onto his feet, while Yujito was unharmed, standing not too far from him. Damn it, I was careless, Chojuro thought as he slowly picked himself up and stared at the now smirking Yujito. She must have created a lightning clone to lure me out and disable me, making it easier for her to take me out. At the same time, Yujito silently thanked her sensei Killer Bee for teaching her right on Kage Bunshin, lightning style, shadow clone, which had proven to be a useful technique. Seeing that Chojuro could barely stand and was now without his sword, Yujito moved forward to finish the younger boy off. Unwilling to give up just yet, Chojuro formed a single hand seal and thought, Sway-tun, Teppadama, water style, gunshot, after which he spat out several large glops of water from his mouth. Shit, Yujito thought when she saw the large balls of water flying towards her at high speed and dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding them. After avoiding the attack, Yujito quickly picked herself up off the ground and began to form 4 quick hand seals before thinking, Rankudama, flaming hairball, after which she then shot out several flaming balls of hair from her mouth. Seeing the flaming hairballs, Chojuro quickly fired several more balls of water from his mouth, hitting the flaming projectiles dead on and extinguished the flames. But to his surprise, the hairballs themselves continued flying towards him, and before he could try and avoid them, they hit him and pinned his arms and body to the wall. When Chojuro tried to move, he was surprised to find that he could not. What's going on? What is this stuff? Why can't I move? I wouldn't try to move if I were you, Yujito replied, gaining the boy's attention. The hair that is pinning you to the wall is very strong and dries within seconds of making contact with a person, where it becomes as hard as cement. Eh? Now then, do you surrender or do you want to continue? The blonde girl asked as she took out several kunai and prepared to throw them. Realizing he was in a hopeless situation, Chojuro nodded his head and said, I surrender. Wise choice, Yujito responded as she placed her kunai back in her pouch. As soon as Chojuro said he gave up, Genma ended the match. Chojuro of Kirigakure, Hidden Mist, has surrendered. The winner is Ni Yujito of Kumogakure, Hidden Cloud. As soon as Yujito had been declared the winner, a round of applause could be heard from the crowd. In the Kage box dash. What a shame, the Mei said with a disappointed sigh, as she had been rather hopefully that Chojuro would pull out a win. But sadly, Yujito had proven to be too skilled for him in the end. A well-fought match, wouldn't you agree, Kazekage-sama? The Sandaime commented as he turned to his fellow Kage. I do, both genin fought quite admirable. I was especially impressed with how the Kunoichi Yujito was able to defeat the boy despite being at a disadvantage in the mist. Humph, that was nothing to Yujito Kazekage-sama. You have yet to see her true skill. She is one of our most prominent genin and the strongest kunoichi our village has produced in years. I dare say she is the strongest genin in this exam, the Reikage said. When the Reikage said this, both Tsunade and Jiraiya frowned, since any doubts they may have had with what Naruto told them about Yujito had now been settled. Since they knew that the Yondaime Reikage would not boast about someone like Yujito unless he was certain of her skill regardless of her stalls as Jinchuriki. That is high praise for such a young girl, Reikage-sama, Tsunade commented. But I would not go and declare her the winner already. My son Naruto is more than capable of handling himself, and has yet to show his true abilities either. I must agree with Tsunade-sama Reikage-sama, as my son Gaara is also a very capable shinobi and is one of my village's strongest shinobi, the Kazekage said as he joined the conversation. I would not count my village out either, Reikage-sama, as Yuki Haku has yet to fight, and like your Kunoichi Yujito, Haku is one of my village's most prominent genin and kunoichi, and it would be unwise to underestimate her, the Mizukage added. Narrowing his eyes, the bulky Kage just grunted. Seeing the tension building but between Tsunade and the other Kages, the Sandaime decided to ease things by changing the subject. Ahem, so Kazekage-sama, perhaps you could tell me your opinion of the match, and do you think either genin deserved to be promoted? Although both genin fought quite well and showed impressive skill in both swordsmanship and good use of ninjutsu, I find I cannot recommend either of them for Chunin, since due to the mist we could not see how exactly Yujito-sen was able to overcome her disadvantage in the mist and defeat the boy. Also, with the exception of his fighting skill, the boy Chojuro failed to show any other qualities that would make him a good Chunin. When the Sarutobi heard this, the old Hokage could not help but nod his head in agreement, since due to the mist blocking their view of the closing part of the fight, they could not make a fair assessment of both genin's skill. I'm afraid I too must agree with the Kazekage's statement. Mei replied with a touch of disappointed. Surprisingly, even A agreed with this assessment, and stated that neither Yujito or Chojuro showed any attributes that would make them worthy of becoming a Chunin in their match. So who matches next? Jiraiya asked, seeing Yujito leave the arena after Chojuro was free and taken away by the medics. I believe it's against another kunoichi from your village Reikage-sama, a girl named Karui, if I'm not mistaken. The Sandaime said as he turned to the Reikage. Yes, that is correct. The Reikage responded. May I ask who she is facing against? The Mizukage asked. A young boy named Sai. The Hokage replied. At the mention of Sai, both Tsunade and Jiraiya displayed guarded looks, since they had heard from both the Sandaime and Naruto that Sai was a member of Danzo's root organization, and that he had been assigned to Team 7 to observe both Sasuke and Naruto, whenever he worked with Team 7. With Naruto dash. Nice! Yelled Karui as pumped her fist after seeing Yujito had won. No real surprise there. Omo commented with a smile, where his female teammate Samui nodded, as like her teammates she had been certain Yujito would win. Not too shabby. Naruto thought with a smirk after Yujito was declared the winner, since he hadn't been too sure if Yujito could win after Chojuro used Kirigakure no Jutsu. Haku, on the other hand, who was standing not far from Naruto, frowned since she had been surprised when Yujito defeated Chojuro after he used Kirigakure no Jutsu. She had been there when Zabuza started training Chojuro is using the Kirigakure no Jutsu and the Sarento Kuringan no Jutsu. Knowing how deadly the two techniques were in combination, Haku had been certain Chojuro could defeat Yujito using them. Even though he was nowhere near the level of their sensei, Chojuro was still quite skilled in using them. After Chojuro was freed from the wall and taken away by the medics, Yujito made her way back to the finalists' box. Once she arrived, she was greeted by her teammates who congratulated her on her win. Even Naruto went over to her and commended her on winning her fight. Nice going, Yujito-chan, you did great. Thank you. Also, just curious, how did you beat Chojuro when he used the Kirigakure no Jutsu? At this question, Yujito just smirked and said, You'll find out eventually, Senju. After which they then heard Genma call Karui and Sai down for the next match. Seeing this as her chance to further show everyone the strength of Kumo, Karui quickly made her way down to the arena, while Sai, who had been quietly sitting in the corner painting, simply put his things away and calmly made his way down to the arena. In the arena, once both genin had arrived and were facing each other, Genma asked them both if they were ready. Naturally, both genin nodded, where Karui drew her katana out from behind, while Sai remained perfectly still. Seeing this, Genma nodded and raised his arm up and yelled, Then let the fourth round of the Chunin finals begin! As he swung his arm down. As soon as Genma began the battle, Karui made the first move. My charging forward yelled, Kumoryu Omotajiri, Cloud-style front beheading! Where she performed a forward slash in an attempt to sever Sai's head. Seeing this, Sai quickly leapt into the air and over Karui, where he landed several meters away from the dark-skinned girl. Looks like you missed, Sai said with his usual fake smile as he landed back on the ground. Annoyed by this, Karui quickly spun around and charged at the young root agent and slashed at him again. But like before, Sai leapt into the air to avoid the slash. But as he flew in midair, Karui quickly took out a kunai and threw it at him. Luckily though for Sai, he was able to draw out his tanto, and used it to deflect Karui's kunai with it. After he landed, Karui then charged at Sai again and tried to cut him in two, but once again the dark-haired boy avoided the slash. Undeterred, Karui followed after Sai, where she then made yet another attempt to slash at Sai, but like before she missed, where Sai used Sumigasumi no Jutsu, Ink Mist technique, to avoid the slash and disappear. Seeing that her opponent was gone, Karui quickly began to search for him. But before she could find Sai, she suddenly heard the whistling sound of something flying through the air. When she looked up, Karui immediately spotted several kunai flying through the air from above. Acting fast, Karui skillfully deflected the incoming kunai. But as soon as she did, several small ink birds appeared and flew down at her. With only a moment to act, Karui wasted no time and swung her sword in a single, large, crescent moon-shaped arc and yelled, Kumoryu Maikazukajiri, Cloud-style 3 days moon beheading! After performing the large arc, all 3 ink birds were destroyed instantly. But as soon as they had been destroyed, Karui suddenly sensed danger coming from behind, and quickly spun around to block a strong downward slash from Sai, who had just appeared. "Oh, it looks like you do have some skill after all," Sai remarked with his trademarked fake smile. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Carrie tried to force Sai back, but sadly the undercover root agent proved stronger than her, and she was forced to jump back a few feet. Seeing this, Sai relaxed his guard and smiled again. "I have to admit you're not bad, but you seem to let your emotions get to you. I suggest that you learn to control them better." "TSK, as if I would take advice from a Konoha dog," an annoyed Carrie replied as she readied her sword. "You know you remind me a lot of my so-called teammate. I believe you fought her at the preliminaries," a still smiling Sai remarked. "Don't you dare underestimate me," Carrie yelled angrily. "I'm nothing like that weakling." "Oh no, I wasn't saying that you were weak like her at all," Sai said calmly as he waved her off. "I was saying you're alike in other ways. You're both ugly, loud, irritable, violent, not to mention you both seem to have rather large foreheads, and you are both Patanko." In the finalist box, as soon as Naruto heard Sai say this, the blonde Senju slapped his forehead and thought, "Oh boy!" Although had to admit as well that Sai did have a point, as Karui did share many similar traits with Sakura. At same Omu rolled his eyes and thought, "This is not going to end well." Samui on the other hand simply closed her eyes and shook her head, while Yujito just covered her eyes with her right hand, knowing what would happen next. In the arena, after Sai had finished explaining the similarities between Sakura and Karui, the young shinobi artist could hear the angry cries of his pink-haired teammate, who was currently being held back by Asuma, Kurinai and Yamato, preventing her from jumping down into the arena and beating Sai to death. As Sakura struggled to break free from the hold of the three jonin, the pink-haired girl started yelling about how she was going to kill him once she got her hands on him. Sai, for his part, simply ignored the girl's rants and focused his attention on his female opponent, who right now had her face lower, preventing him from seeing it, although he could see a murderous red aura around her. He also figured, given the way her sword was shaking in her hand right now, that she wanted nothing more than to use her katana to cut him into a million pieces. Feigning an innocent smile, Sai simply said, "Did I say something wrong?" Enter Naruto OST anger. When Sai said this, Karui raised her head, began to chuckle darkly. Something wrong, you say?" "No, you didn't say anything wrong. If you wanted TODDDIE. Karui roared as she charged forward with her sword, ignoring the cries of her teammates, telling her to calm down. Idiot," Sai thought with a cold smirk, where when Karui charged at him, 5 ink snakes appeared out of the ground behind her and went to strike at her from behind. Seeing this, Omoi and the others yelled out to warn her, but Karui seemed too focused on killing Sai to hear their voices or notice the ink snakes coming from behind her. Just as the ink snakes were about to bite her from behind, Karui suddenly spun around and yelled, "Kumori Uragiri, Cloud-style reverse beheading!" Where with single swing of her katana, Karui severed the heads of all 5 ink snakes, causing them to revert into puddles of ink. Seeing this, Sai was of course surprised, as he had expected Karui to be so angry that she would lose focus and fail to pay attention to her surroundings and not notice the ink snakes. Once the ink snakes had been dealt with, Karui immediately turned back around to face Sai, where before the pale-skinned boy could even attempt to move away, she slashed his head off with one quick motion. "I told you not to underestimate me," Karui said coldly as she watched Sai's head fall from his body. But to her surprise, Sai reverted into a large puddle of ink. "Shit, a clone!" Karui thought in surprise, realizing she had been duped. "And I told you that you should learn to control your emotions better," the real Sai said, who was hiding behind one of the nearby trees and had just finished drawing several ink lions and sent them to attack Karui. Seeing the ink lions coming towards her from the corner of her eye, Karui quickly spun around and channeled her chakra to her katana and converted it to lightning. Once the ink lions were close enough, Karui then engaged the large beasts and skillfully defeated them without much effort. As soon as all the ink lions were destroyed, Karui then took out several kunai with exploding notes tied to them and threw them at the tree Sai was hiding behind. After the kunai hit their target, Karui activated the notes, causing them to light up and explode, destroying the tree. But just when Karui thought she had dealt with the pale-faced boy, she saw a large dark figure shoot out from the cloud of smoke caused by the explosion, at high speed. Before Karui could figure out what it was, she was forced to the ground by a large gust of wind. Quickly regaining her bearings, Karui began to look for the source of the wind and the dark figure she had seen a moment ago. When she looked up, she was surprised to see Sai sitting on a large ink bird, flying directly above her. She then quickly realized that the figure she had seen shooting out of the smoke was the ink bird, and the wind that forced her to the ground was caused when it flew up into the sky. Once Sai was high above the Kumo Kunoichi, he began to draw a dozen or so more ink lions and sent them down to attack her. Wasting no time, Karui quickly went on the offensive and attacked the ink creatures, knowing that if she didn't, they would surround her and attack her from all sides. From above, Sai carefully watched as Karui easily destroyed his ink beasts, using her advanced kenjutsu style, which was enhanced thanks to her lightning-covered katana. He was also surprised to see her throw several kunai, which were enhanced with lightning chakra, to destroy his last 3 remaining ink lions. Her skill in chakra flow skill is pretty good and her swordsmanship skill is just as impressive, Sai thought with a small frown. I should finish this quickly as I can't afford to have this turn into a drawn-out battle. After destroying the last ink lion, Karui stared up at her opponent, who remained safely up on his ink bird. As she looked up at the large ink bird, she suddenly saw the large creature dive down at high speed and head straight for her. Shit! Karui cried as fell to the ground, narrowly avoid the ink's bird's claw and struggled to keep from being blown away by the backdraft of the bird as it flew back up above the arena. Damn that bastard! Karui cursed angrily. I'm at a serious disadvantage here. I need to think of a way to get to him, or at least bring him back down here. But before she could attempt anything, Sai threw down a small wave of shuriken and kunai at her. Shit, Karui thought as she moved around the arena, dodging and deflecting the projectiles with her katana. But after deflecting the last kunai, Karui noticed that several of the kunai that had stabbed the ground near her had exploding notes tied to them. Seeing this, Karui could only think, motherfucker, after which she tried to move away from the exploding notes, as they exploded. After the notes exploded, a large cloud of smoke and dust covered most of the arena. As the smoke filled the arena, Sai had his ink bird fly down low before dispelling it and dropping down into the middle of the cloud of smoke and dust. Soon after, a slightly singed Karui emerged out of the edge of the cloud, covered in dirt and coughing heavily from the smoke and dust, but other than that looked relatively unharmed. After a few minutes the smoke and dust began to dissipate, and Karui began to make out a lone figure standing in the middle of the arena. Realizing that it was Sai, Karui charged forward with Heir's sword, intending to finish the battle once and for all. But just when she had crossed half the distance between her and Sai, a large group of ink snakes suddenly erupted from the ground underneath her. The snakes then quickly wrapped themselves around Karui's body, causing her to drop her katana and pinning her arms and legs together, preventing her from moving. End Naruto OST anger. When Karui hit the ground, the dark-skinned girl struggled to free herself from the binds of the ink snakes. But sadly they were too strong for her to break. Realizing that she couldn't break free from the snakes by herself, Karui crawled over to her katana, which she had dropped after the ink snakes wrapped themselves around her. But before she could reach her blade, Sai appeared in front of her, pointing his tanto in her face. Looks like I win, Sai said with his usual fake smile, which irritated the Kumo Kunoichi. It was at this point that Genma, who had just appeared next to them, ended the match and said, "This match is over. The winner is Sai of Konohagakure, Hidden Leaf." As soon as Genma declared the match over, a thunderous applause could be heard from the stands, as people cheered over the well-fought match and Sai's win. Once Sai had been declared the winner, the undercover root agent sheathed his tanto sword and made his way back to the finalists' box. But before he could get very far, he suddenly heard Karui call out to him. "Hey!" "Yes?" Sai asked as he turned around to face Karui with his normal fake smile. "Aren't you going to get these things to let me go?" "No," Sai replied simply. "Why the hell not?" the girl asked angrily. "Because I don't help ugly old hags," the boy replied simply with the same fake smile before turning back around and walking away, leaving a furious Karui behind him, who proceeded to scream out in rage, swearing she would get him back for this and that she would kill him. Chapter 28: Storm vs. Ice in the Kage box. After Sai had been declared the winner, the Kages watched as the young boy calmly made his way back up to the finalists' box, while his defeated opponent was still screaming out curses at him. "Impressive," the Mizukage remarked with a small smile. "Wouldn't you agree, Reikage-sama?" "Not bad," the Reikage grunted, as he was rather annoyed with Karui's loss to Sai and hadn't missed the amused tone in the female Kage's voice, since this time it had been one of his genin who lost. It also irked him that Karui had barely been able to lay a hand on Sai and made her look like a fool in the end. "The boy is quite skilled, and uses unusual techniques, Hokage-sama," the Kazekage commented as he joined the conversation. Yes, Sai is a capable young man and has the potential to become a fine shinobi, the Sandaime replied, not wanting to give much away about Sai, especially since he was from an organization that is supposed to be disbanded. Indeed, Mei added, the boy knows how to use his techniques and used his opponent's emotions against her. So what would your opinion on the girl and him, Mizuki-sama? Asked Tsunade. I believe the boy named Sai has potential, but I would like to see a little more of his capabilities before coming to a decision. As for the girl, I'm afraid I cannot recommend her to become a chunin. Despite the fact that she showed exceptional skill in swordsmanship and excellent use of chakra flow, she still lacks disciple and was easily played by Sai-sen, who used her temperament against her. To be a chunin, one must remain calm under stressful situation and not allow their enemy to play on their emotions. Such actions like the girl took when she was angered could result in her putting her team in danger when on a mission. I too must agree on the Mizuki's comment on the girl, the Kazekage added. Her skill with the sword is impressive to say the least, but her emotional state and ability to make rational decisions is questionable. I believe with a little more time and seasoning, she will become an excellent shinobi. Although the boy named Sai I believe would make a capable chunin, given how well he performed in the match. Although I do agree with what you said about the young girl Kazekage-sama, the Hokage said, I also must agree with what the Mizuki said about Sai. Since I believe we should wait and see what else Sai shows us in his next match before we decided if he should become a chunin. I agree on both accounts, the Reikage said gruffly, as he had to agree with what the other Kages said about Karui. Plus he was also interested in seeing how well Sai would fare against Yujito, who would be his next opponent. With the matter settled, the 4 Kages and the 2 Sannin turned their attention back on the arena for the next match, which would begin soon. In the finalists' box after Sai had won his match, the young shinobi artist made his way to the finalists' box, where once he arrived he settled himself in the corner and started to paint again. Not long after, an angry Karui, who had been freed from her binds by Ginma, stormed into the box. Upon seeing her former opponent, the red-haired Kumo Kunoichi glared murderously at the boy, who simply ignored her and continued painting. Angered by this, Karui looked ready to beat the hell out of Sai. But thankfully, before anything could happen, her teammates came over and pulled her away to the railings, telling her to let it go. After some heavy talking with her team, Karui eventually calmed down, although remained in a sour mood, and glanced angrily back at Sai from time to time. How's Karui doing? Naruto asked after Omo rejoined him. She'll be fine, it's more wounded pride than anything else, Omo replied, when Naruto just nodded. But at least one good thing has come out of this. What's that? A curious Naruto asked. Karui might actually let go of her grudge against you for beating her, since she seems to hate that Sai guy more than you now. Hearing this, Naruto just smirked and said, Maybe, but I'll believe it when I see it. Not long after, the finalists suddenly heard Genma call out to them. The next match between Kankuro of Suna and Aburaim Shino of Konoha is about to begin. Will the participants please come down? When Kankuro heard his name being out for his match, the male puppeteer began to worry and started to wonder what he should do. My match isn't important. Besides, I don't want to show Crow's hidden weapons before the plan. Not to mention, if I win, I would have to go against Gaara and I am not fighting him, plan or no plan. Looking to his sister, who just nodded, Kankuro knew what he had to do. Just when Shino was about to jump down into the arena, Kankuro suddenly called out to Genma. Hey examiner, I forfeit my match. As soon as Kankuro said this, a sudden stir erupted among everyone. What? Shino and Genma thought at the same time in surprise and some confusion. They were of course not the only ones, as many of the other finalists and members of the audience were also like-minded. What's going on here? Yujito thought with a frown. Why is he giving up? If he had no intention of fighting, why did he wait until now to forfeit? Naruto thought as he stared suspiciously at Kankuro. With the audience dash. Something doesn't feel right here. Kushina muttered as she stared down to the arena. I concur, Yamato said, where he was joined by Anko, Shizen, Asuma and Kurinai, who all nodded in agreement. Something funny is going on here, Tsunade muttered with a large frown on her face. Yeah, I know, there's something happening that we aren't seeing, Jiraiya said with a frown of his own. The Sandaime was of course of the same mind, as like his students, he found Kankuro's sudden forfeiture suspicious. He was even more distrustful given recent events, such as Suna sending their Jinchuriki into the Chunin exam. The appearance of Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, his attack on Naruto and Sasuke, as well as the deaths of Heir and the Oto genin during the 1-month training period. I must say, I'm disappointed that your son gave up so easily, Kazekage-sama, the Mizukage said. Indeed, I would have expected better from a shinobi of your village, least of all your son, the Reikage added. Unfortunately, I cannot make any excuse for my son. All I can say is that if he forfeited, he must have had a good reason for doing it. Naturally, this didn't answer any of the other Kage's choirs. But they could not press the matter further since there was no rule against a finalist forfeiting before their match. Suspicious it may be, but it was not illegal. In the arena dash, Kankuro of Suna has forfeited his match, therefore Aburaim Shino of Konoha wins by default, Genma announced. Naturally, this announcement wasn't received well by the audience, who were hoping to see another good fight, where many of them start booing and yelling angrily. Damn it, this isn't how things were supposed to turn out, Tamari thought angrily, since they thought the invasion would have started by now. After Kankuro forfeited his match, Genma moved on to the next round, which was supposed to be between Gaara and the Oto genin Dosu. But given how Dosu was dead, unknowingly killed by Gaara, the match was an automatic win for Gaara. Naturally, this wasn't received well by the majority of the audience either, where once again people began to boo and jeer. Ignoring the crowd's anger, Genma decided to move on to the next fight, which was between Sasuke and Omoi. But the problem was Sasuke had yet to arrive. In the Kage box dash, it seems that the crowd is getting rather noisy due to the recent forfeitures, the Kazekage commented. Yes, I hear that, the Hokage replied. If I am not mistaken, Uchiha Sasuke and one of the Kumo genin are scheduled to fight next? The Mizukage said. Yes, but sadly Sasuke hasn't arrived yet, the old Hokage replied. This is highly irregular, Hokage-sama. My shinobi had the decency to show up on time. The least yours could do is to arrive on time, the Reikage said with some annoyance. Yes, I know that, Reikage-sama, and I do apologize for this, the Sandaime said before his guard Rado leaned over to him and whispered in his right ear. I'm afraid we still have not located Uchiha Sasuke or his sensei Hatake Kakashi. Perhaps we should disqualify him from the finals before everyone causes an uproar? Perhaps we should, muttered Sarutobi, since they could not hold up the entire tournament for one genin. Damn it, where the hell are those two? Jiraiya thought with frown. Did Orochimaru get to them? Tsunade wondered with a small frown of her own. I apologize for this, Reikage-sama, Mizukage-sama, Kazekage-sama, but it seems I have no choice but to disqualify Uchiha Sasuke from the finals and move on with the tournament. If I may, Hokage-sama. The Kazekage spoke suddenly. But could you hold on before disqualifying Uchiha Sasuke? With all due respects, Kazekage-sama, but those who think lightly of time as a shinobi have no right to become chunin, no matter who they are. Tsunade spoke. With respect, Tsunade-sama, both you and your son narrowly arrived on time and were nearly disqualified. The Kazekage rebuked. I will admit to that, but we still arrived in time for the match, and we did not hold up the tournament. The female Sannin retorted with a slightly irritated tone. I'm afraid I must agree with my former student Kazekage-sama, the Hokage said. Unless there is a clear explanation that will convince the visiting shinobi heads, daimyos and feudal lords here, we cannot delay the match. I see, the Kazekage said. Then I'm pleased to say there is a good reason. Oh, is there? The Sandaime asked. Including myself, I can say that most of the visiting shinobi heads, daimyos, feudal lords, as well as the Mizukage and the Reikage came here to watch not only Senju Naruto fight, but also Uchiha Sasuke. Since both of them are the last heirs to the founders of Konoha, and many would be greatly angered over not seeing both of them fight. Also, continued the Kazekage, I can say with the utmost certainty that, like myself, both the Mizukage and the Reikage wish to see their most talented genin fight both boys to see how they would fare. When the Kazekage said this, both Kages nodded, since technically the Kazekage was correct. At the same time, both Tsunade and Jiraiya frowned deeply and stared at the leader of Suna as he confirmed what they had already suspected. The other villages were specifically targeting both Sasuke and Naruto. Hearing this, Rado decided to interject and make his opinion known. With respect, Hokage-sama, there is no guarantee that Uchiha Sasuke will come, even if we delay the match. Closing his eyes, the Hokage thought everything over. After a moment or two, Sarutobi opened his eyes and spoke. Very well, we'll put the match on hold and wait for him. Do you have any objections? I do not, responded the Mizukage, as she was interested in seeing Sasuke fight given what she had heard. Also, if Haku won her match and Sasuke arrived in time and won his, the two of them could face off, which could gain her village some much-needed publicity. None, answered the Raikage, even though in most cases he would have voted to disqualify Sasuke. But the fact was he needed Sasuke to compete for his plan to humiliate Konoha to work. Sensei, are you sure about this? Jiraiya asked with some concern. I am, Sarabi replied before he turned to Rado and told to tell Gunma of what they had decided upon. Nodding to this, the Jonin quickly shunned Shin, body flicker, down to the arena to inform Gunma. Once Rado had left, the Sandaime turned to his counterpart from Suna and said, It's rare for you to say so much, Kazekage-sama, or to go to such lengths, especially for a genin not from your own village. As I said, Hokage-sama, I am eager to see my son face against Uchiha Sasuke, for with the exception of Tsunade-sama's son Naruto, I can think of no better opponent for my son Gaara than Uchiha Sasuke, as it is the perfect way to show the daimyos and the feudal lords the quality of our shinobi. Regardless of the Kazekage's reason, both the Sandaime and his two former students remained suspicious, since they were certain there was more to this than what the Kazekage said. In the finalist box dash. Damn it, what the hell is taking Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke so long? Sure, I know how Kakashi can't be on time if his life depended on it. But you think with Sasuke with him they would be on time? Since he's not the type of person who would miss out on something like this. An annoyed Naruto thought. So what happens next? Will I get to fight Uchiha Sasuke or not? Oma thought as he began to suck on his lollipop. If he doesn't, does that mean the mission fails, or do we continue to target Naruto? Fuck! Where the hell is he? He should be here by now. Karui thought angrily. This could complicate things. Samui thought to herself, since if Sasuke was disqualified then they would fail their mission objective. What the hell is Konoha playing at? Where is Uchiha Sasuke? Yujito thought with some irritation. Given the importance Sasuke's participation in the exam depended on their mission to improve their village's status. What are we going to do? Kankuro whispered to his sister. If he doesn't show, our plan could. I know, interrupted Temari. All can do is wait, and hope he comes before he is disqualified. After saying this, the blonde Kunoichi glanced worriedly over to her brother near her. She then began to wonder if her brother had secretly killed the Uchiha, just like he did with the Odo genin. With the audience dash. Typical, Kakashi is late for everything. Enko muttered with some annoyance. Damn it, what is Kakashi playing at? He should know better than this. Kushina thought with a frown. I hope nothing has happened to Kakashi-senpai and Sasuke. Yamato thought, since he was becoming concerned that Orochimaru may have gotten to his former captain and his student. What are Kakashi and Sasuke doing? Asuma asked out loud, not understanding why they were so late. What's happening? Where's Sasuke? Ino asked out loud, not noticing the concerned look on Sakura's face. Sasuke-kun. A worried Sakura thought. In the arena after Rado arrived in the arena, he quickly told Gunma what was happening and what the Hokage's decision regarding Sasuke was. When Rado finished explaining everything, the Tokubetsu Jonin just nodded, telling Gunma he understood. After which Rado shunned Shin back up to the Kage box. Once Rado returned to the Kage box, Gunma began to speak to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, an examinee for the next match has not arrived just yet. Therefore this match will be delayed, and we will continue with the next match first. Naturally, when everyone heard this, most were surprised and confused by the sudden turn of events. In the audience dash. Hey, don't look so down, Sakura, Ino said, after finally seeing the worried look on the pink-hair girl's face. They're holding the match, so he won't be disqualified, so there's still time for him to show up. Yeah, I guess you're right, Sakura said with a small weak smile, which showed she was still worried about the young Uchiha. In the finalist box dash. Looks like you lucked out, Sasuke, Naruto thought with a frown. Good, Yujito thought, who like the rest of her team looked pleased that Sasuke wasn't disqualified, since they still had a chance at completing their objective. Phew, we got lucky, Kankuro thought as he whipped the sweat of his forehead. At the same time a look of relief appeared on his sister Tamari's face, while a pleased look appeared on Gaara's. With the Sasuke's and Omo's match delayed, Gunma moved on to the last match, which was between Haku and Samui. After Gunma called them down, the two girls quickly made their way down to the arena, where Haku's used a Mizu Shunshin, water body flicker, to go down to the arena, while Samui simply jumped down. This should be an interesting matchup, Naruto thought, since he knew from past experiences that both girls were quite skilled. Hey Naruto, Shikamaru said as he walked over to the blonde. You know these two girls pretty well, don't you? Yeah, so who do you think will win? Hard to tell, Naruto replied. Both of them are no pushovers and are pretty strong. In terms of skill, I would think they are about even, although Haku has her Hayatan bloodline which could give her the edge. But even with that, it doesn't mean she will win, as Samui is not someone you should underestimate. Not to mention I haven't seen her fight seriously in a while, so who knows what she can do now since then. After hearing this, Shikamaru just nodded, as he was pleased that he was out of the exam and wouldn't have to fight either girl, as both of them would have been too troublesome for him to deal with. In the arena, once the two girls had appeared in the arena and were facing one another, Genma began the match. As soon as Genma shouted, "Begin!" Haku made the first move and took out a set of Saban needles and fired them at Samui, who in turn drew her katana from her back and skillfully deflected them. But as soon as she had dealt with the flying needles, Samui caught a blur at the corner of her eye. Acting fast, Samui quickly spun around where she narrowly blocked a strike from Haku with her needles, who had used the Saban needles as a distraction to move around behind the Kumo Kunuchi and attack her from behind. Fast, thought Samui as she blocked Haku's needles with her katana, before pushing the ice user back and attempted the Kumoryu Omotajiri, cloud-style front beheading, technique in an attempt to cut her in two. But when Samui swung her katana at Haku, the Kiri Kunoichi reverted into a split log, revealing that Haku had used a Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique. Realizing what Haku must have done, Samui quickly spun and deflected several incoming Saban needles using the Kumoryu Mikazukijiri, cloud-style 3 days, moon beheading, technique. But after she did this, Haku appeared directly in front on her and delivered a sharp kick to Samui's stomach, causing the blonde girl to double over and drop her katana. Following up with her attack, Haku attempted a spinning back kick to the side of Samui's head. But to her surprise, Samui recovered faster than she had anticipated and blocked the kick with her right arm and pushed the Kiri Genin away. Unwilling to let go of her advantage, Haku moved forward and attempted a straightforward punch to Samui's face, which the Kumo Kunoichi blocked with her right hand. She then attempted to punch Haku in the stomach with her left fist, but before her fist could hit Haku's stomach, the ice user disappeared in a blur. She then reappeared behind Samui in midair and attempted spinning kick to the back of Samui's head. Unfortunately for Haku, Samui had anticipated her move and ducked under Haku's kick. She then grabbed hold of Haku's leg as it flew above her and then spun the ice user around before throwing her away to the other end of the arena. When Samui threw her away, Haku quickly recovered by performing a midair flip, allowing her to land on her feet. But as soon as she did, she saw Samui racing towards her with her katana in hand. Wasting no time, Haku immediately took out a set of Saban needles and blocked the Kumo Kunuchi's swing. After Haku blocked Samui's katana with her Saban needles, a battle for dominance erupted between the two kunoichi, each trying to push the other back. After a minute or so of struggling, Samui eventually gained the upper hand and started to push Haku back, revealing that she was the stronger of the two. Realizing that she could not win in a battle of strength with Samui, Haku began to perform several one-handed hand seal, much to the surprise of Samui and several other people in the audience. In the audience/finalist box/Kage box dash. Wait! She can perform seals with just a single hand! Izumo said in surprise when he saw Haku perform hand seals with her one free hand. Damn, Kotetsu said with equal surprise. Not bad, Ice Princess. And impressed my mother when she saw this. I didn't think something like that was possible. Akatsuchi said in disbelief. Looks like she more than just a pretty face. Kuratsuchi commented with some measure of respect. That Kiri girl is just like Hanzo's granddaughter. Asuma remarked, where Kurinai and the others nodded in agreement. Impressive, the Sandaime commented, even though he had heard from Naruto and Kakashi that Haku had the skill to perform seals with one hand. Naturally, the most of the other Kages were in agreement, although the Raikage frowned slightly knowing that this could pose a problem for Samui. Damn it, she even more skilled than we thought, Yujito thought when she saw Haku using one-handed hand seals. This could be trouble, Oma thought with a frown. In the arena after Haku finished performing her hand seal, she said, Kijitsu, Sensatsu Susho, secret technique, 1,000 flying water needles of death. After which 1,000 long water needles form around them. Once the water needles surrounded them, Haku had them fly forward attacking Samui from all angles, while she jumped away from the Kumo Kunoichi, leaving little chance for her to escape. But when the attack ended and Haku landed back on the ground a few feet away from Samui, the Kumo Kunoichi reverted into a wooden long, revealing that Samui had replaced herself at the last second, just as Haku jumped away from her. As soon as she realized that Samui had escaped, the Kiri Kunoichi immediately began to search for her opponent. When she looked up, she saw several dozen of kunai flying towards her. Knowing she couldn't avoid them all in time, Haku quickly formed an ice dome around herself to block the incoming kunai. But when the kunai embedded themselves into the ice dome, Haku saw that several of the kunai had exploding notes tied to them, where they then lit up and exploded, destroying the ice dome. After the explosion, Samui reappeared a few feet from where the explosion happened. But as the smoke from the explosion dissipated, she was surprised to see that Haku was gone. Before she could do anything, Samui suddenly felt the air around her go cold. The next thing Samui knew, she saw an ice mirror appear behind her with an image of Haku, who then said, "Makio Hyosho," demonic mirroring ice crystals, and fired a hail of Sanban needles at Samui back. Seeing this, Samui tried to avoid the Sanban needles, but they came in too fast for her to avoid them all and was hit in the back by 2 needles, causing her to fall to the ground in a small heap. After hitting Samui, Haku then emerged out of the ice mirror, which then melted away, where she then threw several more Sanban needles at Samui, who was still on the ground pulling the needles from her back. Remarkable though, Samui was able to recover quickly from her attack and was able to avoid the Sanban needles by jumping away. She then picked up her katana again and raced towards Haku at top speed, intending to cut the Kiri Kunoichi in two with a wide horizontal slash. Seeing Samui coming towards her, the female ice user waited until the last second to avoid Samui's slash and used her superior speed to appear behind Samui and strike at her from behind. But what Haku didn't know was that Samui had predicted this and used the Kumoryu Uragiri, cloud-style reverse beheading, technique, where she spun around and swung at the female ice user right when she appeared behind her. But luckily for Haku, thanks to the several years of training under Zabuza, she had developed excellent reaction speed and was able to avoid the slash by jumping backwards. Although she did receive a large slash on her blue top, exposing her fishnet shirt underneath a little along with her chest. After Samui's slash, Haku landed back on the ground several feet away from Samui, who was now facing her. "Impressive, you are quite skilled, your swordsmanship is excellent, and your taijutsu is clearly superior to my own," Haku commented, as she looked at her now cut shit. "Thank you, you're very skilled as well, your ninjutsu skill is quite remarkable and your speed is vastly superior to my own," Samui replied. "I have heard rumors of there being a single survivor of the famed Yuki clan of Kirigakure, Hidden Mist, after the bloodline purge. I had even heard that you were gift prodigy, and that you were a student of the infamous Kirigakure no Kijin, demon of the Hidden Mist, Momochi Zabuza. Clearly those rumors were true." "Yes, I was, and allow me to show you what else I have learned from Zabuza-sama," Haku replied, where she formed a single hand seal and said, "Kirigakure no Jutsu, Hidden Mist technique." After she said this, the arena once again became filled with a thick mist, much like when Yujito and Chojuro fought in the audience/finalist box dash. "That a girl, Haku?" Zabuza thought with a smile, when he saw Haku use the Kirigakure no Jutsu. He knew better than anyone how skilled Haku was when fighting in the mist, as he had trained her how to fight effectively in places with limited sight range. Her skill in using Sorento Karinga no Jutsu, Salma's murder technique, was vastly superior to Chojuro's and in some ways rivaled some of Zabuza's former comrades in the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist. Also using Kirigakure no Jutsu and Sorento Karinga no Jutsu worked well Haku's way of fighting, where she preferred to take down her opponents quickly and efficiently using her high speed and natural stealth. "Ah man, not this again," Kiba muttered, since now they couldn't see the fight. "Samui, we'll have trouble now, as Haku is a lot more skilled in fighting in the mist than Chojuro is, thanks to her years under Zabuza," Naruto thought. "So she using the same tactic as the Kiri Genin I fought," Yujito thought before a small smile appeared. "But if she thinks she will have a better chance of beating Samui with it, than that other Genin had with me, she's sadly mistaken, as Samui is the worst person to fight this way." In the arena, seeing the mist beginning to cover the arena, Samui quickly raced towards Haku in the hope of reaching her before she could hide in the mist. Unfortunately though for Samui, Haku kept her distance from the Kumo Kunoichi and soon disappeared within the mist once it fully formed. After Haku disappeared inside the mist, Samui found herself under assault from different directions, as Haku used her high speed to her advantage and circled around Samui firing Sanban needles. As the battle progressed, Samui did her best to block all the incoming needles, But sadly they were coming in so fast, and because of the mist limiting her sight she couldn't deflect them all. After a little while Haku decided to move in for the final blow, where she used her high speed to silently maneuver behind Samui, and strike her in back of her neck and disable her. But to Haku's surprise Samui spun around and blocked Haku's strike with her katana and then pushed the ice user away and attempted to slash Haku with her blade. With little time to spare, Haku quickly jumped into the mist to hide, while at the same time thinking, how did she know where I was? She couldn't have predicted where I would strike, nor could she have seen or heard me. So how was she able to block my attack? Before Haku could think any further on the matter, the female ice user suddenly heard the sound of something flying through the air from her right. Falling to her knees, Haku narrowly avoided several shuriken that whooshed past her head. Once she got back onto her feet, she heard the sound of something flying towards her in the opposition direction of where the shuriken came from. Not wasting a moment, Haku jumped backwards to avoid the flying projectiles, which turned out to be kunai, after she saw them fly past her. But as soon as she avoided them, she found herself under attack again by Samui, who appeared out of the mist in front of her and attempted a vertical slash down on Haku's head. With only a moment to spare, Haku threw the senbon needles she had in hand at the blonde kunoichi, forcing Samui to use her katana to deflect the incoming needles. This then gave Haku enough time to disappear into the mist again. But to the ice user's surprise, Samui followed after. No matter how well she hid in the mist, Samui kept finding her. After blocking another of Samui's sword slashes with her senbon needles, Haku pushed Samui back, where two kunoichi once again faced one another. It seems I have underestimated you, Samui-san. I did not know you were a censor-type shinobi, Haku said, since it was the only possibly explanation as to how Samui kept finding her. 2. A true shinobi should only reveal their true abilities when they have to, Samui answered as she readied her sword again. Indeed, Haku replied, where she readied her senbon needles while also performing a single one-handed hand seal that deactivated the mist. Since with Samui now revealed as a censor-type shinobi, there was no point in having the mist since she could find Haku by sensing for her chakra. As the mist slowly faded, the two kunoichi continued to stare at one another, each waiting to see who would make the first move. After a little while, once the mist had fully cleared, Haku decided she would make the first move. Putting her senbon needles away, Haku took out two medium-sized scrolls and opened them up and laid them on the ground. Unsure as to what Haku was up to, Samui readied herself for an attack. Once the scrolls were open and on the ground, Haku formed two simple hand seals and tapped the center of each scroll with her foot. After which a large amount of water erupted from the scrolls and flooded the surrounding ground. Damn it! Thought Samui, as she quickly realized what Haku was planning, but before she could act, she suddenly felt a familiar cold chill in the air around her. After which Haku formed an unfamiliar hand seal and said, Makio Hyosho, where the water began to turn into ice, and in an instant, multiple mirrors of ice were created around the two kunoichi. Before Samui knew what happened, she was trapped in a dome of 21 floating mirrors made out of ice. In the audience dash. So Haku has been forced to use the Makio Hyosho, Zabuza thought with a frown when he saw Haku trump card. Something must have happened in the mist between her and that Kumo girl to force Haku to use her best technique. That bitch! She stole my idea! Annoyed my thought, as she had used scrolls to create a small field of water when she fought Naruto in the preliminaries. That technique, said Sakura, recognizing the ice user's technique. You know that technique, Sakura? Ino asked as she turned to her friend. Yes, I saw her use this technique when we fought her and Zabuza at Nami no Kuni, Wave Country. She used it to defeat Sai and Sasuke-kun and nearly defeated Naruto with it as well. When Ino and the others heard this, they were of course surprised, especially her former classmates, who were surprised to hear of a technique that defeated Sasuke and nearly defeated Naruto. So that's the technique Kakashi and Naruto were talking about, Kushina thought as she looked down at the ice dome. This was of course the first time Kushina and Yamato were seeing Haku's Makio Hyosho since Naruto had just defeated the ice user when they arrived at the bridge. But they had heard about it later on, from Naruto and Kakashi, and from what they heard it was a dangerous technique to go up against. In the Kagebox dash. A most unique technique, the Sandaime commented when he saw Haku's Makio Hyosho. He of course knew about the technique from Kakashi, and the others' report after the mission in Nami no Kuni. In the report, Kakashi and Sakura had mentioned the technique, while Naruto, Sasuke and Sai had explained how it worked in their reports. Indeed, the Kazekage with a tone of intrigue. Your shinobi Haku has a great deal of talent, Mizukichi-sama. She does indeed, Kazekage-sama, Mei replied with a smile. I dare say she has this match won, as with the exception of one, no one has ever escaped Haku's Makio Hyosho. I would not be so quick to claim victory, Mizukage-same, the Reikage said, as he joined the conversation. As the fight is far from over and Samui has yet to show her true skill. This remark from the Reikage of course got the other Kage's interest, who were now curious to see what the Reikage was talking about, and how exactly would Samui escape Haku's Makio Hyosho. The finalists boxed dash. Damn, this doesn't look good for Samui, muttered Naruto when he saw Haku's Makio Hyosho. You know this technique? Yujuto asked, turning to her fellow blonde. Yeah, back when I first met Haku in Nami no Kuni, she used this technique to fight Sai, Sasuke, and me and nearly defeated us with it. Once Haku is in one of the mirrors, it's possible for her to move between the mirrors at the speed of light. It's nearly impossible to follow her attacks as every mirror shows her reflection. One could say it's impossible to see all of Haku's attacks, since they come in too fast to see. Even if you try to attack the real Haku, she will have already moved to another mirror when you make your move. Without eyes like the Sharingan or maybe the Byakugan, it's impossible to keep track of her. When Naruto finished, a look of concern for Samui was shared between the Kumo genin, since from what Naruto told them, the technique sounded extremely deadly for anyone to go against. But you were able to defeat her when she used it, so there is a weakness to it, Oma stated. Yeah, the technique has some weakness, one being that it focuses mainly on what happens inside the dome and is vulnerable to outside attack. So it would be ideal if the person inside the dome had someone outside the dome to help, where they could make a coordinated attack. Another weakness is that it takes up a lot of chakra to use and maintain, hence the longer the battles last, the weaker the user becomes. Haku although knows this better than anyone, which is why she will try and finish the person off as quickly as possible. That's why the best way to beat this technique when you are alone and inside the dome is to get outside the dome as quickly as possible. But that is easier said than done, as Haku will not let anyone out and the dome and the ice mirrors are not easily broken and are highly resistant to fire techniques. How were you able to escape? Carrie asked. I created a large number of clones to create a distraction and used my superhuman strength to break the mirrors, which forced Haku out and allowed me to defeat her, but I only succeeded because I caught her off guard with my inhuman strength, so unless Samui has something up her sleeve her chances don't look too good. When Naruto said this, the three Kumo genin gave each other a look, which told Naruto that they knew something he didn't. When he asked, they simply said he would see soon enough. In the arena, once the ice mirror dome was fully formed, Haku backed into one of the mirrors and merged with it. After which an image of Haku appeared on each of the mirrors around the Kumo Kunoichi. Cool, Samui said, both because of the chill in the air and because she was impressed with what Haku did. Now I will show you my true speed, Haku said, where she threw a Saban needle, with such speed that Samui didn't know what happened until the needle flew past her and cut her left cheek. After which Haku unleashed a massive barrage of needles from multipliable directions. Samui did her best to try and deflect the Saban needles with her katana, but they came in too fast for her to block them all. It got so bad that Samui was covering needles and cuts and was forced to drop her katana and raise her arms to cover her face. This isn't good, I can't defend myself against her attacks. There's too many of them, and they're coming in too fast for me to block them, Samui thought. Eventually, after a minute or so, Haku halted her assault and said, Please give up, I do not wish to hurt you. If you forfeit the match now, I will not harm you any further. I'm afraid I cannot do that, replied Samui as she slowly stood up. If I surrender, I would shame my village and my teammates, and that would not be cool. I see, said Haku in a disappointed tone. Then I am sorry to say you will lose. With the exception of one person, no one has ever escaped my Makio Hyosho, and there is no technique that can defeat it. At this remark, Samui suddenly smirked, which was very unusual for her, since Samui rarely ever smirked, let alone smiled. Hell, I must say you Kiri shinobi are certainly an arrogant people. Excuse me? Haku asked in confusion, not fully understanding what Samui said. You say that there is no technique that can defeat this technique yours? Yes. Well, I am about to show you how wrong you are and how you shouldn't underestimated the power of the shinobi of Kumogakure, Hidden Cloud. The blonde Kumo Kunoichi replied. Enter Naruto OST 2 Raikiri, Thunderbreak. After saying this, Samui then began to do a series of high-speed hand seals where once she finished said yelled out. Rantan, Rises Sakasu, Storm Release, Encouraging Crushing Chain Tormenting Principle. 3. As soon as she yelled this out, bright blue laser beams shot out of her hands and broke into several more laser beams and flew straight for all of Haku's ice mirrors. Impossible, Haku thought in disbelief when she saw the beams of lights before they hit her mirrors and shattered them instantly. As the mirrors shattered, Haku suddenly emerged from one of the larger pieces above Samui and attempted to strike her from above. But before Haku could reach Samui, the laser beams that Samui fired suddenly turned around and flew straight for her. Seeing this, Haku was forced to halt her attack and move out of the laser's beams' path, which were coming in from multiple directions and collided together in a large explosion when she moved away. In the audience dash, "That's the way, Samui!" Killer Bee cheered from the crowd. "She ain't down or out of the count. Her power is all A-flash, with some still left in her stash. Shit! She's a bloodline holder too," Zabuza said in shock, when he saw Samui use the Raiza Sakasu to break Haku's Makio Hyosho. "What do you mean, Zabuza-sensei?" Saito asked as he turned to his sensei. "In Kumo there is a group of shinobi with a unique bloodline called Rantan, Storm Release. Like Haku's Hayatan, Ice Release, it involves combining two nature elements with one another to form a new element. The Rantan bloodline involves the user combining water and lightning to create beams of energy that move at a phenomenal speed and can destroy almost anything that gets in their path. It's a fearsome power to go up against." "How do you know so much about it, sensei?" Saito asked. "Before I first left Kiri, I once fought a shinobi from Kumogakure, who possessed the Rantan bloodline. He was known as Darui no Kurwa Kaminari, Darui of the Black Lightning." Zabuza replied, remembering the Kumo shinobi who had been powerful adversary when Zabuza fought him. "So she's a Rantan user?" Kushina muttered with a hint of surprise in her voice. "I have to admit I didn't expect her to be this powerful." "Agreed." Yamato acknowledged. "Looks like this battle has turned into a battle of bloodlines, with Kumo's Rantan bloodline facing off with Kiri's Hayatan bloodline," Asuma remarked. "Humph. Looks like you won't have it so easy after all, Ice Princess," Mai muttered after seeing Samui destroy Haku's Makio Hyosho. "Guess there's more to Kauditz than just her big breasts." In the Kage box and the Kage's box, the other Kages, with the exception of the Reikage and his guards, were all reeling from the shock of Samui being a Rantan user, as none of them had expected the girl to be bloodline holder. The Mizukage was of course the most shocked out of all the Kages, as she never expected Samui to actually destroy Haku's Makio Hyosho. "As I said, Mizukage-sama," a smirking Reikage spoke, gaining everyone's attention. "Samui is much more powerful than she appears." Naturally, the female Kage was slightly irked by what the Reikage said, especially when he was smirking. But to her credit, she didn't let it show and said, "She is indeed an impressive shinobi, but I would not count Haku-chan out just yet, as she is a highly resourceful shinobi as well." "Very impressive," thought a disguised Orochimaru, as he was intrigued with the two girls' level of skill and their bloodlines, so much so that considered having his agents capture both girls when the invasion began. If captured, they would make useful subordinates if he could successfully turn them, or useful research material for his experiments. At the very least, they could be usefully breeders for future vessels for him at a later time. In the finalist box dash. "No way, Samui has a bloodline!" Naruto said in surprise as he recognized the technique Samui was using. "Wait, you didn't know about this?" Shikamaru asked, who was standing next to Naruto on his right side. "I had no clue. She never used it when we first met, and she never said anything about having one." "That's because she hadn't learned how to use her bloodline yet when we met you," Omo replied, who was standing next to Naruto on his left side. Guess I wasn't the only one who was keeping a few secrets," Naruto thought before his attention turned to Shikamaru, who was speaking to him. "So what exactly is this bloodline of hers?" "It's called Rantan, and from what I heard it's a pretty powerful one, where it allows the user to fire powerful blasts of energy. Only a select few people in Kumo have it." "This is just too troublesome," muttered Shikamaru. "Both of them with such a pain to deal with. I am so glad I quit." Naruto just smirked at this remark, although he did agree with what Shikamaru meant. Both girls were very strong kunoichi, and they would be difficult opponents to fight. In the arena, after Haku avoided Samui's attack, the female ice user emerged out of the smoke caused by the explosion when the laser beams collided with one another. But she was soon followed by several more energy beams, which continued to pursue her no matter where she went. Seeing that the energy beams were converging on from several different directions, Haku realized she could no longer avoid the beams and stopped running and created an ice dome around herself. As soon as the dome went up, the beams hit the barrier and exploded, causing another large explosion. N Naruto OST 2 Raikiri, Thunder Break. After the explosion, much of the arena was filled with a thin layer of smoke, although it was still clear enough to see through. As Samui walked towards the point of the explosion, she could make out an unconscious Haku lying on the ground in the center of a small crater caused by the explosion, which also damaged the arena wall behind Haku. But before Samui could walk any further, she suddenly took out a set of shuriken and threw them at several Senbon needles that were flying towards her from her right and hit them with pinpoint precision. She then quickly spun around to her left and blocked another attack from an assailant with her katana, which she had picked up earlier. After the failed sneak attack, the assailant jumped back and landed several meters opposite Samui, revealing it to be Haku. "I assumed that you sensed my attack and realized that the me you saw was a clone," Haku said as she stared at her opponent and glanced over at her clone, which broke and shattered into ice, revealing it to be a Kori Bunshin, ice clone. Correct, I kept my senses alert for you, even when I saw your clone. I see. I had hoped that my clone would fool you long enough to catch you off guard," Haku said. "You're even more skilled than I ever expected. I never suspected that you two possessed a bloodline like myself." "Thank you, you're equally impressive," Samui replied. "I did not think you would actually evade my attack, yet you did. I'm assuming that you used the dome to protect yourself long enough for you to create the clone to trick me and then used your Makio Hyosho technique to escape my attack at the last possible second." "Correct," Haku answered, as she was impressed with Samui's deductive skills, as in just a few moments she had figured out how the ice user escaped her attack. For the next few minutes the two kunoichi stared at one another. Both looked worn from their long battle. Haku was fairly scorched up from narrowly avoiding Samui's Raiza Sukasu twice. Her clothes were also torn up a bit, and she had several small cuts on her arms and legs. Samui, on the other hand, was slightly worse off, where her clothes were cut up pretty badly from Haku's needle barrage and were covered in dried blood dirt. She even had a few needles still stuck in her arms and legs, yet despite her appearance she was still ready to continue the battle. With the audience dash. "That girl is good, I'll give her that. I didn't think anyone, other than the Senju and Uchiha kids, could push Haku like this," Zabuza thought. "Man, those two are intense," Kiba commented, clearly impressed with the two kunoichi. "They're very strong," Hinata said, who could not help but feel slightly inferior when compared to Haku or Samui. She was of course not the only one, as Sakura and Ino were also feeling the same way as they watched the battle and thought back to their own matches during the preliminaries. Naturally it was hardest on Ino, as she had been Samui's opponent during the preliminaries and was taken out within seconds by the older kunoichi, with little effort. "Both of them are very skilled," Kurenai remarked, as like most people she was highly impressed with the two foreign kunoichi. "Yeah, Kiri and Kumo are taking this year's exam serious by sending these two to the exam," Asuma replied. "Alright, now this is more like it," cheered Enko, as she was enjoying the match between Haku and Samui. "Who do you think will win?" Shizen asked, as she turned to Kushina and Yamato, who were sitting next to her. "I'm afraid it's very hard to tell. Both girls seem to be quite skilled," Yamato said before turning to his former ANBU captain. "What do you think, Kushina-senpai?" "Too close to tell. That Haku girl has gotten a lot stronger since Nami no Kuni, and as much as I hate to admit it, that Kumo girl is just as good. More than likely it will come down to who can last the longest or who makes the first mistake." In the arena enter Naruto Shippuden OST 2 Sunspot. After staring at one another for about 2 minutes, the two kunoichi finally made their move, where they charged at one another at the same time with incredible speed. To the ordinary people in the audience, the two girls were nothing but blurs. Only the shinobi members in the audience could see the two girls, who were moving throughout the arena with impressive speed, clashing with other for a moment before disappearing again. Eventually, though, the two girls slowed down, where Samui then took out several shuriken and threw them at Haku, who deflected them with her Senbon needles. But as soon as Haku had dealt with the shuriken, Samui appeared above her with her katana now covered in lightning and swung it down on Haku's head, cutting it in two. But just when Samui thought she had won, Haku began to crack, before shattering into 100 pieces of ice, revealing she had replaced herself with an ice clone. After the fake Haku shattered into ice, the shards that made her up started to float in the air and surround Samui, before they then converged in on her at once. Once the ice shards pierced Samui, the real Haku reappeared a few feet from her. But as soon Haku appeared, Samui reverted into a wooden log, revealing that she had replaced herself at the last second. Also on the log was an exploded note, which lit up and exploded, forcing Haku to raise her arm and cover her face from the blast. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Haku lowered her arm, where she then saw several shuriken covered in lightning spinning towards her at high speed. Wasting no time, Haku quickly moved to her right, where the shuriken flew past her and embedded themselves deeply into the wall behind her. After avoiding the shuriken, Haku saw the real Samui emerge from behind the smoke and throw several more lightning-enhanced shuriken at her, which she narrowly avoided again. After which she then performed several high-speed one-handed hand seals and said, "Hayatan Korihari, ice release, ice needles," creating hundreds of small ice needles and fired them at the blonde kunoichi. Acting quickly, Samui formed 3 high-speed hand seals and thought, "Suetun, Mizurappa, water style, water release, wild water wave," and spat out a large stream of water, which washed away the ice needles. At the same time, she also converted some of her chakra in her hands into lightning and added it to the water to increase its effectiveness. After the lightning-enhanced water wave washed away the ice needles, it continued towards Haku, who immediately created a narrow wall of ice to hide behind, blocking electrified water attack. When the water attack ended, Haku noticed several exploding notes floating in the water around her. She then realized that Samui had added some exploding notes to attack, which lit up and exploded, causing a large cloud of smoke and dust. Shortly after the explosion, Haku emerged out of the smoke in relatively good shape, but as soon as she appeared out of the smoke, Samui appeared behind her and slashed. But to the blonde kunoichi's surprise, Haku reverted into water, revealing that she had been a water clone. Using her sensory skills, Samui quickly located Haku behind the smoke, emanating a large amount of chakra. Realizing that Haku was preparing some kind of large-scale jutsu, Samui began preparations for her own jutsu. "I had planned to save this technique for either Naruto-kun or Sabaku no Gaara, Gaara of the Sand Waterfall. But I have no other choice now, if I wish to win this match," Haku thought as she performed the necessary hand seals. She then began to summon up most of her remaining chakra and gather the water from Samui's last attack for the technique she had created during the 1-month training period. At the same time, Samui finished performing the hand seals needed for her technique, and raised her right arm up with her palms stretched forward and the other arm supporting the right. She then gathered most of her remaining chakra for her strongest technique, which she knew would be her last attack, win or lose. Once the smoke and dust from the earlier explosion dissipated and the girls became visible to one another, both of them unleashed their final attacks. "Hayatan, Kiriryu, ice release, ice dragon!" Haku cried, as the water around her swirled around her and began to turn to ice and form into a massive Chinese dragon made out of water and ice, which began to freeze everything around it before charging towards Samui. "See! Rantun, Rizeho, storm release, laser cannon!" Samui yelled at the same time as Haku, where a massive bright blue beam of energy erupted from out strength plam and headed straight for Haku's dragon. Within seconds, the 2 large attacks collided with one another, where the laser beams sliced right through Haku's ice dragon before it hit the arena wall right below the stands, causing yet another massive explosion. And Naruto Shippuden OST 2 Sunspot Dash. "Both these girls are nuts," yelled Shikamaru, as he covered his eyes from the force of the explosion. "Shit, I didn't think Samui would go this far," Karui commented as she raised her arms to shield her face. "Haku!" Zabuza yelled as he stood up, fearing the worst for his student. "Damn, what the hell is with kids these days?" Jiraiya thought as he and the other Kages saw the massive explosion, where the smoke and dust covered the entire arena, blocking everyone's view of the match. Not long after the 2 attacks collided, the smoke and dust cloud caused by the blast began to dissipate, allowing the audience to see the arena again. As the smoke and dust cleared, the finalists could see a massive hole in the arena wall directly below the stands, which had been caused when Samui's attack hit it. The arena, which was already in pretty bad shape from earlier battles, was now covered in small pools of water from when Samui's Rizeho destroyed Haku's Kiriryu. Shit, Samui wasn't playing around, Naruto thought when he saw the massive hole now in the wall, which was easily twice the size the one he made when he fought Niji. Before long, though, Naruto and everyone saw a single figure standing in the middle of the arena. As the smoke and dust cleared further, they saw that the figure was a weary-looking Samui, whose clothes were torn up and filthy. "All right, Samui, I knew she could do it!" Karui cheered, thinking that her teammate had won. "Man, that was too close," Oma thought as he let out a sigh of relief, since he was starting to doubt that his blonde teammate wouldn't win. "Something isn't right here," Yujito thought with a frown. Even though she was pleased to see that her teammate and fellow blonde was okay, something didn't sit right with her. "What's wrong, kitten?" the kitten asked, sensing her honest concerns. Your teammate won. I thought you would be happy? I am, it just that something feel right. Yujito replied, where as soon as she thought this, her concerns were answered when she saw an ice mirror suddenly appear from behind Samui. After the ice mirror appeared, Haku emerged out of the mirror and stabbed Samui in the neck with her Senbon needles. Seeing this, the Kumo genin all cried out to Samui. In the arena after Haku appeared out the ice mirror and stabbed her in the neck with her Senbon needles, Samui turned around slightly to look at her Kiri opponent. I am sorry, Samui-san, you were a Wothiri adversary. I hold no ill will towards you, but you have lost this battle, a tired Haku said. Who, like Samui, was in a sorry state, and looked just as exhausted as Samui, after narrowly escaping the blowed Kunoichi's Rizaho. Her hair had broken from its bun holder and fell down her back. Her black scarf was gone, her skirt was torn up and caked in dirt, and her blue top was destroyed, leaving only her fishnet shirt, which was also fairly torn up, covering her upper body, and she was covered in cuts, dirt, and dried blood. You haven't won yet, Samui said before she reverted into lightning and electrocuted the female ice user, revealing that she had been a lightning clone. Aga! Haku cried in pain as she felt the lightning travel throughout her body. Eventually the lightning faded and Haku fell to the ground, barely conscious and unable to move with the exception of the occasional twitch, caused by the lightning that traveled through her body. After Haku fell to the ground, the real Samui appeared, who had been hiding in the field under the guise of a genjutsu. Seeing that Haku was unable to move, Samui slowly walked towards her opponent, with the intent of finishing this battle. It seems that you are the one who has lost, Haku-san, Samui said as neared the student of Zabuza. But before she could do anything, she suddenly noticed that her arms or legs start to feel cold and go numb. When she looked down, she saw ice slowly covering her body. Before long, the ice covered her arms, lower body, and began to cover her upper body, causing her to fall to the ground shivering and unable to move. WWWH what? HH happing TT to M me? Samui has as her teeth chattered from the cold. Seeing this, a painful smile appear on Haku's face. It seems that you were not able to completely avoid my Kiriryu after all. HH how? My Kiriryu is not an ordinary technique. Even if you destroy or evade the dragon itself, you cannot escape the water that surrounds it and makes it up. All the water needs to do is splash your body, and it will slowly freeze and cover your body in ice, causing it to go numb, leaving you unable to move. It seems we both lose, Samui-san, Haku said with a sad smile before finally losing consciousness. And not CC cool, Samui said through her chattering teeth as she continued to shiver, unable to move. It was at this point that Genma reappeared in the arena. After he shunshined, body flickered, a way to avoid being caught up in the crossfire between the two kunoichi. Damn, those two sure did a number on the arena, the Tokubetsu Jonin thought as he scanned the arena, before turning to the two girls with impressed look. Who says girls don't know how to fight? Seeing that Haku was now unconscious and Samui was covered in ice, unable to do anything, Genma decided to officially end the match. Both Haku of Kirigakure and Samui of Kumogakure are unable to continue fighting. This match is a draw. With the audience after Genma declared the match a draw, the crowd broke into large applause, even though many were disappointed that there was no winner. Everyone agreed that it was an excellent battle and that both kunoichi fought well. Looks like we're out this, Zabuza remarked, since with Haku now out, Kiri had no other genin in the exam. But still he was quite proud with how well Haku had fought, as she had become a great deal stronger since Nami no Kuni. He was even amazed at Haku's Kiriryu, as he had not been aware that Haku created such a technique during the previous month and guessed she must have created it in secret, when he was busy training Chojuro. The battle was a blast, but ended with a duded thought Killer Bee as he was disappointed that Samui hadn't won. Perhaps, but Samui still fought well, you should be proud, the Hachibi said, where Killer Bee just nodded and said he was. A draw, can't say I'm surprised, both of them were fairly evenly matched, Kushina commented. I agree, I dare say even Naruto would have had difficulty fighting either one of them, Yamato added. Humph, not bad, my thought, as she had been impressed with Haku and Samui. Guess that's it, but those two were pretty strong, Akatsuchi said as he turned to his female partner. They're not bad, I guess, Kuratsuchi remarked with a shrug, although had to silently admit to herself that she would have had a hard time if she had fought either one of them. It seems Kumo and Kiri have some good quality kunoichi. Man, that was awesome, said an ecstatic Konohamaru after the battle ended. Yeah, did you see that blonde girl who shot the energy blasts? She was so cool, a young boy said excitedly. That girl Haku was just as cool as her, a young girl said. Didn't you see how she would appear out of those ice mirrors and how she created that massive ice dragon? Both of them were so powerful, said Idan. Iruka-sensei, do you think the reason they are so strong is because of their bloodlines? Miyogi asked. In part yes, but not entirely, Iruka answered, where when he saw the confused look on the children's faces he explained further. Although it is true that their bloodlines are very powerful, and they gave them a significant advantage, it is not the real reason why they are so strong. They are strong because they trained hard in both their bloodlines and their individual skills. Strength and skill like theirs cannot be gained natural. It has to be earned through hard work and tireless training. So if I were to train hard like them, I could become as strong as they are one day? A young girl asked. Yes, you can, if you are willing to give it your all, Iruka replied with a kind smile. Bloodlines alone do not decide if you are powerful or not. There are many great and powerful shinobi out there who do not have bloodlines and are stronger than those who do. Wow, said a young boy. That's it, I'm going to train hard just like they did. Me too, said a young girl. I'm going to train every day and become just as strong as them. Count me in, yelled a young boy. Yeah, me as well, said another girl, where soon enough the whole class was declaring that they would train harder as well. When Iruka saw this, the young man smiled, since his plan to stimulate the children and show them the value of hard work and training, by allowing them to watch the Chunin finals, was working better than he had hoped. The finalists box dash. A draw? Said Carrie in surprise as she couldn't believe that Haku had gotten Samui, just when it looked she had won. That Haku girl was a lot tougher than we originally thought, Oma remarked while thinking. I guess the old saying is true, a battle is never done, until someone is down and out. Looks like you were right, kitten, that ice girl still had a few tricks up her sleeve, the Nibi remarked. Yes, I know, it seems Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaku no Gaara aren't the only ones we should be wary of in this exam, Yujito replied, as to be honest she was a little surprised by how things turned out. It also complicated things, since with Carrie's loss to Sai and now Samui's tie with Haku, the only ones left to accomplish their mission were her and Omo. Man, Haku and Samui have really come a long way since I last fought them, Naruto thought as he was amazed at how strong they were. In the Kage box dash. Damn brat, you sure know how to pick them. Jiraiya, though, with an amused smirk, after Ginma ended the match and the two kunoichi were taken away to be treated by the medics. A draw, how disappointing, the Mizukage said with a sad expression, as she had hoped Haku would have made it a little further in the exam. She of course could not fault the girl, as Samui had proven stronger than anyone expected. Yet despite being caught off guard by Samui's bloodline, she was still able to pull off a draw, which was better than losing. Not to mention, given how well Haku fought, she was certain that the battle had earned them some good publicity with the visiting daimyos and feudal lords. Mizukage wasn't the only one who was a little disappointed with the outcome of the match. The Reikage had been certain that Samui could win her match, given her bloodline and her fighting skill. Sadly, though, they had underestimated Haku, who was able to take Samui down with her. It seems Naruchan was right about those two being strong, Tsunade thought. It's just as well the battle ended as it did. Even if one of them had won, they would have been too tired and injured to fight in the next round and would have been forced forfeit. That was a nice battle, the Kazekage suddenly commented. Indeed it was, remarked the Sandaime. Both Kanasahai are a credit to your village, Mizukage-sama, Reikage-sama. Thank you, Hokage-sama, although I will confess I was a little disappointed with how things turned out, as I had been certain that Haku would have won, the Mizukage replied. At this remark the Reikage grunted, as he too felt the same way in regards to Samui. Yes, but still it was a well-fought battle and they both fought admirably, and you should be proud of them for that, the Sandaime said. At this commented the two Kages nodded, as they were indeed proud of the girls. Now in regards to being Chunin, the Sandaime spoke. I vote to having them both becoming Chunin. The two of them showed excellent show of skill when fighting each other and showed an impressive use of ninjutsu. Both of them also showed calmness of mind and did not panic when under pressure. Samui-san showed good sense in keeping her true skills hidden and did not hurry to use them, even when in a tight situation. When she eventually revealed her true skill, she revealed them when they would be of the most use and made good use of them, allowing her to gain an advantage over Haku. She even showed impressive skill in combining her lightning affinity with her water attack to increase its effectiveness, and throwing in exploding notes to catch her opponent off guard when the attack ended. She also showed excellent foresight, which nearly won her the match when she created the right Hokage Bunshin, lightning-style shadow clone, and hid under a genjutsu, waiting for Haku to appear. The Sandaime said before continuing on with Haku. Haku-san also displayed good qualities, using her superior speed to her advantage as well as showing the ability to adapt to difficult situations, such as using her ice clones as decoys and using their broken shards to attack Samui. She also used her surroundings to her advantage, where she used the water Samui created earlier to help her create her Kuriryu. Such resourcefulness and adaptability is essential both as a Chunin and as a team leader, where it can often decide if a mission will fail or succeed. Furthermore, she showed remarkable talent and skill to create such powerful and versatile techniques like the Kuriryu and the Makio Hyosho, and used them to their full extent, which allowed her to escape defeat. Naturally, after hearing the Hokage's reasoning, the other three Kages nodded their heads and agreed to add their recommendation to make both Haku and Samui Chunins. In the audience, once Haku and Samui had been taken away by the medics to be treated, many people in the audience began to mutter to one another with excitement. Since only one match was left in the first round of the finals, and it was Sasuke and Oma's match. "The next match is finally the Uchiha's one," said one man in the crowd as he looked at the leaflet for the matches. "Yeah, but who this Omo kid that he is going against?" the person next to him asked. I don't know, but I bet he's nothing compared to an Uchiha." "Yeah, you're probably right, but let's hope the match will turn out to be as good as the Senju and Hyuga battle, or better yet like the one we just watched." As the crowd people began to talk, rumors began suddenly spread about Sasuke's late arrival. Some said he was forfeiting the match, others said he was injured from training and couldn't fight, while some said he had gone missing and hadn't been seen since the preliminaries. As the crowd waited for the next match, the visiting daimyos and feudal lords used the time to place their bets. In the Kage box dash. "Has there been any sign of Sasuke yet?" the Hokage asked as he turned to Rado. "I'm afraid not, Hokage-sama," the Tokubetsu Jonin replied, which made the old Hokage and his two students worry, fearing the worst. "I see, I have no choice then," the Sandaime said as he lowered his head for a moment before lifting it up again. "We cannot let the guests wait like this." But before the Hokage could tell Rado to have Sasuke disqualified, the Kazekage suddenly said, 10 more minutes." "Excuse me, Keikage-sama?" the Sandaime asked. "Can we try and wait for 10 more minutes? The guests have been waiting to see the last Uchiha fight. It would be cruel to cancel it. Wouldn't you agree, Reikage-sama?" said the Kazekage as he turned to his fellow Kage. At this question the Reikage narrowed his eyes. Normally the bulky Kage would have demanded that Sasuke be eliminated from the finals for being so late and for keeping them waiting. But given how his plan to humiliate Konoha at the Chunin exam depended on Sasuke being in the exam, he had no choice but to agree with the Kazekage's suggestion to wait a little longer. When the Kazekage requested for more time to be given to Sasuke, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and stared at the Kage. He was already suspicious enough of him, given the way he was acting lately and how he asked the Hokage to delay Sasuke's match earlier. But now he was even more dubious of him, since this wasn't like the same man he knew. He was also mistrustful over why the Kazekage was going out on such a limb for a genin that wasn't even from his own village, regardless of the reasons he gave earlier. If this was the Reikage, Jiraiya could understand slightly, since his genin was fighting Sasuke. But since the Kazekage was the one who was making all the fuss to hold the match, Jiraiya was becoming more and more wary of him. "What's he up to?" Jiraiya thought as he studied the man carefully. Jiraiya was of course not the only one who was becoming distrustful of the Kazekage's actions, as his former teammate Tsunade was just as suspicious of the Kage. "With all due respect, Kazekage-sama, we cannot hold up the finals for one single genin, regardless of who he is or of how many people have come to watch him fight. We do have other genin who are ready to compete and who arrived on time. I myself would not ask for such leeway from my son Naruto if he was this late. A shinobi cannot be late for a mission. If he is, it could cost him the lives of his client or his comrades, causing the mission to fail. If Uchiha Sasuke cannot arrive on time for his match, then how can he be trusted to be on time for a mission? You make a sound argument, Tsunade-sama, but we have waited a long time already. Waiting 10 more minutes will not make that much of a difference," the Kazekage replied calmly. "It can make all the difference in the world when on a mission or in a battle, where it can decide the fate of a comrade and the success or failure of a mission, and I think we have been more than patient with him. If Uchiha Sasuke cannot be on time now, then he clearly does not deserve to be a Chunin," Tsunade retorted. Hearing this, The old Hokage could only nod his head, as Tsunade made several valid points, but so did the Kazekage. He could even hear the cries of the people from the crowd, demanding to start the next match and saying that they wanted to see Sasuke fight. I must confess both of you make good arguments, the Hokage muttered as he thought what he should do. If I may interject, Hokage-sama, but perhaps we could come to a compromise? The Mizukage interjected, making her voice heard. Of course, Mizukage-sama, what do you propose? The Sandaime asked, as he welcomed a possible solution to this conundrum. Well, as the Kazekage has pointed out, if we disqualify Uchiha Sasuke from the finals, many of the visiting daimyos, feudal lords and shinobi heads will be greatly annoyed by this. Since for many of them, one of the main reasons why they have come here is to watch Uchiha Sasuke fight. I myself must confess that I would like to see the boy's capability with my own eyes. But at the same time I must agree with what Tsunade-sama said, as his tardiness cannot be tolerated and a Chunin cannot afford to be late for anything. The female Kage said, where she then continued on. What I suggest is rather simple. We give him the 10 extra minutes that the Kazekage asked for. But we remove his candidacy to become a Chunin, regardless of how well he performs in the finals, should he arrive in the allowed time. That way both parties are satisfied, where Uchiha Sasuke still has his chance to fight, but loses his chance to become a Chunin. When the Sandaime heard this, he could only nod his head in agreement, as he found the Mizukage solution quite reasonable, and was rather impressed with the young woman's diplomatic skills. Clearly showing that she was more than a skilled shinobi and a pretty face, and that she was worthy of being the Mizukage of Kiri. A very intriguing idea, Mizukage-sama. Do you have any problems with this, Kazekage-sama? Reikage-sama? The Sandaime asked. I have no problem with this, the Reikage replied, as it didn't really matter to him if Sasuke became a Chunin or not. All he needed was for him to be in the finals. Nor do I, the Kazekage answered. And what of you, Tsuanda? Asked Sarutobi, as he turned to his former student. I have no problem with this, Tsunade said, since she didn't really care if Sasuke got disqualified from the finals or not. She just wanted to see how far the Kazekage was willing to go to keep Sasuke in the finals. And now she knew that whatever the Kazekage was planning, it involved Sasuke. I don't know what you're up to, but I'm on to you, Tsunade thought as she watched the Yondaime Kazekage closely. Good, Reito, please tell Gunma of what we have decided, the Hokage said to Scarred Man. Hearing the Hokage's orders, the Tokubetsu Jonin nodded and once again shunshined away to Gunma. In the arena after the girls had been taken by the medic, Gunma looked up to the finalists' box and noticed that Sasuke had still not appeared yet. Uchiha Sasuke will have to give up his match at this rate, Gunma thought. Seeing that Sasuke hadn't arrived yet, Gunma held off on disqualifying Sasuke to see if the Hokage wanted to do anything about it. After a few minutes he got his answer when Reito arrived and told him of what the Hokage and the other Kages had decided. When Reito finished explaining everything to Gunma, he went back up to the Kage box. I see, Gunma thought, as he took out his pocket watch and looked at it, seeing that it was 5-2. A 10-minute extension, eh? Ladies and gentle, due to the fact that Uchiha Sasuke has yet to appear, he will be given a 10-minute extensions. If he does not appear in this time, he will be disqualified from the exam, Gunma announced. Naturally, when this was announced, the crowd did not react very well, as many were angered by the fact that they might not see Sasuke fight. Where's the Uchiha? One person shouted. Come on, bring him out, shouted another person. Yeah, I paid good money to watch the Senju and Uchiha heirs fight, roared a different person. Sasuke-kun, thought a worried Sakura. Geez, I know Kakashi-sensei likes to show up late, but this is getting ridiculous. What the hell are Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei playing at? Naruto thought as he was getting really annoyed with all these delays, especially since his fight with Temari was after Sasuke's match. For Kami's sake, what the hell is taking him so long? Karui asked angrily, as she was starting to get really annoyed with the Uchiha, regardless of how good-looking she thought he was. So the next 10 minutes will decide if I fight the Uchiha or not, Oma thought with a frown and began sucking on a new lollipop he just took out. I don't know what Konoha is playing at, but he better show if we want a chance of achieving our mission, Yujito thought with a frown of her own. So Uchiha, will you show up or will you chicken out? Sai thought, who decided to stop painting and walk over to the railing to see if Sasuke would show up or not. Damn it, how much longer do we have to wait? Kankuro muttered quietly to his sister, as he was starting to get nervous, especially since Sasuke had still not appeared. Is the Uchiha going to show or not? Before his sister could ask, Gaara, who was standing near him, spoke. He will. I'm sure of it. When Gaara said this, his siblings could see the bloodlust in their younger brother's eyes. It was a look they knew all too well, and they could tell it had only grown as he watched the other finalists fight. Seeing that Gaara was not far from losing control of himself, the two older Sand siblings could only hope that their young brother could contain his bloodlust long enough for the Uchiha to arrive and for the invasion to begin. Please, Sasuke-kun, please come, Sakura thought as she prayed for the safe arrival of her teammate/crush. In the arena, standing in the middle of the arena, Genma watched as time ticked away until eventually his watch hit 2:05. Time's up, guess that is it for the Uchiha, the Tokubetsu Jonin thought. The deadline is up and Uchiha Sasuke has not arrived, therefore he... Genma said. But before he could finish speaking, a large whirlwind of leaves appeared in front of him. Once it died down, he saw Uchiha Sasuke and his sensei Hitaki Kakashi standing back to one another, where Kakashi then looked over to Genma and said, Sorry, are we late? Chapter 29 Round 2. In the arena. Upon seeing the two tardy shinobi, the examiner Genma could only shake his head in amusement. Name? He asked, even though he knew it already who Sasuke was. Uchiha Sasuke, the raven-haired boy replied, who was wearing his new attire, which was a black, one-piece version of older outfit with many small arm belts adorning his left arm and similar bands around both legs. In the audience, with the arrival of the Uchiha Heir, the crowd broke into a thunderous cheer, happy to see that the Uchiha had finally appeared. Sasuke-kun, Sakura said happily, when she saw the young Uchiha safe and sound. Yash, he made it just in time, Lee said, who was sitting next to his teammate Tenten and his sensei Guy. In the Kage box dash. Well now, it seems that he has finally arrived, the Mizukage said with an amused smile. Humph, it's about time, the Raikage scoffed, since he was rather annoyed with how long he had kept them waiting. But despite how annoyed he was still pleased that Sasuke had arrived in time, since now his plan for humiliating Konoha in the finals could work. When Jiraiya and Tsunade saw that Sasuke had finally arrived, they both glanced over at the Kazekage, who looked rather pleased, if not a little excited. They of course weren't the only who noticed this, as the former sensei the Sandaime saw the same look in the Tsunakage's eyes, which made him more cautious of the man. In the finalist box dash. Geez, he caused everyone a lot of trouble and he doesn't look the least bit sorry about it, an annoyed Shikamaru thought. He's probably just waited until now to show up, just so that he could make a bigger entrance. And not a second to spare, yesh, an irritated Naruto thought when he saw Sasuke and Kasuke finally appear. I seriously hope Gigi or someone chews Kakashi-sensei out for being this later, as he held up whole finals and nearly got Sasuke disqualified. About time, said Karui, who was upset with the whole delay, not to mention the fact that she was fighting the urge to punch Sai in the face, who was standing near her with his annoying fake smile. Looks like you just made it, Uchiha, Sai thought, as he looked down at the two Sharingan wielders, while ignoring Karui's angry glares. Finally he's appeared, now we have a chance at accomplishing our mission, Yujito thought before turning to Omoi, who just nodded. Looks like I'm up, Omo muttered before he jumped over the railing and down to the arena. In the arena dash. Well, it's hard to ask this after we've entered the stage with such a flashy performance, but did Sasuke get disqualified? Asked an embarrassed Kakashi as he scratched his head nervously. At this, Genma just shook his head in amusement and smiled slight. He must have caught your bad habit of being late. So is he. No, he isn't. Sasuke match was put on hold, twice in fact. You both arrived just in time, so he didn't get disqualified. I'm glad to hear that, Kakashi said with a look of relief on his face. But there is something you should both know, Genma said suddenly with a serious tone, gaining both Sasuke's and Kakashi's attention. The other Kages were not pleased with how late you both were and how we had to hold up the exam for you. So a penalty had to be placed on Sasuke for arriving late should you arrive in the given time. What sort of penalty? Kakashi asked with some concern. They have removed his chance at becoming Chunin. Regardless of how well he performs in the finals, he will not be promoted. When Kakashi heard this, the silvered-haired Jonin winced slightly, as he didn't think the Hokage would do something like this. But he quickly realized that he may not have had a choice, since the other Kages would most likely have been greatly displeased with the hold-up. He also couldn't really blame the old Hokage, as he had been more than generous by delaying the match until now. They were lucky that the Hokage hadn't disqualified Sasuke at the very beginning. When Sasuke heard the news that he had lost his chance at becoming Chunin, he frowned slightly. Seeing this, Genma turned to the Uchiha. Do you want to compete or do you want to forfeit your match? It's your choice, kid, as regardless of what you choose, I'm afraid you won't make Chunin. When Genma said this, the raven-haired boy just smirked. I didn't train for the past month or come here just for the chance of becoming a Chunin. I came here to fight, and that is what I intend to do. Hearing this, Genma smirked again. Fair enough. Well then, I'll take my leave then, Kakashi said before he wished Sasuke good luck and shunned up to the stands. In the audience, after body flickering to the stands, Kakashi saw several familiar faces sitting in the front stands and decided to join them. Ohio, Yamato-kun, Kushina Sanak, said Kakashi before he received a hard punch to his one exposed eye. Yo, what was that for Kushina-senpai? Kakashi asked as he covered his new black eye. You know damn well why I did that, you idiot. Kushina rounded, where she then smashed her fist down on Kakashi's head. You're over 2 hours late, and you nearly got your student disqualified from the exam. Itai 1, said Kakashi as he crouched down on the ground holding his head in pain, with a very large lump on his head. When he looked up, he could see his former ANBU captain towering him with her arms crossed and angry look in her eyes. Her red hair flew wildly around her and a dark crimson-red aura surrounded her, making her appearance seem almost demonic. Please, Kushina-senpai, it wasn't my fault, Wigwa, Kakashi said as he tried to explain why he was late, in the hope of avoiding the fury of the infamous Chishio no Habanero, red-hot-blooded habanero. Who could make even his late sensei, the Yondaime Hokage, cower in fear when faced with her wrath. But before he could finish speaking, the red-headed Jonin grabbed him by the collar of his flak jacket and lifted him up into the air. I don't want to hear any of your lame-ass excuse, Kushina yelled. Do you not realize how much trouble you two caused by being late? But it's true, I was training Sasuke to master a new jutsu that he would need later on in the finals, and we lost track of time. When we realized what day it was, we hurried back here as fast as we could, Kakashi said, hoping that he could ease Kushina's anger. Sadly though, it did not. In fact, it only made Kushina angrier, where she proceeded to shake Kakashi about like a rag doll. And you think that is a good enough excuse? Kushina shouted angrily. You're his freaking sensei, you moron. You're supposed to keep track of the days. I swear, Kakashi, if you were still in ANBU under my command, I would have you running laps around Konoha until your legs fell off, and then assign you to guard duty on the Ain no Kuni, Rain Country, border for a month, in a leaky old shack. Eventually though, Kushina let go of Kakashi, but it didn't mean he was off the hook, as Kushina continued to yell at Kakashi. It's your fault that Sasuke now lost his chance at being promoted. Wait, you know about that? Kakashi asked in surprise, since he had only just heard it from Genma. Of course, before you arrived, Shizen had gone up to talk to Tsunade, who told her what the other Kages decided, where she then told us. You should be damn grateful that they didn't outright disqualify him at the start. Kushina rounded, although she was suspicious over why the Kazekage went to such lengths in keeping Sasuke in the exam. As Kushina continued to verbally berate the silver-haired Jonin over how late he was, Yamato, Shizen and the others sat back and enjoyed the show. As it wasn't every day that they would see Kakashi being scolded like this. Asuma, Kuriani and Yamato all smirked at the sight while Shizen giggled. Anko on the other hand was in tears from laughing so much. Especially when Kakashi lowered his head in shame, like a young genin who was in trouble with his sensei, where he would nod his head every so often and say, Yes ma'am, no ma'am, I know ma'am, I'm sorry ma'am, it won't happen again ma'am, as Kushina continued to reprimand him. At least until Kushina bashed him on the head again, telling him to stop calling her ma'am. She wasn't old enough to be called ma'am in her mind. Naturally, Yamato was enjoying this sight most of all, given all the trouble Kakashi gave him back when they were still in ANBU together. The young genin, however, could not help pity Kakashi slightly, especially Kiba, who knew what Kakashi was going through right now. Damn, she as scary as Ka-chan if not worse, the young Inuzuka boy thought. Guess Senju doesn't have it so easy after all, with her as his sensei. Eventually, after verbally tearing Kakashi apart, Kushina finally settled down and sat back down on her set. Sighing with relief that it was all over, Kakashi went to take the empty seat next to Shizen. But before he could even sit down, Kushina suddenly spoke. What do you think you're doing? The angry redhead said, as she glared at the one-eyed Jonin. I am just taking my seat. A nervous Kakashi replied. You're not sitting there. Seats are for people who are on time. You're sitting there. Kushina said as she pointed to the ground. BB but. Kakashi stuttered, but before he could say anything more, Kushina gave him another angry glare. Now! The former ANBU captain barked as she pointed to the ground again. That is unless you want to become my sparring partner for the next week. At this the copycat Nin gulped and quickly took his seat on the cold hard ground, as he would rather do a dozen of Guy's stupid challenges than be Kushina's sparring partner, especially when she was angry. The woman was simply vicious when she was pissed. As Kakashi sat on the floor, a dark cloud of depression hung over the Sharingan user, where he stared down on the floor and started drawing circles on the ground with his index finger. You didn't have to get so angry, senpai. It's not like I meant to be late, a pouting Kakashi said. This was of course too much for the rest of the group to handle, where they all busted out laughing. At the sight of the famed copycat Kakashi acting like a 5-year-old, who had just been scolded by his mother and sent to the corner as punishment. Although no one dared make that comparison to Kushina, for fear that the redhead would turn her wrath on them, the Jonin Genin also joined in the laughter, where Choji spat out some chips from laughing, while Kiba actually fell off his seat from laughing so hard. Even Kushina herself spared a small smirk of satisfaction when she saw Kakashi act like this and thought, I still got it. In the arena after Kakashi left the arena, Sasuke looked over to Omo, who was slowly walking towards him, and Genma. Once the two boys were facing one another, Genma spared a quick glance at each of them before. Are you both ready? Both boys just nodded at this, as they were unwilling to take their eyes off one another. Okay, then let the final match of the first round begin. Genma yelled, where he raised his arm up and swung it down to signal the beginning of the match. As soon as Genma gave the signal to go, the two boys took out their individual weapons, where Sasuke took out a kunai, while Omoi drew his katana. After which the two male shinobi raced towards one another. Once their weapons clashed with another, a battle for dominance began between the two of them, where they both tried to push the other back. Seeing that it would be pointless to continue like this, Sasuke allowed Omoi to push him back. He then fell backwards and spun around to Omoi's left, and performed a strong roundhouse kick, sending the dark-skinned boy skidding across the ground. Recovering quickly, Omo quickly brought his katana forward to block any attacks Sasuke would attempt. But by that time it was already too late, as Sasuke proved faster than Omo anticipated and was already underneath him, where he performed a high-speed leg sweep with his right leg, causing the Kumo Genin to fall backwards. But before Omoi could even hit the ground, Sasuke brought his left leg up and spun in the opposition direction he did earlier, allowing him to perform a powerful reverse heel kick, causing Omoi to drop his katana and send him flying to the other end of the arena. Naturally, after seeing this, the crowd erupted into cheers, seeing that Sasuke was living up to his reputation and showing Omoi no mercy. But what the crowd failed to notice was the exploding note that Omoi had dropped on the ground as Sasuke kicked him away, which then exploded right below Sasuke after he kicked Omoi away. Naturally, after seeing the explosion, many of the people in the audience began to fear that the young Uchiha heir had been killed, including Sakura, who cried out Sasuke's name after seeing the explosion. Her concerns, although, proved unwarranted, as after the explosion, Sasuke emerged out of the smoke from the explosion, slightly singed, but unharmed. After Sasuke emerged out of the smoke, Omoi suddenly reappeared right in front of him, with his katana in hand, and stabbed the Uchiha in the chest, before he could do anything to stop the other boy. But just when the Kumonin thought he had won the match, Sasuke reverted into a wooden log. Shit! Oma thought as he realized that Sasuke had replaced himself using the Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique. After realizing that Sasuke had tricked him, Omo immediately found himself under attack from several shuriken coming in from his left. But just as he skillfully deflected them with his katana, Omo noticed something from the corner of his eye and quickly spun around to block a kunai stab from behind by Sasuke. After barely blocking Sasuke's sneak attack, Omo then pushed the young Uchiha back and then leapt a few feet backwards so to gain some distance between the two of them. Damn, looks like the rumors about this guy being good were true. I can't afford to underestimate him, or else I'll lose, or worse, be dead, the white-haired boy thought. After Omu moved back from him, Sasuke then took out several shuriken from his pouch and threw them at Omoi, who of course deflected them with his katana. But when he deflected all the shuriken, Omo found Sasuke right in front of, under his guard, where he then grabbed hold of both Omoi's wrists, preventing him from using his katana. Looks like I have you, Sasuke said with a smirk, but was surprised to see Omoi smirk and say, I wouldn't be so sure that. After which Omo then spat his lollipop into Sasuke's face, causing the Uchiha to close his eyes momentarily, allowing Omo to lift both his feet into the air and double-kick Sasuke in the chest and him skidding backwards. Sasuke of course quickly recovered, where he then saw Omo race towards him and preformed the Kyumoryu Omotajiri, cloud-style front beheading, technique and attempted to sever Sasuke's head with it. Wasting no time, Sasuke quickly jumped backwards to narrowly avoid the slash, although did receive a slight slash cut on his shirt. After avoiding Omo's attack, Sasuke threw several kunai at him with exploding notes tied to them and caused them to explode right when Omo was about to deflect them. When the notes exploded, Sasuke then took out a large Fuma Shuriken from his pouch. Once he had unfolded the Fuma Shuriken, a slightly singed Omo appeared out of the smoke from the explosion, showing he had survived the explosion, just as the Uchiha suspected. Not wasting his chance, Sasuke then threw the oversized Shuriken at Kumonin, just as he emerged from the smoke. Unable to avoid the high projectile in time, Omo could only watch as the large Shuriken flew towards him and cut him in two. But just when Sasuke, though he had won, Omo reverted into lightning, revealing he was a lightning clone. A clone! Sasuke thought in surprise before the real Omo appeared to his right and performed an roundhouse kick right into Sasuke's face, sending the raven-haired boy crashing into nearby arena wall. The finalist box dash. Alright, that's the way, Oma! Kaori yelled as she punched her fist into the air, while her teammate Yujito just nodded and smiled. That's what you get for underestimating Oma. Sasuke, he's not someone you can take lightly, the Naruto thought. In the arena, after crashing into the wall, Sasuke slowly picked himself up and wiped the blood from his lip after Omo's kick and smirked. I see, you're better than I thought. Looks like I will have to bring this out, Sasuke said, where he then activated his Sharingan. So that's the Sharingan, Oma thought with a frown, after seeing the famed Jujutsu of the Uchiha clan. I will have to be even careful now. Not wanting to give Sasuke any opportunity to use his Jujutsu against him, Oma quickly moved forward and raced towards Sasuke with impressive speed. Wasting no time, Sasuke skillfully evaded Omo's sword slash by jumping into the air, and used the arena wall to propel himself away from Omo and to the middle of the arena. Seeing this, Omo immediately spun and raced towards his opponent, who had taken another Fuma Shuriken out from his pouch and threw it at him. After Sasuke threw the oversized Shuriken, Omo noticed by chance that there was a second Shuriken hidden in the shadow of the first. Realizing that Sasuke was using Kage Shuriken Jutsu, Shadow Shuriken technique, Omo moved forward, skillfully deflected the two Shuriken in one quick motion. He then raced towards Sasuke, believing that the Uchiha was now vulnerable to an attack. But what Omo didn't know was that he had fallen into Sasuke's trap, as the Uchiha heir had tied a thin line of shinobi wire to the Fuma Shuriken. He then used the shinobi wire to pull the Shuriken back after Omo had deflected them with his katana, so that he would stab the Kumonin in the back. Seeing Sasuke tug at something, Omo noticed the thin line of shinobi wire shining in the light, and quickly realized that he had played right into Sasuke's hand. Knowing he had only seconds before the Fuma Shuriken hit him in the back, Omo used the Kyumoryu Uragiri, cloud-style reverse beheading, to spin around and sever the shinobi wire from the Fuma Shuriken and at the same time deflect the large projectiles. Sasuke, although had predicted all this and had wanted Omo to use the Kyumoryu Uragiri, as when he used the sword technique to deflect the Fuma Shuriken, he left himself exposed to attack from his raven-haired opponent, who performed 7 high-speed hand seals and yelled, Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique, and spat out a large fireball at the now vulnerable Omo. After spitting out the large fireball, Sasuke watched as his attack flew towards Omo and engulfed in him flames. Thinking he had won, Sasuke waited for the flames to die down, but to his surprise and confusion, all he saw was a badly burnt log lying in the middle of a small crater created by his attack. Before Sasuke could ponder on the matter further, he suddenly heard the sound of something flying through the air. Looking up, Sasuke was able to see several high-speed shuriken flying towards him, thanks to his Sharingan. Realizing that somehow Omo had somehow replaced himself before his attack hit, Sasuke quickly evaded the spinning projectiles. But to his surprise and confusion, he still received several light cuts on his arms, despite successfully avoiding the shuriken. Before he could put much more thought on the matter, he suddenly saw Omo directly in front of him, who was just finishing doing some hand seals before holding out his hand and yelling, Reijiki no Yari, lightning attack spear! Causing a blast of lightning in the shape of a spear tip to erupt from his hand. Acting fast, Sasuke quickly jumped to his right, narrowly avoiding the deadly lightning spear, which hit the wall behind him and caused a small hole in the arena wall. That was too close, Sasuke muttered, before he was forced to move again when he saw several kunai flying towards him. After avoiding the kunai, Sasuke barely had time to take out one of his own to block a horizontal slash from Omoe, who had just appeared in front of him. But what he didn't expect was Omoe's katana to be coated with lightning chakra and cut through his kunai like a hot knife through butter. Seeing this, Sasuke barely jumped back in time and threw his few remaining shuriken at Omoe, forcing the Kumo Genin to jump back. Damn, I almost had him, Omoe thought with some annoyance. Now I understand, Sasuke said, after he gained some distance from Omoe, where the two boys were now at opposite end of the arena. You channel your lightning affinity into your weapons to gain even more cutting power. Also, by adding your chakra to your weapons, you increase their cutting range. That's how your shuriken were able to cut me when I avoided them. Pretty good, you catch on quick. I can see why they call you a prodigy, Omoe replied with a small smirk. Yeah, well, figuring it out was the easy part. The only problem is that I have to keep my distance from him, since he can enhance the cutting power of that sword of his, making it difficult to get close to him. I could use what Kakashi taught me, and break that sword of his, but I want to keep that secret for a little longer. At least until I face either Haku, the Kumo girl Samui, or better yet Gaara, Sasuke thought, as Sasuke thought about how he should keep his distance from Omoe. The Kumonin in question thought on doing the opposite, since he wasn't very good at fighting from long range. After about a minute or so of staring at one another, Omoe decided to make the first move, where he threw several kunai at Sasuke, hoping that they would keep Sasuke distracted long enough for him to get close enough to him and finishing off. Figuring what Omoe was doing already, Sasuke threw some of his own remaining kunai at Omoe, hitting them with pinpoint precision and deflecting them away. After which, in the space of only a few seconds, Sasuke preformed the necessary hand seals and yelled, Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, where he then spat out a volley of small fireballs, which flew in an unpredictable manner, making it difficult for the Kumo boy to avoid them. After the attack ended, the arena ground had several scorch marks on the ground from the flames. Omoe was in a fairly rough state with his clothes slightly scorched. But luckily he had been able to avoid any serious harm from the flames, although gained very little ground. Before Omoe could plan his next move, he was surprised to see Sasuke preform another set of hand seals, one that was very familiar to him. When Sasuke finished the hand seals, he held out his hand and yelled, Reijiki no Yari! Shit! That's my technique! Omoe thought in surprise, before he narrowly avoided being hit by the lightning attack. Crap, he must have used his Sharingan to copy my technique when he saw me use it. After barely avoiding the powerful lightning attack, Omoe saw several kunai flying towards him from Sasuke's direction. Knowing he couldn't avoid all of them, Omoe used his Kumoryu Mikazukijiri, Cloud-style 3 days moon beheading, technique to deflect the multiple projectiles with one quick motion. But when he did this, Sasuke appeared behind him and delivered a sharp elbow to the back of Omoe's head, causing the young boy to fall forward. Fortunately though for the Kumo Genin, he was able to remain conscious despite the hit he took to the back of his head, where he dropped several smoke bombs when he fell forward. As the smoke bombs exploded, the surrounding arena was filled with smoke. But it wasn't ordinary smoke, as mixed in with the smoke was pepper powder to blind Sasuke. Omoe had got this trick from Naruto, after remembering his first run-in with the blonde, and thought it would be a useful way to handle a dangerous opponent like Sasuke. After turning back around, Omoe saw Sasuke stumble out of the smoke, covering his eyes with his hand. This match is mine, the dark-skinned boy thought, where he raced towards Sasuke with his katana, with the intent of ending this match. But just as Omoe swung his katana, Sasuke disappeared right before his eyes. What the? Thought Omoe, before he saw Sasuke underneath him and kicked him right in the chin, sending the Kumonin flying into the air. Before Omoe knew what happened, Sasuke used the Kagebyo, Shadow of the Dancing Leaf, to match his movements in the air and appear behind him and hit a pressure point in Omoe's back, preventing him from moving. Sorry, but the same thing won't work on me twice, Sasuke commented. Naruto played the same trick on me before, so all I had to do was close my eyes until I was out of the smoke and pretend that you blinded me. Crap, Omoe thought as he realized he had been tricked by Sasuke, who then spun his leg around to hit Omoe on his right side, causing the elder boy to drop his katana. after which Sasuke then took advantage of the kick to counterspin and hit Omoy on his left side, causing the boy to fall towards the ground. Sasuke then continued his assault with a strong elbow to the chest and finished up with powerful drop kick while shouting, "Sure Rindan, lion combo," sending Omoy crashing to the ground like a falling rock. When Omoy hit the ground, the Kumo Genin cried out in pain and spat out a large amount of blood, as the damage done to his body was extensive. Once he had finished his attack, Sasuke gracefully landed next to Omoy and deactivated his Sharingan. After which he then looked over to Genma, who was slowly walking towards them. "I think that you should call the match, he's done," Sasuke said, knowing that Omoy wouldn't be able to get up after that. After walking up to the two and looking down at the Kumonin, he saw that Omoy was barely conscious and couldn't move his body, due to his injuries. "I have to admit, that Uchiha kid isn't half bad," Genma thought before he looked up to the stands and said, "Omoy of Kumogakure, Hidden Cloud, is unable to continue battling. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke of Konohagure." With the audience after Sasuke was declared the winner, the audience erupted into a thunderous applause, the loudest being Sakura, who cheered at the victory of her crush. As the audience continued to cheer Kushina and the others could hear people say things like, "Did you see how he handled that Kumonin?" one person asked. "Yeah, not to mention how he copied his technique and used it against," another person said. "He great," a different person said. "Of course he's an Uchiha after all," yet another person said. "I bet in the final match, it's going to be the Uchiha Heir versus the Senju Heir." In the Kage box after Sasuke was declared the winner, the Kages immediately began to discuss amongst themselves. "That was an interesting, wouldn't you agree, Hokage-sama, Mizukage-sama?" said the Kazekage. "Indeed it was Kazekage-sama," the Sandaime Hokage replied. "I concur," the Mizukage, who found Sasuke match quite entertaining. "What did you think of the match, Reikage-sama?" the Suna Kage asked as he turned to the Kumo Kage, who remained surprisingly silent. "I found the match to be acceptable," the bulky Kage answered with a small grunt. Although at the same time, the Reikage was silently cursing Konoha. His entire plan to humiliate Konoha was falling apart right in front of his eyes. In fact, his plan was having the opposite effect, where they were being humiliated by Konoha. With Samui tying with Haku and Karui and Omoy losing their respected matches against Sai and Sasuke, only Yujito was left to compete. "Damn it, how does Konoha continue to have so many talented shinobi? I did not think he would have mastered the Sharingan to this degree," the Reikage thought angrily. If only Samui had won her match against that Hayatan, ice release girl, Omoy's loss wouldn't have mattered. Seeing the annoyed look on his leader's face, she decided to calm the Reikage down. "Reikage-sama, I know this isn't how you expected things to turn out, but still there is no need to be worried. Yujito is still in the exam, and regardless of how skilled the genin in this exam are, none of them are strong enough to defeat Yujito, not even Suna's Jinchuriki Kigara." When she had finished, the Reikage nodded in agreement. His plan could still work, as he was positive that Yujito could win the exam and defeat both Naruto and Sasuke. After finished talking with C, the Reikage's attention was suddenly turned to the other Kages who were speaking to him. "I apologize, Hokage-sama, but could you repeat that?" the Reikage asked, as I'm afraid my attention was drawn elsewhere. "Yes, well, the other Kages and I were discussing the events of the match, and were discussing whether or not to recommend your genin Omoy to become a Chunin. Since Sasuke is no longer qualified, and we were wondering if you agree with our assessment," the Sandaime said. "Of course, and what have you decided?" the Reikage asked. "We decided that even though your genin Omo-san showed impressive skill as both a shinobi and as a swordsman, not to mention remarkable resourcefulness in his battle against Uchiha Sasuke, he still needs a little more seasoning as a shinobi before qualifying as a Chunin." Nodding at this, the Reikage simply said he agreed with their assessment, and then turned to look down into the arena and waited for the next match to start. In the finalist box dash, "Too bad, Omo, you were close, but Sasuke was better," Naruto thought sadly as he saw his Kumo friend being taken away by the medic on a stretcher. "If I hadn't used the same trick against Sasuke when he went out of control from the cursed seal, it might have worked and Omo would have won. Damn it, that idiot Omo blew it," Karui yelled angrily as slammed her fist on the railing. "If he hadn't been so cautious and had been more aggressive, he could have won." "That enough, Karui," Yujito said suddenly. "We knew there was a possibility that Omo would lose against Uchiha Sasuke given his skill level. Omo was not at fault here, he did his best, and the fact is you cannot criticize him, as you lost your match as well. In fact, if you had been a little more cautious and had not let your opponent provoke you, you might not have lost your match. At the same time, Yujito was also thinking, things aren't going as well as we had hoped. Uchiha Sasuke is just as skilled as the rumors say, although I'm certain he hasn't shown his true abilities yet. Oma's loss wasn't entirely unexpected, but I had hoped that Oma would have injured or worn Uchiha Sasuke out enough for Samui to defeat him in the second round. But with Samui drawing with Yuki Haku, that is no longer possible, and now I'm the only one left. After being told off by Yujito, Karui blushed red from embarrassment and anger, which grew when she glanced at Sai, who was standing not far from her, and gave her another one of his fake smiles after hearing her being told off. Eventually, after making his way up the stairs, Sasuke arrived in the finalist box, where he made his way to the railings, where Naruto and the others were. Well, nice of you to finally appear, Uchiha. You sure took your sweet time. Naruto greeted with a small smile. Nice to see you too, Senju. As for being late, you can blame Kakashi-sensei for that. The Uchiha heir replied, as he stood next to the blonde. Yeah, I figured as much. The male Senju replied with a scoff. So I'm guessing since you're here and Hyuga Niji isn't, that you won your match? Of course, as if I lose that fate-believe prick. Naruto answered with a frown, since he was still rather angry at Niji for trying to kill Hinata. This was of course no real surprise to Sasuke, since he was one of the few people who knew just how strong Naruto really was. It was also at this point that he finally took notice of Naruto's new attire. I see that you went for a new look. I could say the same thing about you, Naruto remarked. What's with the coat, trying to be like the Yondaime? Sasuke asked, since he knew that Naruto greatly admired the former Hokage and wanted to be like him. Something Sasuke found a bit funny, given the strong resemblance between the two of them, which was only highlighted with the coat on. Hey, nah, just something Ero-sennin gave me before the exam, Naruto replied with a smirk. Hearing this, Sasuke just shrugged, not really caring that much, and began to look around the box at the remaining candidates. Naruto of course explained that Karui, Kankuro, and Shikamaru had all lost their matches and that Dosu hadn't shown up for his match against Gaara, while the others remaining finalists were with the medics, recovering from their injuries after losing their matches. Nodding at this, Sasuke was slightly surprised to see that neither Samui nor Haku was here, since he knew that their match was after his and that he would have to fight the winner of their match. I don't see Haku or that Kumo girl Samui, didn't they show up? Oh yeah, that's right, Naruto said. Since you hadn't shown, the Hokage and the other Kages decided to put your match on hold and have Haku's and Samui's match, while we waited for you and Kakashi-sensei to appear. It was actually a hell of a battle, where they were pretty even with one another. Even more surprisingly was that during the battle, Samui revealed that she had a bloodline limit as well, something I didn't even know about. A bloodline limit? Sasuke repeated in surprise, where Naruto just nodded. Yeah, it's called Rantan, Storm Release, and it allows her to fire powerful beams of energy. She was able to use this to completely destroy Haku's Makio Hyosho, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Naturally, Sasuke was surprised to hear this, since he knew firsthand how deadly Haku's Makio Hyosho was and how strong the mirrors were. But before he could comment further on what Naruto had told him, the blonde continued. Also, you saw all the water around the arena and the large hole directly below the stands? Naruto asked, where Sasuke nodded. Well, the water all came from Haku's last attack, which was a massive dragon made out of ice that froze everything it touched. The large hole in the wall below the stands was made by Samui's last attack, which was a massive beam of energy that destroyed Haku's ice dragon in an instant. I thought that you did that, using that insane strength of yours, Sasuke said, since he had noticed the damage done to the arena walls when he first arrived. Actually, I made the one over there, a slightly embarrassed Naruto said, where he pointed to a large but smaller hole in the wall at the opposite end of the arena from them. After hearing this, a large frown appeared on Sasuke's face, since Samui had proven to be even stronger than Sasuke had originally expected. It was also obvious that Haku had become a great deal stronger from when they fought at Nami no Kuni, Wave Country. Who won? Actually, that was the most surprising thing. It ended in a draw. Samui was able to knock Haku out with a lightning clone, but she in turn was caught in the after effects of Haku's ice dragon, where her body froze. When the Uchiha heard this, his frown only deepened, since he had wanted to fight both of them. Haku because she had defeated him at Nami no Kuni, and Samui because when he had first met her, he could tell that she was strong and wanted to test himself against her. When Naruto saw the frown, He of course knew why Sasuke was annoyed by the events, since with Haku and Samui now out, he would automatically move to the third round of the finals. Now normally a person would welcome this, but Sasuke wasn't like most people. He enjoyed the challenge of a good fight and to test himself against strong opponents. This was of course something that both he and Naruto had in common, since like Sasuke, Naruto welcomed the chance to fight strong opponents and to become stronger. But before he could say anything to the Uchiha, he suddenly heard Genma speak down in the arena. In the arena dash. With the first round matches finally completed, these will make up the matches for round 2. The first match will be between Temari of Tsunade, Hidden Sand, versus Senju Naruto of Konohagakure. The second match will be Ni Yujito of Kumogakure, Hidden Cloud, versus Sai of Konohagakure. The third match will be Gaara of Tsunade versus Abdurrahim Shino of Konohagakure. Uchiha Sasuke will automatically proceed to round 3, due to the double knockout in the match between Yuki Haku of Kirigakure, Hidden Mist, and Samui of Kumogakure. At hearing this, the crowd erupted into loud cheers, where people quickly began to place their bets for the next match. After a few minutes, once the crowd had settled down, Genma spoke again. Now will Temari of Tsunade and Senju Naruto of Konohagakure please come down to begin the next match, in the Kage box dash. So it's your daughter against Senju Naruto, Kazekage-sama? The Mizukage said, as she turned to look at the Kage from Suna. Yes, so it seems. The Kazekage replied. It should prove to be an entertaining match, as my daughter is a powerful wind user, as you saw early. When Tsunade heard this, she just smirked and held her betting slip on Naruto tightly. The girl may be good at using wind jutsu, but so is Naruto. In the finalist box after hearing her name being called, Temari started to get worried. Damn it, what the hell are they waiting for now? Both the Uchiha and the Senju kids are here. The operation should have started by now. Hey Temari, maybe you should forfeit, your battle isn't that important. All we were told was that both the Senju and Uchiha kids had to be here and they are. Kankuro whispered in his sister's ear. Hearing this, Temari just nodded, believing that her younger brother was right, since it didn't matter if she won or lost the Chunin exam. The only reason she fought last time was so not to draw too much attention to them as they waited for the invasion to begin, while at the same time by time for Sasuke to arrive, who was now here. There was also the fact that she didn't have much chakra left after her long fight with Shikamaru. Just when Temari was about to tell Genma that she was going to forfeit, she suddenly heard Naruto call out to her. Hey fangirl, don't tell me you're chickening out already, like your pansy brother did? What did you say, you brat? Kankuro yelled angrily. You heard me, as only a pansy would wear that much makeup on his face, not to mention spends all his time playing with dolls and quit right when his match was about to start. Mocked Naruto. It's war paint, not makeup, and they aren't dolls, they're puppets. A furious Kankuro yelled as he was about 2 steps away from using Crow on Naruto. Tisk, tomato, tomato, same thing. Naruto said as he waved his hands in a mocking way. You must really be bad at finding yourself a girlfriend, or is that you prefer to play with your dolls? Getting the meaning of what Naruto said, Kankuro turned bright red with rage and roared. I'll KKILLLYYYYOU. Quickly sidestepping the puppet user as he lunged at him and causing him to trip, Naruto jumped onto the railing and turned to Temari. So how about it, fangirl? Do you want to finish what we started at the preliminaries, or are you going to chicken out when faced with a real shinobi? Gritting her teeth in anger, Temari reined in her temper at Naruto's remarks, as she had their mission to complete. At the same time, not far from the Senju heir, Yujito stared at the blonde boy with a small frown. What are you up to, Naruto? Since she knew this wasn't like him. Seeing that he was getting to Temari, Naruto pushed further by smirking arrogantly. Yeah, I thought as much. I would expect nothing less from a cowardly Sunanin, who only picks on little kids and fights defenseless opponents. It's no wonder Suna has become so weak with Kunoichi like you. Then again, you're just a weak little girl, from a third-rate village who hides behind her. Naruto said, but before he could finish insults, a massive burst of wind erupted in the finalist box and blew Naruto off the railing and into the arena. Shit! Sasuke thought, as he raised his arms up to protect his face from the wind and tried to keep himself from blow away. Damn it, Naruto, now you've done it, you've seriously pissed her off. Shikamaru thought as he did the same thing as Sasuke. Fuck, she's lost it. Kankuro thought, who was struggling against the wind his sister created. Gaara for his part just watched, as his sand protected him from the wind and was mildly amused by how Naruto goaded his sister. That's it. I've heard enough. roared the furious Suna Kunoichi, as she held her now fully open fan. "If you want to fight so bad, I give it to you, and shut that smart mouth of yours once and for all." After being blown out of the finalist box, Naruto quickly recovered by performing a mid-air backflip, allowing him to land gracefully on the ground in the middle of the arena next to Genma. "Well, that was quick," the Konoha examiner remarked inside his head. At the same time, a still smirking Naruto looked up at the angry Temari, who was now standing on top of the railings glaring at him. Too easy, Naruto thought, as he looked up at the angry Suna Kunoichi. She may be a level-headed shinobi most of the time, but if you push the right buttons, she's more hot-headed than her brother. Ka-chan always did say I had a knack for pissing people off. Now that I stopped her from forfeiting, I can find out what Suna is really up to in the exam. Seeing Naruto was unharmed and still had that annoying smirk of his, the blonde-haired Kunoichi growled angrily, and quickly jumped down to the arena. Kankuro of course tried to stop her by saying, "No, Temari, wait! Don't you see? He's baiting you!" But it was too late, as all Temari could see what read and think on how she was going to crush the smart-mouthed Senju for his insults. In the Kage box dash. "My, your daughter seems to be more eager to fight than last time, Kazekage-sama," Mei remarked after seeing Naruto be blown out of the finalist box and Temari following after him. "So it seems, although I must wonder what has gotten into her, as she is not normally like this," the Tsunade replied. "Knowing the brat, he probably said or did something to piss her off," Jiraiya said, since given his vast experience, he knew an angry Kunoichi when he saw one. In the arena dash. "Damn, and I thought she was eager before," Genma thought when he saw Temari land on the ground with a large gust of wind, although he quickly realized why Temari was acting this way, when he saw the blonde Kunoichi glare murderously at the other blonde next to him. "Well, since you are both here now, I think we can get the match started," Gemma said. "Before we begin, Genma-san, could you hold on 1 second? Naruto said, where he then went inside his coat behind his back and took out a small pill bottle and threw it to Temari, who caught it. "What's this?" Temari asked angrily. "It's a pill bottle, I thought that would be obvious," Naruto said to her as if she was stupid. Gritted her teeth and her fan tightly, the Suna Kunoichi glared at the male blonde. "I know it's a damn pill bottle, I'm asking what's in it." "Soldier pills," answered Naruto. "Soldier's pills," Temari repeated in surprise. "To restore your chakra, since you probably don't have much left after amount you wasted when you fought Shikamaru and after he let you win," Naruto replied, further antagonizing Temari, who was still angry over how Shikamaru forfeited after he had her. "Do you think I'm stupid or something, Senju? Is that a trick question?" Naruto asked with a goofy-looking smile, causing Temari to glare even more. "You think I actually take your word for it? For all I know, they could be poison, making it easier for you to beat me. I don't need tricks like that to beat someone like you, especially with the way you are now. I want this to be a fair fight, so that when I beat you won't have any excuses, like being low on chakra or being worn out. I'm going to defeat you the same way you beat Tenten-chan. You're going to lose without even laying a figure on me, and you're going to know what it feels like to be completely helpless against an opponent." "My, aren't we arrogant?" Temari remarked. "I prefer the term confident," Naruto replied. "But if you still don't trust me, then just give me one, it doesn't matter." Raising her eyebrow, Temari decided to do it and poured the pills from the bottle into her hand, where she then threw one of the pills from the bottom of the bottle. After catching the pill, Naruto then placed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. He then opened his mouth again to show his female opponent that he had indeed swallowed it. Seeing this, Temari waited a few minutes to see if anything would happen. Seeing that nothing was happening to Naruto, Temari decided to take the risk, as she had nothing else to lose, and swallowed one of the pills and poured the rest back into the bottle and threw it back to Naruto. Within a few seconds, Temari felt her body filled up with chakra again and found that her body didn't feel tired anymore. In the Kage box dash, "Your son just threw away a huge advantage, Tsunade-sama," the Raikage commented. Yes, I know Naruto has a rather strong sense of honor when it comes to fights like these. He hates having an unfair advantage over his opponent, since he prefers to fight them on even terms. Tsunade replied with a slight frown. Well, we'll see if this doesn't backfire on him," the Raikage said, who found Naruto action naive and slightly foolish. Although at the same time he could not help but respect it, as he could understand the desire to want to have a fair fight with someone. With the audience dash, "Why did Naruto-kun do that?" Rurikayo asked in confusion. "Now he will have a harder time fighting her." It because beating her the way she is now would be hollow. Can't I said, gaining the Fire Princess and her grandparents' attention. Naruto wants a fair fight and beat her when she is at her best. Since there is no satisfaction when beating a weakened opponent. 2. It seems that young Naruto-kun has inherited your sense of honor, Kensai-san. The Fire Daimyo remarked with an amused smile. It does indeed. The young samurai remarked with a small smile of pride at his one-time student. In the arena once Temari had recovered her chakra and Naruto had put away the pill bottle, Genma asked them both if they were ready, where the two blondes just responded with a nod, as they watched each other closely. Seeing this, Genma nodded his own head and raised his arm into the air and said, "Then let the first match of round 2 begin," as he swung his arm down. Wasting no time, Temari struck first by swinging her fan, creating a massive gust of wind that hit Naruto dead on. But when the wind attack hit the blonde boy, Naruto reverted into a piece of wood, revealing he had replaced himself. Upon seeing this, Temari quickly jumped away, narrowly avoiding several shuriken that came at her from behind. She then turned around with her fan open to protect her from any more projectiles, and upon seeing the spiky-haired blonde, fired another blast at wind at him. Seeing the wind blast, Naruto quickly channeled his chakra into his katana and converted it into wind. He then swung his katana downward and yelled, "Surashifu, wind slash!" creating a crescent-shaped blade of wind that sliced through Temari's attack, causing it to dissipate. "Shit!" Temari thought, before she jumped to her right, barely escaping the deadly wind blade. "Damn it, I was careless. I let my emotions get the better of me. How could I forget that he was a wind user as well?" After evading Naruto's attack, Temari saw that Naruto had sheathed his katana and was now preforming several hand seals. Not wanting to give Naruto any more of an advantage than he already had, Temari lifted her fan and prepared to fire another blast of wind. But before she could fully swing her fan, Naruto finished his hand seals. After which several dozen vines erupted from the ground and wrapped themselves around Temari's body, preventing her from moving and forcing her to drop her fan. What is this?" Temari cried, as she felt the vines squeezing her. "A little technique I learned from my sensei Kurinai," Naruto replied as he slowly walked towards Temari. "Now then, fangirl, I have some questions for you and you better answer them truthfully." In the audience dash. "What's going on?" Ino asked suddenly. "Why have they stopped fighting? And why did that girl just drop her fan so suddenly? My guess would be that Naruto has her under a genjutsu, am I right, Kurinai?" Kushina said as she turned to her fellow female jonin. "Yes, and if given the hand seals he just used, I would say he's using Magen, Hayashibin, demonic illusion, binding vines, which I taught him several months ago." 3. What is that technique? Sakura asked. "It's a technique that allows the user to create an illusion of vines around the target. Thereby the victim will be tormented with the sensation being squeezed tightly by vines, while at the same time taking away their body's freedom. It's quite useful when wanting to capture or interrogate an enemy," Kurinai replied. When the two girls heard this, they shared concerned looks along with Hinata, who already knew about the jutsu, since it was clearly a jutsu that they wouldn't want to be under. At the same time, both Kurinai and Kushina were wondering why Naruto placed Temari under that genjutsu, since there were many other more effective jutsu to defeat Temari with. In the arena dash, "Damn you," Temari hissed angrily, as she glared at the blonde boy who had her trapped. "Curse me all you want, fangirl, but the truth is that you let your anger and your pride rule you, and that is why you're in this position," Naruto replied. "Now tell me, is your brother Gaara the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Shikaku, one-tailed Shikaku?" At this question a look of shock appeared on the Tsunade girl's face and thought, "How does he know about Gaara?" But she quickly hid her surprise so not to give it away. "I don't know what you're talking about," the girl replied before she screamed out in pain as the vines tightened around her. "I thought I told you not to lie to me," Naruto said coldly. "I'm not lying," Temari yelled. "Yes you are," Naruto replied. "I'm a trained medic, so I know when people are lying to me, by watching their body's involuntary reactions. Like for example, one way to tell when a person is lying is by their eyes. Since when people tell the truth, like remembering their favorite book, their pupils dilate and their eyes involuntarily move up and to the left, accessing the visual cortex of their brain, therefore they are telling the truth. But if a person's eyes go up and to the right, then you are accessing the creative side of your brain, therefore you're lying." At this a look of fear and surprise appeared on Temari's face, although what she didn't know was that Naruto himself was lying. since what he said was just junk and he couldn't really tell when people were lying. He just wanted Temari to think he could tell when she was lying, which was why he asked about Gaara being a Jinchuriki, when he already knew he was. This way, when he asked his real questions, she would be less likely to lie. Now then, fangirl, I asked you again, is your brother Gaara the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Shikaku? At this question, Temari could feel the vines tighten around her again, squeezing the life out of her. After a minute or so, Temari could take no more and yelled, "Yes, he is!" After which the vines loosened a little, allowing her to breathe. Good, that's one question out of the way, now on to the next one. Tell me your orders regarding Sasuke and me? What? The girls asked in surprise. Do you think I am an idiot? It's no coincidence that Suna enters its Jinchuriki to the Chunin exam when both Sasuke and I are in it. Not to mention the fact that your village is suffering a decline in strength, thanks to your daimyo reducing your funding and mission requests. You have orders regarding us, and I want to know them. Damn it, he's on to us. How does he know so much? A panicking Temari thought, before she felt the vines squeezing her body again. Now tell me, what are your orders regarding Sasuke and I? Were you ordered to kill us in the exam? Naruto asked. I don't know what you're talking about, www don't have any ga. Temari said before she cried out in pain, as the vines began to squeeze her tighter. I told you not to lie to me, Naruto said coldly, as he had seen the relieved look on both Kankuro's and Temari's faces, when he first arrived and again when Sasuke arrived. His mother and Jiraiya even said that it was very likely that Gaara was sent into the exam to kill them, since it made the most sense as to why Suna would send someone as unstable as Gaara into the Chunin exam. I know that you want us for something, and I know it involves some kind of plan. I overheard you and your brother talking about a plan as we were waiting for Sasuke to appear. Now tell me what your orders are regarding us? Naruto demanded, as he didn't like doing this. Since as both a person and as a medic, he didn't enjoy seeing people suffer or being the cause of it. In fact, he hated it. But the reality was he needed to know what Suna had planned for Sasuke and him, in the event that they had some other goal they weren't aware of. This was why he wanted to get his answers as quickly as possible so that he could end this. Just tell me what I want to know, despite what you may think of me. I don't enjoy this. So the sooner you tell me, the quicker this ends. Now tell me, what are your orders regarding Sasuke and me? After about a minute or so of squeezing from the vines, Temari finally broke. Our orders were to monitor you both and to make sure that the two of you made it to the finals, that's it. I don't know anymore, I swear. And what is your plan? Why did your village send your brother, and why do they want us in the finals? Naruto asked, feeling the vines squeezing tighter. Temari tried to think of a way to get out of her. Gwag! I need to do something fast. I don't know how much more I can take. If I lie, he'll know it, but if I tell him the truth, our mission fails. Temari thought. This has to be some kind of genjutsu, as it's the only explanation as to where these vines came from. But how do I get free, when my hands are bound like this? As Temari tried to think of a way to free herself from the genjutsu, she suddenly remembered something her sensei told her not long after her team was first formed. Flashback dash. Temari, Baki said, can you tell me how you escape from an opponent's genjutsu? You need to stop the flow of chakra in your body, and then apply an even stronger power to disrupt the flow of the caster's chakra. This is called Genjutsu Kai, Genjutsu Dissipation. Temari replied. Very good, Baki said with a nod. Although another way to combat Genjutsu is to have a partner. Why is that? Kankuro asked, who was sitting next to his elder sister. It helps, because if your partner is unaffected by the enemy's Genjutsu, they can free you from it by applying a sudden surge of chakra into your body. This will of course have the same effect as using Genjutsu Kai. But what if you don't have a partner, what could you do then? Temari asked. The best solution, which is also the easiest, is pain, Baki answered. Pain? The two siblings repeated us confusion. Yes, intense pain not caused by the Genjutsu, like stabbing or cutting yourself, is the best way to break you from a Genjutsu. Remember that when you are in trouble and you can escape most Genjutsu. And flashback. After remembering this, Temari quickly bit down on her lip hard, causing it to bleed. The pain was brief, but it was enough to free her from the Genjutsu, allowing her to move, after which she quickly picked up her fan and channeled her wind chakra into it before yelling. Kamaitachi no Jutsu, Sickle Weasel Technique. Acting fast, Naruto quickly jumped up into the air to avoid the powerful blast. Shit, looks like she's more resourceful than I gave her credit for, guess I won't get my answers. Now I have to move to plan B. In the audience dash. Looks like she escaped Naruto's genjutsu. Asuma commented. Yes, so it seems, although I cannot help but wonder what was happening when she was under Naruto's genjutsu. Since Naruto could have easily knocked her out when she was under the spell, but he didn't for some reason. Kurenai replied. Kurenai was of course not the only one who was wondering this, as both Naruto's senseis Yamato and Kushina were wondering the same thing. In the arena after avoid Temari's attack, Naruto landed back on the ground where he then released his Shirshiro Mamazuke Shiru, for limbs weighting seals, allowing him to move at his full speed. Seeing that Naruto avoided her attack, Temari spun around and swung her fan again. But like before, Naruto avoided her attack, by using his high speed to move out of the way. TSK, I missed again. Temari thought angrily, but quickly calmed down, knowing what happened last time she got angry. I'm afraid you missed again, fangirl. A familiar voice said behind her. When the blonde girl turned, she was found Naruto leaning against the arena wall several meters from her with the same annoying smirk he had earlier. Not wasting any time, Temari immediately swung her fan at Naruto, creating yet another vortex of wind. But yet again Naruto evaded the powerful wind attack, using his superior speed, and appeared on the Tsunade girl's right-hand side, several meters from her. You should really try a new thing called aiming. It can do wonders, where you might actually hit me, Naruto said after reappearing again. Damn you, just hold still! Temari yelled as she sent another blast at the blonde Konohanin, who again avoided it and appeared at another end of the arena. And why should I do that? Naruto asked when he reappeared again. This continued for several minutes, where each time Temari would send a blast of wind at the blonde Senju, and each time he would avoid the blast. After a while, a thin layer of dust caused by Temari's various wind attacks began to cover the arena, although it wasn't thick enough to obstruct people's view of the fight. Damn you, Pant, do you intend to fight back at all? Temari said angrily as she was starting to get tired from using her fans so much. She of course knew she shouldn't let Naruto's taunts get to her, but there was just something about the blonde Senju that got under her skin. Why would I do something like that? You're doing a pretty good job at wearing yourself out, Naruto said as he appeared directly in front of Temari, causing the girl to jump back a few feet in surprise. Besides, you've already given me the perfect way to beat you. What do you mean? Temari asked in confusion. I mean this, Naruto said as he performed several hand seals and slammed his hand onto the ground while saying, Doton, Dojin Hiki, Earth Style, Earth Encampment Wall. B. After saying this, 4 large walls made out of earth formed around Temari and Naruto in a square formation. What's going on? What are you doing? Temari yelled in confusion. Tell me, fangirl, have you ever heard of a dust explosion? Naruto asked. A dust explosion? Yes, a dust explosion is the fast combustion of dust particles suspended in the air in an enclosed location, like this one we are in, and as you can see we are surrounded by dust, thanks to all the wind attacks you preformed, Naruto said. Seeing this, fear suddenly crept into Temari's eyes as she realized that Naruto had tricked her. But before she could say anything, Naruto continued with his explanation. Now, dust explosions don't happen with just regular dust, even in an enclosed space like this. There has to be a large amount of certain kind of dust like coal dust, grain, flour, sugar, or in our case pollen, and since it's the middle of summer and my village is the middle of a vast forest, there is a lot of pollen in the air, more even thanks to your wind attacks. All that's needed is a little spark and everything inside this square goes boom. Wait. If you do that, then you'll be caught in the explosion with me, Temari yelled, as she tried to stop Naruto. At this, Naruto just smiled and said, Oh, didn't I tell you, I'm a clone. Afterward, he held up his right index finger and generated some chakra into it before converting it into lightning. This then ignited the dust cloud, and caused a small explosion, destroying the encampment wall and sending Temari flying into the arena wall. After the explosion, the real Naruto appeared, who had been watching everything safely outside the encampment wall. Luckily for Temari, the amount of pollen in the dust cloud wasn't high enough to cause a large explosion. But it was high enough to cause a small one, which destroyed the earth encampment and sent Temari crashing into the arena wall, wounding her badly, where she had several cuts, bruises, and burns on her body. You've lost, fangirl, I suggest you give up, Naruto said as he stared coolly at the Suna Kunoichi and slowly walked towards her. Angered by how much Naruto had humiliated her, and ignoring her injuries that she suffered from the blast, Temari slowly stood up, using her now folded fan to help her up. You haven't won yet, the girl replied, where she then charged forward with her fan raised and planned to us it like a club against Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto just shook his head and thought, why do I keep getting the stubborn idiots? As Temari drew closer, Naruto performed a series of one-handed hand seals, which then caused his right hand to be covered in chakra. Once the Tsunade girl was close enough, Naruto moved forward with startling speed. When Temari saw this, she tried to hit the blonde with her fan, only to miss as he sidestepped it. He then used his Chakura no Mezu, chakra scalpel, to sever the tendons in Temari's right arm, causing her to drop the oversized fan. After which he then performed a leg sweep, causing the female blonde to fall on her back, where Naruto then placed his foot on her stomach and redrew his katana and held it directly above her face. Not nice, is it? To be so helpless, unable to do anything, while another holds your fate in their hands. Perhaps I should show you the same kindness you showed Tenten-chan when you defeated her in the preliminaries? Naruto said as he stood over the girl and could see the fear in her eyes. But luckily for you, I'm not that kind of person. After Naruto said this, Genma walked over to the two, and upon seeing that Temari was basically at Naruto's mercy and could no longer fight, he decided to end the match. Temari of Tsunade can no longer continue. The winner of the first match of round 2 is Senju Naruto. After Naruto was declared the winner, the audience once again erupted into a thunderous applause, where people cheered loudly at Naruto being announced the winner. As soon as he was declared the winner, Naruto lifted his foot off Temari's stomach and sheathed his katana, where he then proceeded to walk back to the finalists' box. As Naruto slowly walked away, he suddenly stopped and glanced back at Temari, who was slowly lifting herself up. I suggest that you remember what happened here today, fangirl, and remember what it feels like to be on the other foot, before you ever try anything like what you did at the preliminaries again, Naruto said before turning his back to her and heading back up to the finalist box. Hoping that after her defeat today, Temari would have learned a little humility and would treat others with a little more respect than she did before. In the Kage box, that was a very interesting match, wouldn't you agree, Kazekage-sama? The Mizukage said. Indeed it was, despite the fact that my daughter lost. The Swan Kage replied. Although I must confess I was rather impressed with the unique way he defeated her. Yes, well, if you asked me, the boy was rather cocky. The Raikage commented. He could have easily defeated her, yet he gave her a soldier pill to replenish her chakra reserves. It could have easily backfired on him and cost him the match. That is indeed true, Raikage-sama. The Sandame replied. But to be fair, Naruto-kun had the match in hand. Not once did he lose his composure, and given the way he defeated the Kazekage's daughter, it showed that he knew what he was doing the entire time and had complete control of the battle. That is indeed true, Hokage-sama, although what I would like to know is what happened between Naruto-san and Temari-san when he had her under his genjutsu. The female Kage replied. The other Kages all nodded at this, since many of them, including Jiraiya and Tsunade, were curious as to what happened when Naruto had Temari in his genjutsu. In the finalist box, after making his way up the stairs, Naruto arrived at the finalist box, where Shino, Shikamaru and even Sasuke congratulated him on his win over Temari. Naturally, Kankuro didn't look very pleased, given what Naruto said to him earlier and because he defeated his sister. Gaara, on the other hand, didn't seem to care that his sister lost. In fact, he actually seemed pleased that his sister lost to Naruto. Impressive win, Yujito said as she walked over to Naruto to congratulate him. Thanks, Naruto replied. Although if you asked me, you were a little overconfident when you fought her, especially when you gave her the soldier pill, Yujito said. Yeah, well, I needed her to be at full strength, since I wanted to give her a dose of her own medicine. After what she did at the preliminaries, she'll think twice before doing that again, given how she now knows what it feels like to be helpless. Maybe, but one thing is for certain, it won't be a fight she will forget soon, the blonde Kumonin replied, where she looked over at Temari, who had just entered the box and glared at Naruto before walking over to her siblings. You alright, sis? Kankuro asked in a low voice. I'm fine, Temari replied, as the medics healed her more serious injuries and she could move her arm again. But we have a more serious problem to deal with. What do you mean? The puppet user asked. Senju Naruto. He's even more dangerous than we expected. How so? Asked Kankuro in confusion. He's on to us. He knows that Gaara holds the Shikaku. But that's impossible. How does he know that? Kankuro asked in a loud whisper. I don't know, he's more resourceful than we expected. He also knows that we are targeting him and the Uchiha, and he knows that our village is on the decline thanks to the Wind Daimyo. Damn it, how does he know so much? Does he know about the plan? Kankuro asked in concern. I don't know how he knows what he knows, but he doesn't know about the operation or what we are planning. He only suspects something. That's why he placed me under a genjutsu. He tried to get it out of me, but I was able to escape before he could. Temari replied. When Kankuro heard this, he frowned, although he was grateful that Temari was able to escape before she could give anything away. The fact that Naruto suspected them worried him, since it meant that Konoha was probably onto them as well, and that the mission was in jeopardy. Fuck, what the hell are they waiting for? If they don't act soon, the entire mission could fail. Kankuro thought, since his nerves couldn't stand all the waiting. Temari, I think we should tell Baki-sensei that Senju is onto us. No, we can't. The elder blonde replied. We don't know how much Konoha really knows. If we go to Baki-sensei and warn him about Senju, it could compromise the entire operation. The operation may already be compromised. Kankuro retorted with a hiss. And what can he do? Temari rounded in a low voice. He can't stop the entire attack, as it is too far gone and could begin at any time. All we can do is wait and see and hope we can still pull it off. When Temari said this, her brother frowned. He didn't like it, but he did understand what his sister was saying. There was nothing they could do. They would just have to do their duty and see what happens. After a few minutes, the finalists heard Genma again. Will Yujito of Kumogakure and Sai of Konohagakure please come down to begin the next match? Hearing his name being called, Sai Shunshin body flickered down to the arena next to Genma, while Yujito jumped off the railings down to the arena. But before she left, both Karui and Naruto wished her luck in her match, although Karui also told Yujito to beat the shit out of Sai for her. In the arena, once the two genin were in their respected positions, facing one another, Genma asked them if they were ready. When both genin nodded, Genma then said, "Let the second match of round 2 begin," and swung his arm down. As soon as Genma said, "Begin," the two genin raced forward and drew their individual swords. Yujito struck first with her katana, where she attempted to stab Sai, only for him to deflect the stab with his own sword, after which he then ducked under a slash from Yujito. But as soon as he stood back up and attempted to strike back, he was kicked in the chest by Yujito, forcing him back a few feet, where he was then forced to bring up his sword and block a downward slash from the blonde girl. For the next few minutes, the two genin continued like this, where they would each try to gain the edge over the other, but each time they avoided, deflected, or simply blocked the other's attacks. As the fight continued, Sai blocked another of Yujito's slashes, where a battle for dominance erupted between the two, where they each tried to push the other back. Deciding to take advantage of the fact that she had Sai staying in one place, Yujito had her right hand let go of her sword and used her chakra to increase the length and durability of her nails, turning them into claws, where she then attempted to slash at Sai. Seeing this, Sai quickly jumped back and barely avoided the sharp claws. With her new added weapon, the battle quickly turned to Yujito's favor, where Sai was forced of the defensive, where all he could do was block or avoid Yujito's hits. But after a while, even that became difficult, as Yujito proved to be much faster and more agile than the Routine. After deflected another of Yujito's double strikes, the blonde girl saw an opening, where she performed an prefect roundhouse kick that sent Sai flying back. But before Yujito could take full advantage of this, Sai quickly recovered and preformed a backwards flip, allowing him to block another of Yujito's strike. It seems that our intel of the Nibi Jinchuriki was correct. She has been very well trained. Even with my advanced training from Danzo-sama, she is still forcing me back, and she is not giving me any opportunity to use my Choji Giga, super beast imitating drawing, Sai thought as he continued to block Yujito's relentless assaults. As the fight continued, Sai thought back to the meeting he had with his master the day before the finals. Flashback yesterday dash. You asked for me, Danzo-sama? Sai said as he knelt before his master, after he arrived in the root training room. Yes, I did. It is in regards to your participation into the finals. I do not wish you to lose your match against the Kumo Kunoichi you are facing against. In fact, I want you to defeat her, Danzo said. May I ask why, Danzo-sama? As believe you said it would be best that I lose the match. Since my participation was not important, and by losing my fight against the Kumo Kunoichi I would draw less attention to myself. Sai replied. Yes, I know, but I have changed my mind. I want you to win, since in the second round of the finals you will most likely face off against Yujito, who as you know is the Jinchuriki for the Nibi no Bakaniko, two-tailed monster cat. Do you wish me to kill her? Sai asked, since it would make sense, since by killing her, They would weaken Kumo's military strength and they could do little about it. Since killing was not illegal in the Chunin exam. No, I want you to fight her, since I wish to see the extent of her capabilities and skills, especially before her fight with Senju Naruto. The more you push her, the more she shows her abilities, which will give Senju Naruto an extra edge over her when they fight, for if he defeats her, it will be a humiliating blow to Kumo. So I am helping Senju? Sai asked. In a way, yes, but you are also helping Konoha, which is your sworn duty. Danzo replied. If that is the case, then should I wound her since, if I injure her enough she will be weakened, allow Senju to defeat her more easily. That won't be necessary, as I want her to be at her best, as I believe she will be the perfect opponent for young Naruto-kun to face again, where I can see his full capability. Danzo replied, where Sai just nodded and said he understood. End flashback. After avoiding yet another strike from Yujito, he took out and dropped several smoke bombs, causing a large flash and a cloud of smoke, which allowed him to gain some distance from the blonde Kumo Kunoichi. Once he gained some distance from Yujito, he quickly took out his scrolls and brush and starting drawing several ink lions and small hawks and had them attack Yujito when she emerged from the smoke. Seeing the ink animals heading straight for her, Yujito quickly sheathed her katana and did some hand seals before thinking. Izumi Kedama, mouse hairball! After thinking this, she continually spat out a large number of flaming hairballs that assumed the shape of mice. Within seconds the two attacks hit, where the flaming mice-shaped hairballs exploded and destroyed Sai's ink animals. But just when the smoke settled, several ink snakes appeared out of the ground and wrapped themselves around the blonde girl and bit her in the neck. But just when it looked like the match was over, Yujito reverted into lightning, destroying the snakes, revealing that she was a lightning clone. Seeing this, Sai quickly figured that she had replaced herself with a clone after he created the smoke screen to allow him to put some distance between them. But before he could start looking for her, the real Yujito appeared behind him and stabbed him in the back. Too bad you lose, the blonde Kunoichi said before a look of surprise appeared on her face when she saw Sai revert into ink, revealing that he had used the Sumi Bunshin no Jutsu, ink clone technique. After realizing this, Yujito's senses warned her of danger, and she immediately jumped forward, narrowly avoiding several shuriken that appeared out of nowhere. Once she had avoided the projectiles, Yujito barely avoided a stab through the head from Sai, who suddenly appeared in front of her, after using the Sumigasumi no Jutsu, ink mist technique, to hide. You're not the only one who can use clones, Sai said with his usual annoying fake smile before kneeing the older girl in the stomach, where he then attempted to finish her off with a stab in the back, as she bended over. But before he could finish the job, the female genin rolled to the side to avoid the stab, after which she had her nails turn into claws again and attacked Sai with savage-like fury. Forced on the defensive again, Sai did his best to fend the girl off, but before long he was being overwhelmed again by her superior speed and agility. After avoiding another of the female Jinchuriki's slashes, Sai took out some kunai and threw them at her, forcing her to jump back. Although when she did this, she had her nails return to normal, after which she started to perform some hand seals and then thought, Katan, Heiniko, fire style, ash cat. See, after which the female blonde spewed out a large stream of ash from her mouth, which took the shape of a large cat before flying towards Sai with impressive speed. Not good, thought the young shinobi artist before he took out his scroll and brush again and began to draw. But just when the attack enveloped him, a dark object flew out of the cloud. Where Yujito looked up, she saw Sai riding on his large ink eagle. Shit! Cursed Yujito, before Sai dropped several kunai with exploding notes tied to them. Wasting no time, Yujito moved out of the kunai path and tried to get out of the blast radius of the notes. After the notes exploded, the arena became filled with dust and smoke, blocking both Sai's and the audience view of Yujito. But before the smoke clouds could settle, a large wave of flaming mice-shaped hairballs erupted from the smoke-filled arena, and spilt into two groups and flew towards Sai at startling speed from different directions. Shit! Sai thought before he had his ink bird do a power dive to avoid the flaming hairballs and causing them to collide with one another and explode. Although some were able to escape and pursued after him, forcing him to jump off his bird before they could hit the ink eagle and destroy them both. Luckily for the young shinobi, he was not very high off the ground thanks to the power dive he did earlier. But he was sent stumbling across the ground by the blast caused by the explosion when Yujito's mice hairballs hit his ink eagle. But just as Sai regained his bearings, he was forced to move away and avoid a deadly slash from Yujito's claws when she reappeared next to him. Unfortunately, he was not quite quick enough, where he received a slash to his left side from Yujito's claws. But before she could take advantage of the situation, Sai was able to redraw his Tanto sword and block her next attack with it. After which he then pushed the young girl back. After Sai pushed her back, Yujito leapt back a few feet so to plan her next move. "You're pretty good, I can see why you were able to defeat Karui," Yujito said with a touch of respect for the younger boy. "You not so bad yourself, for a cat-girl freak, what did you just say?" Yujito asked as she narrowed her eyes. "I said you were a cat-girl freak, isn't that what you are?" Sai asked with a smile as if it was nothing. "I've even read about girls like you in a strange book I found recently, where you have some kind of strange fetish for cats. It even showed pictures where girls like you wearing scantily clad suits with fake cat ears and tails and say meow for some odd reason." Naturally, when she heard this, the blonde girl blushed with embarrassment and rage. Her rage and embarrassment only grew when the Nibby suggested that she wear something like that, saying that Naruto might like those types of things. In the finalist box, when Karui heard this, an evil-looking smirk appeared on face, knowing what was going to happen next. "Oh, that bastard has done it now, Yujito is going to kill him." At the same time, a large blush appeared on Naruto's face, where an image of Yujito with a long fluffy tail and cat ears crying Naya Naya in the same manner he heard her say before, appeared in his head. 4. Damn it, I really have to stop hanging around Ero-Sennin so much, I'm seriously starting to think like him, Naruto thought as he shook his head, before he started focusing his attention on Sai and Yujito's match, since he knew how much trouble the root agent was in now in the arena. After a minute or so, Yujito calmed herself down, remembering how Sai enraged Karui in their match and made her become reckless, and figured he was trying the same tactic. Once she calmed herself down, she glared at the still smiling Konoha. "You're going to regret those words," Yujito said coldly, where she prepared to tear Sai apart with her claws. "I think not," Sai said before turning to Genma, who was standing now far from them, and said, "Protector-san, I give up." "What?" cried Yujito in surprise, where she wasn't alone, as nearly everyone who was watching the match was surprised by the sudden forfeiture of Sai. "Are you sure of this?" Genma asked. "I am. I have a rather nasty wound here, and I do not think I can continue," Sai replied, although at the same time thought, "My orders were simply to test her capability, and to have her show as many of her abilities as I could get her to. If the match continued, something unexpected may happen, and Danzo-sama clearly stated that he wanted her at her best when fighting Senju." "Very well then, Sai of Konohagakure has forfeited the match. Ni Yujito of Kumogakure is the winner. See you later, cat freak," Sai said with a wave before he used a shunshin to leave the arena, leaving an annoyed and slight angry Yujito behind. Naturally, the crowd was not very pleased with the sudden forfeiture of Sai, especially since many were enjoying the match. Many even booed over what happened. "Damn that bastard, I'm beginning to understand why Karui hates him so much," the fuming Kunoichi thought, as she left the arena, since she didn't like winning like this. In the finalist box dash. "Damn that cowardly son of a bitch, he just ran off right when Yujito was going to cream him," Karui said angrily as she was infuriated that Sai had just forfeited the match. "Maybe I'm not the only one who finds this tournament troublesome," Shikamaru thought. "Although I doubt it. What's he up to?" Both Sasuke and Naruto thought together, who were suspicious by Sai's sudden forfeiture. In the Kage box, like many others, the four Kages were slightly surprised by what happened. "Well, I must admit, I'm a bit surprised and in some ways disappointed, as the match was very interesting," the Mizukage said. "Indeed, although I suppose Sai-sen believed it was best for him to forfeit the match given his wound," the Sandaime said. Although didn't believe it for a second, since he suspected his former friend Danzo had some hand in Sai's decision. "Perhaps," muttered the Raikage, although he remained suspicious of the dark-haired boy. After the match had ended, the four Kages spent the next few minutes discussing whether or not to recommend Sai to be a Chunin. During the discussion, both the Kazekage and Mizukage brought up the fact that Sai had not only shown impressive fighting ability and skill in his matches, but had also shown he could use his ink techniques in very unique ways, allowing him to adapt to various situations, and had shown excellent tactical skills where he played on Karui's emotions and lured her into a trap at the very end. He even showed good judgment by forfeiting the match when wounded, since trying to accomplish a mission when seriously wounded would often result in the failure of a mission or leading teammates to be endangered. Eventually, after much discussion, the Kages were divided, where both the Mizukage and the Kazekage recommended Sai to be a Chunin, while the Sandaime Hokage and the Raikage stated that they could not. The reason was because the Hokage knew who Sai answered to and was weary of what Sai would do if he was a Chunin and led a team. The Raikage did not recommend Sai because he sensed that there was something off about the boy and did not like it. The two Kages were of course not the only ones who were suspicious of Sai's sudden forfeiture, since both Tsunade and Jiraiya were equally suspicious and wondered what Danzo and Sai planning. In the finalist box dash. "Hey Yujito-chan, you okay?" Naruto asked when he saw his female friend enter the finalist box. "I'm fine," grumbled Yujito, who was still annoyed by Sai's sudden forfeiture and because he called her cat freak. "Cowardly bastard just ran off right when you would have kicked his butt," Karui remarked angrily. "I wouldn't be so sure of that, Karui," Naruto answered. "Sai is a lot of things, but he is no coward." "Agreed," added Sasuke as he joined the conversation. "Then why the hell did he suddenly forfeit?" the dark-skinned girl asked. "Whose knows? Sai isn't exactly an easy guy to figure out," Naruto replied, "as he keeps everything to himself and most of the time he talks he pisses people off." Sasuke of course nodded in agreement with Naruto, since he was Sai's teammate, and yet he knew hardly anything about him. Before Karui could comment on this, the genin suddenly heard Genma speak. "Will Gaara of Tsunade and Aburame Shino of Konohagakure please come down to begin the next match?" Upon hearing his name being called out, Shino went over to the railing and said, "Proctor-san, I wish for forfeit my match." This sudden forfeiture of course didn't surprise many people, as most could not blame Shino, given Gaara's ability and what he was like. The only person that seemed to be annoyed by Shino's forfeiture was Gaara, who was eager to fight but had yet to do so. "Can't say I blame him," Naruto thought. "Shino's bugs would stand no chance against Gaara's sand, not to mention Gaara would most likely kill him." Upon hearing this, Genma just nodded and announced that Shino had forfeited and that Gaara was the winner by default. Naturally, most of the people in the stands did not take this very well and began to yell and boo over it, since many were annoyed by the number of forfeitures in the tournament. In the arena, once Genma declared Gaara the winner, the Tokubetsu Jonin continued to speak. "With Gaara of Tsunade the winner of the third match of round 2, we will move on to round 3, due to Uchiha Sasuke of Konohagakure automatically winning the fourth match, given how he has no opponent to fight against." When this was announced, many were of course not pleased with not seeing Sasuke fight again. But none commented, since Genma had explained earlier why Sasuke would automatically move to the third round. Now then, the first match of round 3 will be Senju Naruto of Konohagakure vs Ni Yujito of Kumogakure, and the second match will be Uchiha Sasuke of Konohagakure vs Gaara of Tsunade. The winners of these two matches will decide who will face off in the final match of the fourth and final round. So will Senju Naruto and Ni Yujito please come down to begin the next match? In the finalists box, when Genma called Yujito and Naruto's down, the crowd erupted into loud cheers, mainly because many were eager to see the Senju Heir fight again. But as excited as the audience was for the upcoming match, none were more excited than the two participants, who turned and smirked at one another when they heard their names being called. "Looks like we're up, Yujito-chan," Naruto said, who pleased that he was now facing Yujito. "So it seems," an equally pleased Yujito, since this was the match she had been waiting for, this match ever since the preliminaries ended. "You ready?" "TSK, do you even have to ask?" Yujito replied, where he fellow blonde just smiled, and the two then walked to the stairway and made their way down to the arena to begin their rematch.